Nearly 5 hours had passed since Blaze and Crystal began their fierce battle. Neither showed any signs of giving up. Crystal, though battered and bloodied, stood tall despite his body being riddled with deep wounds. His devil fruit ability allowed him to halt his bleeding, but his energy was waning. Across from him, Blaze remained uninjured but was nearing his physical limit. Every strike he had landed on Crystal required an immense amount of haki to pierce the latter's formidable defenses. The battlefield bore the scars of their relentless clash. What had once been a pristine landscape was now a shattered wasteland. Crystalline mountains rose like jagged monuments of destruction, testaments to the sheer force of their blows. Though Blaze's exhaustion pressed heavily on him, he could see Crystal was in far worse condition. His devil fruit powers remained potent, but his haki and stamina had been nearly depleted in his efforts to withstand Blaze's unrelenting attacks. Blaze knew the end was near. If he could hold out a little longer, Crystal would fall. Their eyes locked, understanding the final moments of their battle were upon them. Blaze summoned a blazing blue staff, its flames flickering with intensity. Crystal, in turn, encased his entire body in a shimmering armor of black crystal, reinforced with armament haki. Gripping the flaming staff tightly, Blaze's thoughts turned to the past. The first time he had encountered Crystal, the devastation wrought by the pirate, and the faces of the fallen Marines who had served under his command. A surge of anger reignited the strength within him, channeling it into his weapon. The air around him crackled as black lightning rippled across the staff. Blaze infused every ounce of his conqueror's haki into the weapon, leaving nothing in reserve.
Crystal!
Blaze roared, charging forward with blazing resolve. Crystal, readying himself, shouted back, "Come!" A sword of black crystal materialized in his hand, its sharp edge glinting ominously. As Blaze closed the distance, he raised his staff high above his head, then brought it crashing down with explosive force. The air itself trembled under the immense pressure, and flashes of dark purple lightning erupted around them. Their weapons collided in a deafening clash, releasing a shockwave that obliterated the already ruined landscape. Crack! Crystal's sword shattered instantly, unable to withstand the overwhelming power of Blaze's strike. His crystal armor fared no better, crumbling under the force. Blood splattered. Blaze's staff connected with Crystal's body, the impact sending the pirate hurtling through the air. Bones cracked audibly, and Crystal's form slammed into the ground with devastating force. Without hesitation, Blaze transformed his staff into a flaming spear and hurled it with blinding speed. The spear pierced through the air, unstoppable. With Crystal's armor destroyed, there was nothing left to shield him. The spear struck true. Crystal's chest was pierced, blood spraying as he crashed into one of the crystalline formations he had created during their battle. Even as death loomed, Crystal refused to surrender. He crystallized his heart and coated it with haki, desperately trying to yank the spear free. But the intense heat from the flames began to scorch even his reinforced heart. A sudden, dreadful realization dawned on Crystal. He smelled the scent of death closing in. At a distance, Blaze snapped his fingers. Boom! The spear detonated, unleashing a fiery explosion. Crystal screamed internally as the heat consumed him. When the flames subsided, a gaping hole remained on the left side of his torso. His heart and much of his internal organs had been vaporized. Crystal staggered but remained conscious, his body refusing to fall even in such a critical state. Blaze, panting heavily, stood where he had launched the spear. The system notification echoed in his mind. Achievement: defeated a yonko, Crystal and his crew. Reward: plus 2.0 Constitution, plus 2.0 Devil Fruit, plus 2.0 Haki, plus 2.0 free attribute points. A faint smile crossed his lips as he checked his status panel.
Name: Blaze Hunt. Occupation: Marine. Constitution: 67.9.
Devil Fruit: 66.0. Haki: 66.5. Free attribute points: 8.5. The battle had also provided a small boost to his attributes, plus 0.1 in Constitution, plus 0.3 in Devil Fruit, and plus 0.2 in Haki. Feeling the newfound strength coursing through him, Blaze used his reward to further enhance his power. He added 4.0 points each to his Devil Fruit and Haki, raising them to 70.0 and 70.5 respectively. "I'm finally close to reaching the summit of this world," Blaze murmured, clenching his fist as his body brimmed with energy. Yet he knew there was more to learn. His strength was comparable to the yonko, but a head-on fight against the likes of Whitebeard, with attributes likely in the range of 75 to 80, would still be a challenge. Coming back to the present, Blaze appeared before the fallen Crystal. The pirate's breathing was shallow, his life slipping away with every second. Crystal's eyes were devoid of regret, fear, or anger. Instead, they reflected an eerie calmness. Blaze couldn't help but admire the man's unyielding willpower. Even in the face of death, Crystal showed no fear. He had lost, not just the battle, but also his dream of finding the One Piece and conquering the seas. Blaze exhaled deeply, looking up at the sky. There's no right or wrong in this world, he whispered. In the end, it all comes down to what you desire. Blaze waved his hand, and bluish-white flames erupted, consuming Crystal's lifeless body until it was reduced to ashes. The power of the crystal fruit was extraordinary, but Blaze already had plans for it. He intended to use the system's exchange function and gift the fruit to Kuina. Its abilities would complement her skill set perfectly, and having someone close to him wield such power would prove invaluable in the inevitable confrontation against the world government. Meanwhile, Kizaru had subdued Silversword, apprehending the powerful pirate. With both Crystal and Silversword defeated, the remaining Crystal pirates lost their resolve. The marine soldiers, capitalizing on this, swiftly rounded up the rest of the crew, shackling them one by one. From a distance, a CP-0 agent observed the scene, their expression one of disbelief. He actually won, they muttered, finding it hard to comprehend. It's astonishing, another agent replied. Crystal's strength was no secret. We assumed Blaze could, at best, prevent him from achieving his goal, but to actually defeat him? This changes everything. The fall of Crystal, one of the 4 emperors, was an event that would send shockwaves through the world. Report every detail of the battle to the 5 elders, the lead CP-0 agent ordered, their voice grave. As Blaze returned to the battlefield, he was met with the sight of marine soldiers dragging the captured pirates toward their battleships. Blaze-kun, Kizaru greeted him with his usual lazy tone, hands in his pockets. It seems you've gotten even stronger. What happened to Crystal? Dead, Blaze replied coolly, and his ashes scattered to the wind.
You've killed a yonko.
The news will shake the world and plunge the new world into chaos once again, Kizaru remarked, his tone indifferent as ever. Blaze remained unfazed. As the soldiers noticed Blaze's return, a wave of cheers erupted. Vice Admiral Blaze, they shouted, their voices filled with admiration and pride. The Marines were elated. Defeating a yonko crew was a monumental achievement, one that would undoubtedly earn them recognition and merit. Many were already imagining the stories they would tell their families and friends back at headquarters.
Enough.
Blaze's voice cut through the commotion. Get on the ship if you don't want to end up at the bottom of the sea. The crystal surface won't hold much longer. The soldiers snapped to attention, quickly boarding the battleships and preparing to set sail. Blaze wasn't exaggerating. The crystal surface beneath them, created by Crystal's fruit ability, was a temporary construct. While it had been stabilized by crystallizing the seawater, it would soon start to dissolve. They had no more than 10 minutes before the ocean reclaimed its domain. With Kizaru at his side, Blaze boarded the lead battleship. Once the crystal surface began to thaw, the fleet set sail for Punkhazard. On board the ship, Kizaru reported the events of the battle to Sengoku. Meanwhile, Blaze found himself cornered by an excited Vegapunk, who bombarded him with questions about the mechanism behind his high-temperature flames and explosive attacks. Figure it out yourself.
Aren't you a scientist?
Blaze replied with a cryptic smile before walking away, leaving Vegapunk and his team to speculate. Reaching the front deck, Blaze took a moment to reflect on the changes in his body brought about by his recent gains.
Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 67.9.
Devil Fruit, 70.0. Haki, 70.0. Free attribute points, 0.5. While his strength had increased significantly, Blaze had expected more. He thought crossing 70 points in his Devil Fruit attribute would unlock a new ability, but for now the transformation eluded him. However, he sensed that a breakthrough wasn't far off, perhaps at 75 points.
Marine Headquarters.
Sengoku ended the call with Kizaru and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. Though the situation demanded caution, a proud smile tugged at his lips.
Blaze did it, he murmured. It was an unprecedented feat.
Though the fall of a yonko would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of power and plunge the seas into chaos, it was also a significant victory. The Marine's reputation would soar, and countless would-be pirates might think twice before setting sail. Still, Sengoku knew the repercussions would be severe. Preparations had to be made. Room of Authority, Mary Geoise. The 5 elders listened intently as the news of Crystal's death was delivered.
Crystal is dead.
Killed by Blaze, one of them repeated, his tone grim. The balance of power, already tenuous, was now broken. This was precisely what they had sought to avoid. It was why they had instructed Sengoku not to eliminate the yonko, even if they had the means to do so. It's time to eliminate Blaze, said the elder with a large white mustache and birthmarks on his forehead. Even Im-sama has expressed concern about him. The other elders nodded in agreement. That Sama had personally mentioned Blaze was a testament to the threat he posed. However, it won't be easy, the thin, bearded elder interjected. Sengoku and Garp favor him too much. Garp, in particular, would never stand idly by. Even Sengoku might rebel if provoked. We can't afford to confront them directly, said the elder holding the samurai sword. We need to draw Blaze to us. We know everything about him. Let's see if we can exploit that. In minutes, a plan was formulated, and the Cypher Pole agents were summoned. The next day, unaware of the storm brewing against him, Blaze escorted Vegapunk and his team to Punk Hazard. Unlike its state in the original timeline, Punk Hazard was teeming with life, its lush greenery and wildlife a stark contrast to the desolate battlefield it would one day become. Hidden at the island center was a secret base, concealed from the outside world. Blaze and Kizaru didn't linger long. After ensuring the scientists' safety, they departed to escort the surviving crystal pirates to Impel Down, unaware that a far greater threat awaited them in the shadows.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
As Blaze and Kizaru left the Punk Hazard, the entire world was shocked by the news, one of the Yonko, crystal pirates' demise. Once again, Blaze was at the center of attention while his name and reputation spread far and wide. In Grand Line, there's not a single person who doesn't know his name. After the battle, many acknowledged the title, the strongest marine, befits him. Some who were doubting his strength because of how young and how short he's in the sea began to dread his strength. As Sengoku believed, Blaze's name sent fear into the hearts of pirates who knew how strong the Yonko, the crystal pirates, were. And at the same time, it pulled countless talents who admired Blaze to join the Marines. But it wasn't enough to obstruct the great age of pirates. Crystal Pirates' demise worsened the situation and directed the new world into more chaos. Onigashima, Wano County. Kadayo's eyes narrowed at the news and chugged down a large amount of wine. Screw the Crystal Pirates. I should have known he will fail, considering how weak he was. Throwing the newspaper away, Kaido once again focused on drinking. The only thing that interested him in the news is Blaze. Outside his chamber stood King and Jack. They too read the newspaper and were shocked by the Crystal Pirates' defeat. Vice Admiral Blaze, he's too powerful, Jack uttered. I am going to kill him, the next time we meet. King burned the newspaper in his hand and coldly said. Unlike King, Jack's thoughts were different as he knew how strong Blaze is. Aside from his captain, he doubts others could take him head-on. Unknown Island, New World. Temporary hideout of red hair pirates. Shanks and Beckman sat some distance away from all the crew members who were chatting and enjoying their drink. Unbelievable. It's only been a year or so but his strength has already reached the level of Yonko. Beckman commented, looking at the newspaper. That's the problem. His rise is too quick and coupled with his personality, I don't know how the world government will take this. Shanks is spot on as he knew 5 elders very well. What do you mean? Beckman asked. Nothing. I think I am worrying too much. Shanks shook his head. The same thing happened on the Whitebeard and Big Mom territories. They were shocked, not because Crystal was defeated but by Blaze's strength. They knew someone of their caliber has appeared on the sea. Goa Kingdom, East Blue. Bwahaha, that brat has done it. Garp grinned widely, looking at the newspaper. Sengoku should be pleased. Grandpa, what are you reading? At that moment, Luffy ran from the shadows of the trees with Ace. Snatching the newspaper from Garp, Ace glanced at the content and was shocked to see Blaze's picture along with his feat of defeating a Yonko. Ace, what is it? Luffy asked, eagerly. Ace threw the newspaper back to Garp and spoke, nothing, just a marine defeating a pirate. Marine headquarters. Blaze returned to headquarters and went to meet Sengoku while Kizaru took the job of delivering the Crystal Pirates to Impel Down. He reported to Sengoku about the battle progress and how strong Crystal was. If he had learned how to use his Conqueror's Haki, then I couldn't have defeated him. Ha ha ha, I think you don't quite understand. Not every Conqueror's Haki user is capable of that. One needs to be extremely talented, qualified, and chosen. Sengoku replied. Oh yes, Sengoku-san, I need a Paramecia-type devil fruit. I don't have any requirements, just anything will do. For what? Sengoku raised his eyebrows. If you plan to give someone to your unit, I suggest you select a good one. No, I need it for a different purpose. If any fruit will do, then it won't be a problem. I will send someone to get it. Sengoku said. Thanks, just make sure it's a Paramecia-type devil fruit. Okay. Blaze, the fall of Crystal Pirates stirred many pirate crews to fight for the position of Yonko. I need you and your unit in New World for that. Since you just finished the battle, take a rest for 2 or 3 days before departing. Sengoku mentioned. No problem. Leaving the Fleet Admiral office, Blaze called Regis to ask them where they are. Regis informed him that they went to Sabayati to relax. Blaze-san, we will come back immediately, Regis spoke. No worries, take your time. Blaze didn't mind since they were training non-stop for some time. Ending the call, Blaze went to the temporary cabin arranged for him. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. As he waited for the devil fruit to come, he called Hancock. It's only been 2 days but he already started to miss her. Hancock, did you safely reach the Amazon Lily? Blaze asked. Hancock, who was on the other end of the call, felt sweet when Blaze's first question is about her well-being. No, we will reach by evening. Good. Not even 2 days have passed since we parted, but I am already starting to miss you. Did you miss me too? Blaze asked with a smile. Yes, Hancock's meek voice came from the other end. Hearing it, Blaze laughed. He enjoys seeing Hancock's embarrassed and shy side. Speaking with her for another minute, Blaze ended the call. At that moment, a marine office came to deliver a devil fruit. Blaze didn't even bother to see what kind of fruit it is, before using the system function to exchange it for crystal fruit. Once Kuna comes, he will give it to her. Evening came, Blaze simply rested by reclining on the chair and thinking something. The uneasy feeling that he has been experiencing intensified lately, as if something's going to happen soon. His worries came true by the ringing sound of Den Den Mushi. When he attended it, Regis's anxious voice came from the other side. Blaze-san, emergency. I am sorry. Regis stuttered and spoke in an anxious tone. Hearing it, Blaze flashed outside of the marine headquarters and flew towards the Sabayati. What happened? It's Kuna. She was with me the whole time but suddenly she disappeared. I thought she ran off somewhere and would return but just now I received a call. Blaze-san, I have a bad feeling. Explain clearly. Blaze-san, do you remember Eri and Sia, the world noble slave that we saved? Regis asked. Yes. When I sent them home, I gave them my Den Den Mushi number in case of emergency. Just now, their mother called and said men in black suits suddenly barged into their home and took Eri and Sia. Regis paused and once again continued. Blaze-san, I think it's not a coincidence. Remain where you are, I am coming. Saying this, Blaze ended the call. Gazing at the setting sun, he took a deep breath. I may only have half an hour. His figure suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few kilometers away. It happened a few times, and in no time, his figure arrived some kilometers away from the Sabayati. How did Blaze do this? It's very simple. He used his ability to teleport through sunlight. When the sun is up, he can use the solar energy in the surroundings to shift his body within a few kilometers. Instead of saying teleportation, a right would be translocation. Unfortunately, he can't do this in battle as he still can't use them freely. He needs further practice. Locking onto Regis's heat signature, Blaze teleported next to the ladder, startling him greatly. Regis looked at Blaze in shock. He just ended the call and stored the Den Den Mushi inside his robe. Was Blaze-san nearby? When did she disappear? Blaze asked, looking around. He found a trace of Kuna's heat signature in the nearby stall. Her heat signature is on the verge of disappearance. I think, half an hour has passed, Regis answered. He was puzzled as to why Blaze-san was asking this question. Blaze sighed with relief. Thankfully, he arrived on time. If he had been late by a few minutes, he would have lost the heat trail. Taking a few steps, he touched the waning heat signature that's only visible to him and gave them life. The disappearing heat kindled and expanded until it reached Kuna. Spotting Kuna, Blaze let out a breath. He nearly lost her. Looking at Regis, he asked, "Where's Razananti? Find him. I will be back in a few minutes." Blaze's figure once again disappeared. At the same time, on the other side, a ship slightly larger than a caravel cruised the sea. Its speed was faster than any ship that was shown on the One Piece world. The ship didn't have any marks or Jolly Roger, it was simple and plain. On the deck of the ship, Kuna lay unconscious with her hands and feet shackled. There were more than 20 agents on the ship, all of them wore sunglasses and were clothed in white suits. They are members of the CP4 division except for one, who wore a long coat and had a red mask. He's a CP0 member who's in charge of the operation, capturing Kuna. Suddenly, he turned and looked at Kuna. Just now, his observation Haki sensed something. As a person who's been into assassination from an early age, his senses rarely fail him. The next second, he sensed a powerful breath from the direction sun is setting. When he looked over, he noticed a shadow in the distance with his extraordinary eyesight that's kilometers away from him. Oh no. The next moment, Blaze's figure appeared before him. His marine coat fluttered in the breeze, but what caught the CP0 agent's attention is the rage burning in the latter's eyes. The CP4 agents reacted, but before they could do anything their bodies caught fire and burned. All of them screamed in agonizing pain, feeling their skin and muscles melting slowly. Without wasting any time, all of them jumped onto the sea, but to their shock, the flames didn't die, they still burned. In a few seconds, they died with their bodies burned to crisp. The CP0 agent took a step back facing Blaze. He felt nothing but an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. For the first time in his life, he felt fear. Considering his status and strength, it's indeed something that he never experienced. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Kuna's figure. He knew his only chance of survival is to take Kuna hostage. Though he wasn't strongest among the group, with his strength he should be able to achieve it. Pity, he doesn't know Blaze has future sight. Before him, any kind of trick is useless. Before the CP0 agent could make his move, Blaze's figure flashed past him, and with the sword made of solar energy, the former's head was lopped off his neck. If he had tried to fight Blaze head-on, he could have survived 2 or 3 strikes, but unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. "Since you guys made the move, I hope you are prepared for the consequences," Blaze muttered and gazed at the red line in front of him. What infuriates him to the extreme is their attempt to harm the ones close to him, just to lure him. Grabbing Kuna, Blaze leaped off the ship and flashed towards Sabayati. He rescued Kuna, but he can't do the same to Eri and Sia as they are far away from him. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Furthermore, the sun will set in a few minutes. If he wants to free them, his only option is to confront the world government. And that's what he plans to do. He's going to raise the Mary Geoise to the ground. Blaze returned to Sabayati carrying Kuna on his shoulder. Regis and Rosinante let out a sigh of relief when they saw Kuna. Handing the unconscious Kuna to Regis, Blaze took out the Den Mushi and called Fleet Admiral Sengoku. When the latter attended the call, Blaze recounted everything that happened. He didn't call Sengoku for his help but to hear his opinion. Sengoku-san, what do you think I should do? Blaze asked. Blaze, listen to me. Since Kuna is safe, let the matter rest. Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration and anger. He didn't expect the world government will make a move on Blaze. I can't. Eri and Sia are also human beings. Furthermore, they aren't captured because they are world noble slaves, they were abducted because of me. If I don't do something, the guild itself will kill me. Actually, I don't understand why do we have to listen to their bullshit. We, the Marines, are not some world government dogs, we are here to protect the people. Sengoku-san, even if it cost my life, I am going to do something about it. It doesn't matter whether you support me or not. If something happens to me, just take care of Kuna and Regis. Saying this, Blaze ended the call. On the other side, Sengoku smashed the table in front of him to bits and called the world government's commander-in-chief, Kong. Kong-san, what's happening? Why did it come to this? Sengoku inquired in an indignant tone. Sengoku, you should know what this means. Blaze is someone they can't let get strong anymore. He's different from us and considers the world government as a thorn in his eyes. But, he didn't do anything wrong. Yes. But can you confirm the same for the future? With his strength, he will definitely climb to your position. What happens then? Will he still listen to the orders? I don't think so. Kong patiently explained. In truth, he also admires Blaze and his sense of justice. At that same time, he could envision what would happen when the latter becomes Fleet Admiral. The world government won't allow someone like Blaze to command the Marines. It would be pure destruction. Stifling his anger, Sengoku spoke. What if I decide to support Blaze in his action? You are free to do so, but you of all people should understand what that means and how it would affect the world. Kong calmly responded. Sengoku gritted his teeth and punched the wall that shook the entire Marine headquarters base, alarming countless officers in the building. Sengoku-san, what happened? Aokiji arrived the next second and asked. He's the only admiral in the headquarters and sensed the source of tremor is from the Fleet Admiral office. Sengoku ended the call with Kong and faced Kuzan. Sighing, he narrated the entire thing to Kuzan and asked his view. Hearing it, Kuzan was rendered speechless. He had the same doubts as Blaze of Marine's way of doing things. The only difference is, he kept it in his heart while Blaze asked it aloud. He doesn't know how to react to the situation. In fact, he thought it suicide even for Blaze. Confronting world government, who in the right mind would do so. Do you want me to support Blaze? Kuzan asked seriously. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know how many people will die if we support him? I don't want to start a war. If possible, try to convince him. Sengoku said. I don't think it's possible. I know. Thankfully, Garp isn't here, otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. Make sure he doesn't know anything. Yes. Room of authority, Mary Geoise. I don't know how he discovered that girl Kuna so soon. Furthermore, he effortlessly killed everyone on the ship. It seems we still underestimate his power. The elder with the scar on the left side of his face spoke. We still don't know what devil fruit he has eaten to date. Another elder commented. The plan A has failed. Will he come to rescue the two slaves Eri and Sia? Or should we send someone to capture Boa Hancock as he loves her dearly? The elder with the birthmark on his forehead asked. They can't turn back now since they offended Blaze to the point of no return. If they let Blaze roam free, who knows what might happen? There's no need to worry. Considering his personality, he will definitely come. Sabayati. How did I get here? I thought I was abducted by a bunch of men in the white suit. Kuna asked, scanning her surrounding. You were. Thankfully, Blaze-san Soa rescued you on time. Regis then recounted everything to Kuna. World government. Kuna clenched her fist and looked at Blaze. Blaze-san, I am sorry. It's because I'm weak. Don't worry about it. Blaze waved his hand and took out the crystal fruit that he stored inside his robe. He then gave it to Kuna. Kuna, it's for you n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Blaze-san, what devil fruit is this? Kuna asked, holding the fruit in her hand. It's the crystal fruit. Blaze replied. What? Regis, Kuna, and Rosinante exclaimed. They knew how overpowering the fruit is, as they experienced its power themselves. Without thinking much, Kuna ate the devil fruit. She didn't care about the consequences of losing the ability to swim as she knew the importance of the fruit. Blaze then told them his next course of the plan, attacking Mary Geoise. As soon as he told them his plan, Regis and Rosinante expressed their thoughts. Blaze-san, we will come with you. No, I need you guys to rescue Eri and Sia as I distract everyone with my attacks. Once you do that, escape and don't wait for me. Make sure your identities aren't exposed. Blaze spoke. Okay. Both of them nodded their heads unwillingly. Kuna, you return to the headquarters, Blaze said while Kuna didn't reject. Taking Regis and Rosinante, Blaze flew towards the red line. On the way, Regis asked, Blaze-san, it's only been an hour or so, could they have transported Eri and Sia so soon? You are underestimating the world government too much. As soon as I rescued Kuna, they would have initiated their next plan. If I am not wrong, they should have already reached the Mary Geoise, Blaze calmly replied. Blaze-san, are you really doing it? It's the path of no return. Rosinante spoke. As a former world Nobel, he knew the strength of the world government. It doesn't matter. I knew it would come to this one day and I am prepared for it. Rosinante, as soon as we separate, you lead the way since you knew this place well. Blaze told Rosinante. I don't remember much but I will try my best. It didn't take long for Blaze to reach the top of red line as sun hasn't set yet. Dropping Regis and Rosinante somewhere away, Blaze flew above the Mary Geoise. As soon as he appeared he was discovered by the guards and 5 elders with their observation haki. But, Blaze didn't hesitate for a second to launch an attack. With a thought, 6 miniature bluish-white suns materialized before him. Clenched his fist, he punched. The miniature sun broke into countless fireballs and rains down on Mary Geoise. Feel the fury of the sun, you celestial dragon scums. Blaze muttered. At that moment, he heard a shout from the distance. Stop. The 5 elders rushed towards him but on a midway, they were horrified to see Blaze's attack. They didn't expect he would launch an attack on Mary Geoise, the holy land of world nobles, without any wavering. What's happening? The citizens of Mary Geoise came out of their residence. As soon as they came out of their home, they were assaulted by intolerable heat that scorched their skins within seconds. Besides, they were shocked by the bluish-white fireballs raining upon them. Screaming in terror and pain, all of them began to run for their lives. Never in their dreams they thought someone would attack Mary Geoise. They all wondered, what are the guards and 5 elders doing? But, just before the fireballs could fall on the ground, a powerful sword thrust came out of nowhere and cleaved the space itself. A void cracked open in midair and engulfed the fireballs. The fireballs plunged into the opened expanse and disappeared from view. Even so, some of the fireballs escaped under Blaze's control and found their target. As soon as they touched the ground, boom, it triggered a devastating explosion that incinerated everything in its path. The destruction and the shockwave itself killed countless world nobles before they could comprehend what's happening. In Blaze's mind, a notification sounded. He completed an achievement. Achievement complete, kill or punch a celestial dragon. Reward, plus 2.0 free attribute point. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. With the reward, his attribute points were increased to 2.5. Since he's facing the world government, Blaze didn't hesitate to use all his free attribute points and raised his constitution attribute to 70.4. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 70.4. Devil Fruit, 70.0. Haki, 70.0. Free attribute point, 0.0. Just as Blaze closed his status panel, the 5 elder appeared before him with rage apparent on their faces. I have finally seen your hypocritical faces. What are you angry about? Since you decided to hurt someone on my side, you should have prepared for my retaliation. Blaze ridiculed. The 5 elders didn't speak nonsense, they directly attacked. One of the elders used Soro, appeared before him, and delivered a kick packed with his full strength. Blaze, who saw the future, effortlessly parried the kick with his left hand, but what happened next startled him a little. A transparent black radiance rose from the elder who assaulted him and covered everything within 100 meters, including the other elders. Blaze felt some kind of pull and the next moment, he stood in an unfamiliar place. He instantly figured he was teleported somewhere far away by the power of the elder. A space power. Blaze muttered to himself and looked at the elder who used the power. He's the youngest looking one with blonde hair and beard. Of course, if he'd wanted he could have evaded the attack, but the only reason he didn't do so was because he sensed the black radiance can't harm him. When he looked around, he saw Pangaea Castle in the distance, some kilometers away, to his right-hand side. Blaze smiled, noticing the people below. Along with the 5 elders, he saw Commander-in-Chief Kong, countless world government agents, and Cypher Pol. A grand welcome indeed. Shall we start? Blaze said while an overpowering momentum erupted along with the sea of bluish-white flames. Attack. Commander-in-Chief Kong waved his hand. As soon as he commanded, the world government and Cypher Pol agents swarmed him from all directions. Are they trying to exhaust my strength with numbers? Blaze thought and faced everyone with haki and pure physical strength. Blaze was cautious and kept watch of his surrounding with observation haki as he knew world government isn't simple. As the sun had set, he has to limit how much strength he uses in his attacks. He doesn't want to exhaust his strength as it would end very badly for him. Even so, dealing with them one by one is a very taxing job, so he directly used his Conqueror's haki. Zzz. But, his haki only managed to take out 1/3 of the world government agents, as most of them are trained to face such situations. The next moment, the countless agents attacked him all at once while Kong, 5 elders, and some Cypher Pol agents watched from the sideline. You guys are getting on my nerves. Blaze clenched his fist, coated them with haki, and punched. Bang! His fist triggered an air pressure along with terrifying heat that crushed and incinerated everything around him. Countless agents were thrown in the air, some were killed struck directly by his fist while some were burned to ashes. In the end, only a few remained. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a CP0 agent appeared before him and tried to grasp his hand. Sensing danger and seeing the future, Blaze leaped and decided to widen the gap between him. But he was shocked to find the CP0 agent's reaction is faster than him as the latter shadowed him easily. With no choice, Blaze blocked the latter's attack by coating his entire arm with haki. At the same time, he opened his mouth and breathed flames that roared forward with terrifying momentum. In such close range, evading is impossible. But the CP0 agent disappeared and appeared behind him. This time, Blaze couldn't evade the latter's hand from grasping his neck. Out of nowhere, a tremendous force attacked his consciousness. Blaze felt as if his soul was struck by countless needles. It was so powerful that screamed in pain before his conqueror's haki erupted on his own and blasted the agent far away. But that short time frame is enough to change the outcome of the battle of this caliber. The 5 elders who were waiting for this opportunity attacked. The elder with a long beard appeared before Blaze when he was in trance and pierced his heart. As soon as Blaze came out of his trance, he sent a kick to the elder's head. But the latter calmly avoided and retreated to the other elder's side. Blood dripped from Blaze's chest, but the wound healed at the speed visible to the naked eye. Even so, he wasn't happy as he knew something doesn't add up. The 5 elder aren't fools. Since they planned such an attack, there has to be a reason, and Blaze wasn't stupid enough to believe it was to pierce his heart. With their intelligence, they naturally knew everything about his powers, so is his ability to heal from even severe injuries. If they knew everything, why did they execute such an unwise blow? What Blaze doesn't know is, the 5 elders are the most bewildered ones. They thought Blaze would be weakened by now, but why did he seem completely fine without any sign of sluggishness? They are wondering not because they pierced Blaze's heart, but because the elder who pierced his heart implanted multiple sea stone scarps inside the latter's body. But they didn't expect Blaze would look completely fine even with sea stones in his body. Unfortunately, they don't know even though sea stone will deprive Blaze of his devil fruit powers, it won't weaken him as the devil fruit came from the system. How are you still fine? The elder with the birthmark on his forehead asked, unable to contain their curiosity. It didn't take long for Blaze to discover that he couldn't utilize his devil fruit power. So the last attack was to strip off my devil fruit abilities and weaken me at the same time. Possibly, they left tiny pieces of sea stones inside my body. If you think using the sea stone will end me, you are guys too naive, Blaze declared. Before coming here, he thought of this possibility, and he wasn't someone who completely rely on his devil fruit power. He needs to be wary of the annoying space fruit power and the other elders' flawless teamwork. Furthermore, he needs to figure what kind of abilities the other 4 elders hold. Imbuing his arms with Conqueror's haki, he rushed towards the elders without minding the world government agents. But before he could reach them, a figure interrupted him midway, the former fleet admiral of the Marines, Kong. Kong-san, are you sure you want to do this? Blaze asked in a calm tone. From where I stand, it's inevitable and you knew it, Kong replied. So be it. Blaze's face turned cold and he attacked the latter without a shred of hesitation. Kong met Blaze punch that imbued with Conqueror's haki with nothing but armament haki and stood still like a mountain. That's how refined his haki is. The next moment, Kong's figure transformed into a huge gorilla that had a body full of silver hair. Balling his enormous left hand, he smashed at Blaze. Blaze attempted to stop the attack by crossing both his haki-coated arms, but the power behind the strike flung him far away. His figure crashed into the huge rock and slid to the ground. What a monstrous power! Wiping the blood at the corner of his lips, Blaze stood to his feet. If he hadn't improved his physique to 70 points, the blow would have injured him heavily. Blaze heard about Kong's power. He had eaten an ancient Zoan fruit, monkey fruit model, King Kong. Time to get serious, Blaze muttered. Sorrow. His figure disappeared and appeared before Kong the next second. Before the latter could react, a punch imbued with Conqueror's haki struck his stomach and sent him flying away. Trying to show off your power, to me you're just another old fogey, Blaze ridiculed. Knowing Blaze can't be defeated by Kong alone, the 5 elders along with Cypher Pole agents joined the battle. Just like that, the battle of generation started between Blaze and the world government? Unfortunately, no one would come to know of this heroic battle of a single being facing the entire world government. 5 hours passed since the battle between Blaze and the world government has begun. It was intense and destructive. If the battle had happened somewhere other than Red Line, it would have wiped out the entire island. Schluck. The elder with the samurai sword flashed before Blaze and drove his sword to the heart. Though Blaze had seen the future, he's in no shape to dodge the attack. So, he used the opportunity to seize the latter by his neck and punched him multiple times in the face, with his right fist that's imbued with Conqueror's haki. Even though the samurai sword-wielding elder defended with armament haki, Blaze's punch disfigured the elder's face, broke his facial bones, and shattered his teeth. Throwing the elder like a rag, Blaze faced the incoming punch of Kong with his own, but the power behind the attack shoved him back a few meters. The 5 elders and commander-in-chief didn't pursue him but instead once again regrouped. They gazed at blood-covered Blaze in wonder. He's as strong as a yonko. If we hadn't deprived his devil fruit power, it would have been more troublesome. The elder with the birthmark on his forehead spoke. True. However, what astonishes me is his ability to heal from his injuries instantly. I thought it's his devil fruit ability, but it seems like it comes from his physique. A long-beard elder state. He's more annoying than Kaido. If we had let him grow, he would have become a threat. Fortunately, we acted fast. It doesn't matter anymore as he's at the end of his line. His injuries had long stopped healing. As the elders discussed among themselves, Kong stood somewhere away from them looking at Blaze. He had witnessed and experienced many things over countless years, but he hadn't seen someone as terrifying as Blaze. He saw how Blaze single-handedly took out the world government agents one by one and finally began to target them. Every single one of them on the battlefield is injured by the latter, even the 5 elders suffered under his hand. He had seen how Blaze's strength improved as he battled them. His question is, what if the other party had support? Kong couldn't predict the outcome. It somewhat disturbed him. Meanwhile, Blaze looked at his body that's drenched in his own blood. The last attack of the elder completely damaged his heart and touched his left eye that's destroyed by one of the elders. Though he was super strong, he's a human being at the end of the day. Facing multiple figures of yonko caliber, he couldn't maintain his powerful state. Moreover, he finally couldn't suppress the tearing pain that he has been feeling from all over the body, suffered from countless injuries and sword cuts. Weakness assaulted him while he felt dizzy. It took all of his willpower just to stay conscious. The effect of exhausting his haki to the limit and overdrawing his life force to heal the injuries again and again. Even so, he stood tall with his back straight without minding the heartbeat that's quieting down by every passing minute or his severe injuries. Blaze could feel his life slipping away from him little by little. But, he was feeling happy and felt like laughing aloud, as in his heart he didn't regret anything he had done. The time may be short, but he enjoyed life in the One Piece world to its fullest and even fought countless strong figures. He accomplished what he missed from his previous boring life. Death doesn't fear him. His only regret is, he couldn't say goodbyes to his loved one and the one he cares about. Countless figures that he met in the One Piece world flashed before his eyes. Especially Hancock. He finally loves someone but regrets that he couldn't spend time with her. True, he's impulsive and a little arrogant, but the battle with Word Government is inevitable. Since they decided to eliminate him, nothing would have stopped them from achieving it. If he hadn't come here today, they would have resorted to more vicious methods. He doesn't want to see the ones he cares about losing their lives in the process. Finally, everything comes to one thing: he's not strong enough. Far away, unknown to Blaze, 4 figures were watching the battle. They are none other than Regis, Rosinante, Eri, and Sia. After successfully rescuing Eri and Sia from the agents, they came to see the battle. Seeing Blaze's sorry figure, tears poured from their eyes. Blaze-san. If not for us, Marine-san wouldn't be in this situation, Eri and Sia said in sadness. Don't feel guilty. The ones in the wrong are the world government. They decided to eliminate Blaze-san, so they will use any method to use against him. Rosinante comforted him and spoke to Regis. Regis, we should leave. If we stay any longer, someone will discover us. 5 minutes. Regis stated while Rosinante sighed. Laughing a little, Blaze gazed at Kong and the 5 elders. What are you all doing standing there? I am still alive, you know. Not for long. Your heartbeat is barely beating, once per minute. It won't be long before you die, one of the elders calmly stated. They don't want to experience the same thing that happened to the samurai sword-wielding elder. Look at him, his entire face is smashed to pulp. It will take at least 1 month for him to heal from such injuries. Facing someone of Blaze's caliber who's on the verge of death is a wrong move. Since he's dying on his own, there's no need for them to stain their hands. Pity, I thought I would at least bring one of you to death with me. Blaze chuckled and thought, so this is it for me, huh? Closing his eyes, Blaze relished the last moment of his life. Just as he thought this is the end, the system notification sounded in his mind, while a translucent screen emerged before him with a row of text. System notification. Initiating the one-time emergency protocol gifted by God. Reason, the host's life force is on brink of fading away. Establishing random teleportation, coordinates marked. Teleporting in 10, 9, 8. Blaze nearly laughed. When he looked at the elders he understood they can't see the system screen. 5 elders, it's not the end, it's just the beginning. I will come back stronger than ever. The next time we meet, it will be the end of all of you. Saying this, Blaze laughed aloud. His words sent the 5 elders in bewilderment. But what happened next shocked them to the core. Blaze's entire figure vanished from the spot without any sign. Where is he? One of the elders asked the blonde elder who has the space power. I don't know. He shook his head as he couldn't sense even with his space power. Did someone help him? But I don't sense anyone within a few kilometers radius. It doesn't matter. He's already on the brink of death. No one can save him. He's doomed to die. The elder with the scar on the left side of his face spoke. True. Let's go. Blaze-san disappeared? He didn't die. Regis exclaimed with his fist clenched. Let's go. I can't hold on much longer. Rosinante spoke. He has been constantly using his devil fruit to avoid the observation haki of others from spotting them. He can only hold on for another 15 or so minutes. If they didn't leave, they will be discovered. Okay. Snake Beach Forest. A little boy around 7 or 8 years old could be seen digging a giant hole. He was dressed in a green shirt and green short shorts. He's none other than Gon, who's digging the hole to bury the fox bear that Kite had killed yesterday to save him. After shoveling, he tried his best to push the mother bear into the hole but to no avail. Seeing his struggle, Kite came forward to help him. They both finally managed to push the mother bear into the hole. Gon then sealed the pit with sand and planted a cross symbol made of wood above the grave with a bunch of flowers. My name is Kite. I am a hunter. Kite introduced himself to Gon. They then went fishing to feed the child fox bear while Kite explained what a hunter is. He then asked Gon about his father, to which Gon replied, I only know his name, Jing Freaks. Looking at Gon's back, Kite told him the truth that Mito concealed from him. Your father is still alive and he's my teacher. He's one of the best hunters in the world. Just as they were discussing, Gon's nose twitched a few times before he uttered aloud, there's a smell of blood. He then rushed in that direction. Blood. Kite frowned, but he still followed Gon. After 2 minutes of running, they came across a bloodied figure who lay unconscious on the ground. It's none other than Blaze who lost his consciousness and was teleported here by the system. Looking at the degree of injuries, Kite's hand went to the sword sheath hung around his waist, but he relaxed when he failed to sense anyone nearby. Who would injure a person to this extent? He's barely alive. Gon checked Blaze's pulse and spoke. As a skilled hunter, Kite could tell the injuries on the person came from multiple sources. He finds it astonishing that he's still alive with such deep wounds. I don't sense none on his body, but how did he suddenly appear here? Checking his pulse, Kite frowned. Gon, he's not breathing. No. When I touched him, I felt the heartbeat. It was faint and weak, but it's true. Gon shook his head. Can't you do something? He's dying. Trusting Gon's words, Kite placed his hand on Blaze's chest to check again. After 40 seconds, he indeed felt the heartbeat. Unbelievable. His heart is beating even though it was pierced by a sword. His will is strong, he refuses to die. Can we get him to the hospital? Gon asked. I don't think he will be alive for that long. Let me try something. Kite spoke and used his Nen as a healing element so that Blaze would be alive until they get him to the hospital. But something Kite didn't expect happened. As soon as he projected his aura into Blaze's body, his Nen was completely absorbed by the other party. Kite didn't stop but continued to pour his Nen into Blaze, even though he was shocked by what's happening. The high-quality life energy absorbed by Blaze's Senju Constitution began to heal his heart little by little. In no time, Blaze's heart was completely healed and began to thump at a normal pace. Wonderful. What did you do, Kite? His heart is beating again. His life isn't at risk anymore. Shall we take him to the hospital now? Wait. He's regaining his consciousness. Kite told while his entire body went on high alert. His senses tell him the man is extremely dangerous even though he didn't even possess Nen. Blaze opened his right eye but the next moment he grimaced as his entire body ached while the tearing pain once again assaulted him. He then looked around but was shocked to see the face of Gon and Kite. Don't tell me the system teleported me to the Hunter x Hunter world. Touching his left eye that pained him more than anything else, Blaze sat up. Sensing his struggle, Gon came to his support and asked, Mister, are you all right? I am fine. Thanks for saving me. Blaze replied while feeling the mysterious energy coursing through his body. Is this Nen? It saved my life. Who are you? How did you appear here? Kite asked. My name's Blaze. I come from a faraway place. Do you know where I am? Blaze asked even though he knows the answer. Snake Beach Forest, Whale Island. Gon replied. Oh, I didn't get your name. Blaze asked, checking the severity of his injuries. I'm Gon. He's Kite. Your injuries are serious, let's go to the hospital. Can you walk? Gon asked. No, I am fine. I just need food to replenish my energy then I will heal on my own. Really? Then I will go and get some food along with some bandages for your wounds. Saying this, Gon went to get the supplies. As Gon left, Blaze gazed at Kite and asked. Thanks for saving me. Is it Nen? Yes, Kite kept his reply short but he still hadn't relaxed his vigilance. Seeing this Blaze chuckled. You don't have to be on guard against me. I won't bite. Sensing no malice from Blaze, Kite loosened up a little. Meanwhile, Blaze sent his thoughts into the system. As soon as he did, a screen came before him with a row of words. Emergency teleportation complete. Note, since it's a one-time emergency protocol, system won't help the host the next time his life is in danger. You will truly die. To his surprise, Blaze saw a new task on the system screen. Task, defeat the King Miruem. Reward, back to One Piece world. It seems I'm stranded here for 4 to 5 years. Well, it's for good. Blaze thought and checked his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 70.4. Devil Fruit, 70.0. Haki, 70.0. Free attribute point, 0.0. There's no change in his attributes. Meaning, he can use his Haki and Devil Fruit powers without any problem. But if he wants to use his Devil Fruit power, he needs to remove the Seastone scarps inside his body. There was silence between Blaze and Kite. As Kite appeared stern and stoic, Blaze found it hard to have a conversation with him. Even if he asks something, Kite's answers are very blunt to the point of appearing rude. But, Blaze knew it's how Kite is, so he didn't take it to heart. That Nen you used to save me is remarkable. Can you teach me? Blaze asked. No, only hunters are allowed to learn and practice Nen. Kite refused. Blaze chuckled as he knew Kite would definitely refuse. Even if the latter didn't teach him, he can learn on his own. The Nen he used to heal him has already stimulated the life force in his body. He hadn't opened any aura nodes, but he can feel them. Just a slight push, he can open some of them but he wasn't in a hurry. He first needs to recover. He didn't feel any of the aura nodes when he was in One Piece world but now he can. He doesn't know why and it didn't matter. He can find the answers slowly. Blaze took a good look at Kite. He looked the same as shown in the anime with flowing white hair that reached his knees. He wore a light blue peaked cap, a long-sleeved white shirt, black trousers, and brown shoes. Even though he couldn't see the kitenin with his own eyes, he can feel its presence with his observation haki. It's quite strong. Just as Blaze was feeling bored, Gon returned with food, water, and bandages. As Gon helped him to bandage his wounds, Blaze gulped all the foods in a minute. It left Gon and Kite speechless. After eating the food, Blaze frowned as the energy contained in the food is very little. If he eats such foods, he needs at least 20 days to heal all the injuries and replenish some of his lost life force. But in his current state, he can't do much. After 1 or 2 days, he will be able to suppress his severe injuries, then he can hunt some animals or large fish in the lake or ocean. Once Gon nursed his injuries, Blaze thanked him. Thank you, Gon. Once I recover from my injuries, I will treat you to a meal as thanks. Really? Wonderful. Gon jumped around in glee. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. 10 days have passed. Aside from some broken bones and left eye, Blaze's injuries were mostly healed. At least he can move around now. But he's still weak as he had to use all the recovered energy to heal the wounds. In another 10 days, he will be back to his perfect shape. Yesterday, he caught a large amount of fish from the lake by knocking them with his conqueror's haki. It's very embarrassing, but he had no choice. He had to do it to earn some money to buy food and clothes. Blaze stayed in the forest while Gon lingers here during the daytime to take care of the child foxbear aside from going home to sleep. As for Kite, he left Whale Island after making sure Blaze is of no threat to Gon and others. Blaze has no choice but to wait for another 10 days till his injuries are entirely healed before he can venture out. Another 20 days passed. Morning. After having a nice bath, Blaze came out of the lake and wore the clothes that he got stitched from the famous tailor of Whale Island, a black shirt, grey pants, and a white coat. After wearing his shirt and pants, Blaze draped the coat over his shoulders like a cape, without wearing them entirely. Old habits die hard. Appearance makes the man. Once dressed, he looked handsome with his height reaching 6 feet 8 inches, and he also cut his black hair to the normal length. It's been a month since he came to the Hunter x Hunter world. His body is entirely healed including his left eye, while he also replenished some of his lost life force. Today, he plans on opening all his aura nodes so that he can practice Nen. During the 1 month, he didn't stay idle. He meditated daily to feel the life force and aura nodes in his body. It wasn't that difficult as his physique is very strong and rich in life energy. Feeding the child foxbear some of the fishes he caught in the lake, Blaze sat on the ground and closed his eyes. As Kite's Nen already triggered the cells in his body, Blaze used the life energy to open some of the aura nodes. As soon as he did, the life energy present in his body gushed forth like an open dam, startling him. Wasting no time, he guided them in the direction of other aura nodes. In 5 or so minutes, all the aura nodes in his body were completely opened. When Blaze opened his eyes, he saw the life energy like a water vapor leaking from his body. But what he finds surprising is, the aura flowing from his body is somewhat excessive. It's completely different from what happened to Gon and Killua when Wing opened their aura nodes. Blaze once again closed his eyes, guided the Nen to flow through and around his body, stopping them from leaking out of his body. Since control of Nen is similar to haki, he learned it quickly. In fact, Blaze finds controlling Nen is far simple compared to haki. He then began to try all the basic concepts of Nen, or one can say basic manipulations of aura flow. First, 10. Blaze has already learned to keep his aura from leaking away from his body. 10 means envelop or shroud. He got this covered as his aura is already flowing through and around the body rather than away from it. It created a shroud around him that feels similar to standing in a viscous fluid. 10 is the most basic defense against emotional Nen attacks like bloodlust and against some limited physical attacks. Also, 10 maintains youthful vigor and reduces one's aging since the energy powering the body no longer leaks away. Next, Zetsu. Stopping the flow of aura from one's body by closing all of their aura nodes. Doing so will halt all outflow of aura, making one's presence much harder or even impossible to sense. With his eyes closed, Blaze just visualized and his body went into Zetsu mode. He didn't find it difficult at all, it happened as a natural reaction. Even Blaze finds it surprising. Is it because of my Senju constitution? Let's find it out. He then went on to try the next concept, Ren. The concept focuses on summoning a larger amount of aura and projecting it outwards in an explosive manner. At the same time, emotions can also be imbued in the Ren. For example, bloodlust. A prolonged emission of malicious Ren can induce uncontrollable terror in those who cannot use Nen, paralysis, or even death. Ren is nothing but a show of power and can be used to intimidate other Nen users. In a sense, the use of Ren is pretty much similar to Conqueror's haki. Feeling the Nen in his body, Blaze muttered, Ren. The next moment, aura blasted from his body akin to a volcanic eruption. As Blaze didn't control his strength, his feet cracked the ground he stood, and the expanding Nen destroyed everything within a 100-meter radius. Fortunately, the little fox bear went into the forest to play after eating the fish, otherwise, it would have been killed by his aura alone. It seems my Nen is pretty strong. It should be because my physique is different and stronger. Blaze mused as he looked at the ruins surrounding. Next, let's find what my aura type is. Blaze filled the glass he prepared beforehand with water and placed a leaf to float on it. After that, he placed his hands around the glass and performed Ren. This time restrained his nen. Still, as soon as he projected his aura, the quantity of the water increased in a fraction of a second, and the glass shattered into pieces the next moment. Phew! Blaze nearly cursed as he didn't expect the glass would explode even after he limited his nen. As expected, I am an enhancer. Let's try the advanced nen concepts. First, Gyo-n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. An advanced application of nen, in which one concentrates the aura into a specific body part, hands, legs, eyes, etc. Blaze first focused his aura on his eyes, then he tried it on his hands and legs. He was able to focus them in an instant without any problem, as it is similar to haki. What's more, he was able to increase or lower the amount of aura he focuses on with a thought as he would do with his haki. It's another advanced application KO, concentrating aura into one particular body part. Next is Ken, a pure defensive technique to guard against attacks from any direction, an advanced version of the basic Ten and Ren techniques. The amount of aura surrounding the user's body during Ken is about 10 times higher than during Ten. Ken is similar to armament haki. Coating the entire body will drain the haki fast. It's the same with Ken. Next, Ryu. Ryu is redistributing one's aura according to the situation or need. For example, by focusing 70% of one's aura in one fist and using the remaining to defend. To others, it may be an advanced concept or difficult to master, but to Blaze, it's the same as other concepts. He can perform it with a thought. Nen concepts are much easier than I anticipated, Blaze thought. If others hear his thoughts, they will probably spank his ass, as others had to train for countless months or even years to master these concepts. The final concept in an advanced concepts is N, a combined application of Ten and Ren. Extending the Ren further than normal, then using the Ten at the same time to contain and give shape to the aura. Usually, the shape of N is a sphere. Using N, one can feel the shape and movement of anything within the area covered by the aura. Those who master N are typically able to extend it to a circle with a 50-meter radius. There are exceptions. Zeno Zaldik can extend his N up to a radius of 300 meters. Another example is Neferpitu, who has an irregularly shaped N and can extend up to 2 kilometers like a wisp. But this technique is extremely tiring and drains one's N faster. As for Blaze, his N extended up to 400 meters. Even, he was surprised by the outcome because it's not his complete strength, as his physique hasn't fully recovered. It seems I am going to enjoy my time here. Blaze smiled a little. Even though everything went well, he knew he needs training and constant practice to improve his Nen. Just as Blaze finished testing the Nen concept, his observation haki sensed Gon's aura approaching his direction. After a minute, Gon's figure came into the view. His pure and innocent eyes glistened while he looked lively and energetic. Blaze, shall we start? Gon asked, arriving before him. Blaze chuckled, glancing at his eager eyes. After Kite's departure and learning the truth about his father, Jing, Gon is determined to become a hunter. That's when Blaze suggested he should learn some martial techniques. So for the last few days, he has been teaching Gon the Rokushiki martial techniques, Soro and Kami. As Gon is naturally agile and possesses springy muscles, these two techniques are most suitable for him. Above everything else, the potential he is gifted with is extremely amazing, as he was able to learn Soro and Kami basics in short 10 days. Let's start. Blaze gestured for Gon to start. Taking a deep breath, Gon muttered, Soro. His form disappeared for a second, but as he wasn't proficient in it, his body was exposed the next second. He used Soro for a minute before stopping. Since he's just 8 years old, his stamina is limited. Blaze commented. Good. You grasped the basics but need further practice. As for Kami, it varies from person to person based on one's flexibility and movements. So Blaze just taught him the idea and let Gon practice on his own. Okay, Gon, I will be leaving the Whale Island tomorrow as I have other things to do, Blaze said. You are leaving? When will you come back? Gon looked disappointed. Don't worry, I will come back in a few months. Blaze comforted. He had to leave the Whale Island to explore the other region of the hunter world, and at the same time, he needs worthy opponents to sharpen his Nen skills. After instructing Gon for an hour, Blaze then proceeded on to practice his Nen type. As he's an enhancer, he can greatly increase his physical attack and defense with Nen. It's suited for close combat. He didn't attempt to enhance his attacks as he knew it may very possibly destroy part of the Snake Beach forest they are in. So Blaze switched to experiment with other Nen types: transmutation, emission, manipulation, and conjuration. Visualizing and creating something is indeed very exciting. Like a child who found his favorite toy, Blaze began to play with different Nen types. Anything can be achieved with Nen. The only condition is whether your aura is strong enough to support them or your visualization is powerful enough. Of course, specialization skills are a different matter. Since Blaze is familiar with heat, he attempted to transform his aura into that of heat. The feeling of his aura transforming is wonderful. He just thought, and his entire aura transmuted into high heat. Bluish-white flame surrounded his body. But, the next second he cancelled it, feeling his skin burning under extreme heat. Oops, it seems like I can't transform the aura into such high heat where even my physical body can't withstand. Blaze thought. He forgets the fact his body isn't resistant to heat with sea stone scraps inside him. Thinking for a moment, he tried again. This time, he started from low temperature and began to increase the heat bit by bit, to find the highest temperature his physical body can endure. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After finding it, He remembered the feeling so that he won't mess it up again. Of course, if he protects his body with haki it won't be a problem, but what's fun in that? Next, emission. With a thought, an orb of heat aura gathered on his palm. He then fired it from his palm at an extreme speed that blasted the heat orb out of Whale Island. Good. Blaze muttered and went on to the next type, conjuration. He was able to conjure most of the things he visualized in his mind without any problem, but he needs lots of practice to conjure some special or complex objects. For instance, Shizuku of Phantom Troop can conjure a vacuum cleaner that can infinitely suck up objects. Blaze was able to conjure a vacuum cleaner, but it didn't possess the same features as Shizuku's Blinky. There's a reason why he tried to imitate Shizuku's ability. If he had succeeded, he can suck the sea stone scraps present in his body with a simple command. It seems like it's not possible, at least for now. Next, manipulation. This type is a little complex as one first needs to have a complete understanding. It can as simple as manipulating a sword or commanding beasts, constructs, or even living beings. He simply conjured a sword and manipulated it by waving his index finger. Blaze wasn't in a hurry to create an ability that suited for him. First, he wasn't in contact with Nen for long. Second, he plans to understand Nen well and its types before proceeding to the next step. Resting for some time, he began to practice his haki. Though Nen is fun, haki is Blaze's core, he can't simply ignore it. Thanks to the deathmatch with the 5 elders, his physique and haki attribute improved by a huge margin. It didn't show in his status before because of his severe injuries. As he recovered from his injuries, it was revealed in his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 71.2. Devil Fruit, 70.2. Haki, 71.5. Free attribute point, 0.0. Next day, after saying goodbye to Gon, Blaze left Whale Island on a transport ship. Reaching the nearby city, he brought an aircraft ticket to Heaven's Arena with all the money he had. Since it's a technological world similar to Earth, he's having a hard time without any money. He couldn't even eat properly. If it was One Piece world, he would simply kill a few sea beasts and barbecue them and eat to his heart's content. But here, he can only let his stomach rumble as it wishes. So, his first stop is Heaven's Arena to earn some money for himself before traveling to other places. Besides, it's a good place to hone his nen. After a tiring journey, Blaze reached Heaven's Arena the next day. As shown in the anime, it's an enormous tower with 251 floors. Standing in a long line of combatants for some time, Blaze reached the front and filled the form that asked for basic information like his fighting experience. After getting a number 1022, Blaze went inside. He was greeted by an enthusiastic audience and a large arena with 16 small fighting platforms. Blaze didn't wait for long before his number was called. When he walked into the arena specified to him, he met his opponent who was in martial clothing. As soon as the referee finished explaining the rules and said the word begin, his opponent lunged at him ferociously. He put on a weird stance while he attacked with his hands that's shaped like that of tiger claws. Aside from being flashy, Blaze didn't see anything. So he simply flicked his opponent's forehead with his finger when the latter approached him. Before his opponent could figure what's happening, he was sent flying back and crashed into the spectator's stand, losing his consciousness. The referee gave him a ticket and told him he can advance to the 50th floor. Accepting it, Blaze left the arena and moved to the 50th floor after getting some pennies. In 2 days, he reached the 100th floor. After that he kept the advancing slow. It was boring but he had no choice but to do it for the money. Besides, with a private room for his own, he can meditate and practice his nen without any interference. After devouring a large amount of meat, Blaze sat in the bed to meditate. Closing his eyes, he did nothing. After a minute, he sensed the natural energy in the surroundings, but the amount is very little, maybe because he was in a city filled with people. He slowly began to draw them into his body. Prior to opening his aura nodes, he just inhale and exhale the natural energy as he couldn't find any way to use them. But now, he can. Drawing the natural energy into the body, he led them into the aura nodes and made it circulate as he does with nen. He wasn't capable of controlling the natural energy similar to senjutsu, but making them just circulate won't be a problem. He did it in the hope it would help him to enhance his life energy nen or bring some kind of benefit as it did with his haki, but something he didn't expect happened. An unusual transformation ensued in his body when the natural energy circulated through aura nodes. The natural energy blended with the life energy nen present in the aura nodes to form a new kind of energy that's full of vitality and power. It gave a scare to Blaze as he didn't know what this means, whether it's good or bad. But, the transformation couldn't proceed further as if they lacked something. It failed. And, the erratically fused energy fluctuated vigorously, showing signs of an explosion. Bad. Blaze's expression turned grim. Feeling the power contained within them, he knew the explosion will very possibly turn him into blood mist. Unknown what to do, Blaze tried to lessen the impact by enveloping the new kind of energy with his haki. But, as soon as his haki came in contact with it, the energy began to devour his haki and at the same time, showed signs of stabilizing. Unfortunately, it's not the end. The energy which showed signs of becoming stable rotated at great speed, devouring the life energy and haki present in his body without his consent. Even the natural energy present in the surrounding was drawn into his body and fused with the other two. The process lasted for half an hour and finally, the three energies fused perfectly to form a new kind of energy that glistened in golden light. Blaze let out a sigh of relief, realizing there's no danger anymore. Wiping sweat drops from his forehead, he relaxed a bit to calm his wildly pounding heart. He nearly lost his life with his own hand. After 5 minutes of rest, Blaze probed the energy carefully. To his surprise, he can feel the connection between him and the energy. With a thought, he was able to sense and see the energy that had the size of a small pearl. It was golden and have a consistency like that of blood. When Blaze tried to grasp it with his thought, it ran away like a naughty child. It then fused in his bloodstream and circulated the body along with his blood. Just as Blaze wondered what's the use of this energy, the system notification sounded in his mind. Notification: the host has created a new kind of energy by fusing 3 different kinds of energies. It's an achievement worthy of admiration even in the outer world. After analyzing, the new energy has characteristics similar to God's blood. So the system thinks the apt name for this newfound power is God's blood. God's blood. Burning God's blood will enhance the host's attribute and physique to the next level for an hour. Depending on the usage, the time may vary. Once host replaces all the normal blood in the human body with God's blood, you will transcend the limit and your physique will reach the half-god level. Achievement: God's blood. Reward: plus 5.0 free attribute point. Note: host can't add the free attribute point here, as entry into the HXH world is unofficial. You can add the points as you wish once you return to the One Piece world. Whoa, God's blood, what a cool name. Blaze's eyes brightened. When did I become so awesome? Blaze wasn't in the condition to try his new power, as his life energy and haki was drained to 0 to create God's blood, so he's completely exhausted. Collapsing onto the bed, he slept. The next day, after completing his fight on Heaven's Arena, Blaze returned to the room to form the next drop of God's blood. Unlike yesterday, he knew the steps, so the process was easy. Even so, it still drained his life energy and haki to 0. Curious to explore the new power, Blaze didn't mind the exhaustion and directly burned a drop to test it. As soon as he did, the drop of golden blood scattered into a countless wisp of energy, directly enhancing every aspect of his being. He felt power, boundless power coursing through every inch of his body. He felt reborn. After experimenting for 10 minutes, Blaze understood some of its abilities. It can be used to enhance his physique or directly utilized as a form of energy that he desires, whether it's nin or haki. Doing so would improve his nin or haki by 3-folds. To someone of his caliber, it's a huge improvement. It would practically make him invincible within the short time period. Another thing he noted is, the God's blood has the ability to heal any type of injury. Even a severed arm or leg can be regrown. Just now, all his hidden injuries and the life source he depleted during his fight with the 5 elders were also recovered. Meaning, Blaze is back to his peak. Feeling the power, Blaze clenched his fist while his lips curled a little as if he was smirking. World government, 5 elders, wait for me, I will come back soon. Days passed by. Every day, Blaze would train his haki and nin concepts. He would form a drop of God's blood at the end of the day so that his exhaustion doesn't interfere with his training or fight. After lingering between 150 to 190th floor for 15 days, Blaze earned nearly around 400 million jenny, enough for him to spend for years. Deciding it's enough, Blaze won his fights and proceeded to the 200th floor. A female clerk welcomed him at the registration desk and handed him a form to sign. She then explained to him the rules of the 200th floor, along with match timings. After hearing the explanation, Blaze filled the form and ticked the checkbox that he's ready to fight any day. The female clerk then handed the room key and told him his next match will be informed once it's fixed. Blaze was informed the next day of his match. His match date has been confirmed 2 days from now at 9 a.m. on the 225th floor. He was looking forward to it, as it will be his first nin fight. He'd hope his opponent is at least a little bit stronger with powerful nin ability, not some rookie crushers. 2 days passed. As Blaze entered the arena, he heard the shouts and cheering from the crowd of spectators. Unlike on the lower floor, the number of audiences on the 200th floor is plentiful. The announcer introduced him as debut fighter of the 200th floor and then his opponent, who currently has 9 wins and 2 losses. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Blaze was surprised when he heard it. 9 wins, it seems I won't be bored. After the announcement, his opponent entered the stage. His opponent is named Razak, with a relaxed demeanor. As soon as he entered the stage, the noise from the audience stands increased. It seems he has huge support. Razak is a tall, muscular man with well-developed muscles that can be seen from his open-styled silver leather jacket. He had short blue hair with electric blue eyes. Looking at Blaze, Razak muttered, but it was audible. A rookie? Huh. Rookie. Blaze smirked hearing his words. Even though the referee said, begin, Razak didn't take the initiative to attack. In his eyes, Blaze's common stance is full of opening without any guard. But his sharpened senses warned him his opponent is dangerous. If he makes a single mistake, he will die. Not letting the pressure affect his mind, Razak commented at Blaze. It seems you are not an ordinary person. Come, you are wasting my time. Blaze gestured with his hand. The next moment, Razak erupted with amazing ran before using 10 to shroud it around his body. Making his preparation, he dashed towards him. The crowd thundered into cheers seeing him action. From the aura, Blaze could tell he's a master who's been practicing nin for some time. Facing the attack, he didn't use his nin. First, he needs to understand how his pure physical ability compares to nin users. After that, he will plan his next course of action. Razak launched a flurry of punches shrouding his arm with Nen. As for Blaze, he blocked his strikes with bare hands. Even with his physical attribute crossing the 70-bar limit, he felt slight discomfort. He's not Kaido with absolute defense. The Senju Constitution granted him a powerful life force and physical energy along with tremendous stamina and resilience. The only thing it wasn't great at is defense. Still, it's enough to overwhelm the majority of people even in the One Piece world. On the other hand, Razak looked stunned seeing his Nen-enhanced punches couldn't injure his opponent. Impossible. I am an enhancer. He didn't even use 10, how did he block my punches with bare hands? When he saw Blaze look absent-minded, Razak felt humiliated. Since normal Nen attacks don't work, I will show him my hatsu. Just as Blaze was contemplating, Razak transformed his aura into the shape of long whips and lashed at him from all directions. Moreover, his whips were enhanced with Nen so they packed incredible power. Even a fellow enhancer would be injured if he faced the attack head-on. Coming out of his thoughts, Blaze avoided the attacks as if they were nothing. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Seeing none of his attacks could hit his opponent, Razak roared. Don't think it's all I got. I have another Nen ability, Power Multiplier. Every time I land a hit, my powers grow. Oh, you should have used that from the start. I won't dodge anymore, come. Blaze said, finally showing some emotion on his face. What? This time, Blaze shrouded his body with 10. The point to be noted is, he wasn't using Ken but normal 10. Because it's more than enough. The next moment, Razak charged at him vigorously and sent a torrent of punches. Blaze blocked everything with his 10 shrouded hands but none of them managed to crack his 10. It was while his opponent's strength multiplied with every attack. Finally, after 30 consecutive strikes, Razak's fist was enveloped by spherical-shaped deep red energy. The aura in the fist is a little overwhelming. Laughing crazily, Razak shouted, "You shouldn't have let me hit you consecutively. Let's see how you block this one." Sensing the power behind the attack, Blaze guessed it should be as strong as Yuvijin's Big Bang impact. Though the latter can use it normally, Razak had to fulfill a lot of conditions to reach this level. It's the difference between him and the powerful Nen Master. Blaze mused. Should I use Ken? No, my full power 10 should be enough to block the strike. Let's test it. Arriving before him, Razak punched while Blaze blocked with his arms crossed. The overwhelming punch carried a devastating power enough to obliterate anything in its path. The power behind the punch sent Blaze flying out of the arena bounds while his 10 was destroyed by the strike. However, it wasn't strong enough to hurt him. Seeing the strike, the audience screamed in excitement. Whoa, what was that? The blow seemed pretty powerful but Blaze seems to be unharmed. The announcer screamed. Dusting his dress, Blaze jumped onto the stage without any signs of injuries. Seeing it, Razak couldn't believe his eyes. How can it be? That was a critical hit enough to rival missiles. Is he a monster? It's my turn, Blaze said, concentrating his Nen onto his fist. A golden spherical bubble formed around his fist, even affecting the surrounding. Though he just directed 10% of his aura. Feeling the endless power contained in the fist, Razak gulped and took a few steps back. He knew if he got hit by that fist, he will die a gruesome death. It should be slightly stronger than your last punch. Are you ready to take it? Don't forget to shield your face with Ken, otherwise, you would die. Blaze asked and kindly reminded. Sweat formed on Razak's face. I'm quick on my feet, I can dodge it. It may be powerful but it's nothing if it can't hit me. The next moment, his entire view collapsed as his opponent appeared before him as if he teleported. Facing the incoming fist, he sensed death. Knowing he can't dodge the attack, he heeded Blaze's warning and shielded his face with 100% Ken. Still, he felt weak under overwhelming power. Boom. As Blaze's punch connected, there was a loud boom followed by a shockwave. As for Razak, he was sent flying and crashed into the audience stand. He lost his consciousness as most of his facial bones were shattered while his entire face was deformed beyond recognition. His entire being is covered in blood. If Blaze hadn't held back his strength at the last moment, Razak would have lost his life. The cheering audience quieted down. Silence ensued as none of them expected this outcome. Once the referee announced his victory, Blaze left the battle stage and returned to his room. Though using Nen seemed fun, the battle didn't excite him much. But, he had to admit Razak's Hatsu is pretty powerful. Once he masters his enhancement category to perfection, he will definitely become a notable figure. Power Multiplier. It was a good Nen ability but if he wasn't wrong, to perform that last strike he needs to fulfill a lot of conditions. Though Blaze is strong, his strength is nowhere near enough to defeat the Chimera Ant King. His current aura reserve should be slightly stronger than Netero but he wasn't exactly sure. Only after he meets Netero in person, he can say for sure. Even so, if he battles Netero with Nen alone he will definitely lose as he wasn't as skilled in Nen as the latter. If he uses his God's blood, his powers should reach close to royal guards but not enough to defeat them, much less the Ant King. He needs Nen training and practice. Of course, if he uses his Haki and Devil Fruit ability he will be able to do it but, what's fun in that? As a battle lover, he needs some challenges. Besides, he will be bored to death if he doesn't have a goal for himself. 4 months passed by. It's been nearly 6 months since he came to the world of hunters. In the 4 months, he competed in 9 matches and won every one of them. Aside from Razak, he didn't meet any strong opponent with good Nen mastery. Most of them are rookies or weak. It doesn't matter, the reason he stays here is because of the quietness. When he feels bored, he would go and watch the battle between other non-masters. Of course, he didn't plan on staying here for the long term. Once he wins his next match, he will earn the right to challenge the floor master. He will leave after that. Just as he came to the 225th floor to watch today's battle, he was surprised by the names revealed on the board for the next match, Hisoka vs Castro. So he finally came to Heaven's arena. When Blaze was on Earth, he enjoyed Hisoka's character, sinister, manipulative, and self-centered. He's the type of person you will feel the urge to beat. Since Hisoka's someone who loves to fight stronger opponents, Blaze was going to give him the opportunity. The battle started once both the combatants entered the battle stage. Hisoka looked the same as he remembered, with his attire adorned with various card symbols. His appearance is similar to that of a magician with face paint along with star and teardrop symbols on his cheeks. The battle went as expected. Castro lost? After playing with him for a while, Hisoka struck the ladder with Nen. As he's an experienced Nen user, Castro didn't suffer any disabilities during the initiation. Just as Hisoka walked out of the battle stage, he met Blaze, who had been waiting for him in the passageway. Hisoka played with the Joker card in his hand and looked at Blaze, releasing his extreme bloodlust. "Who are you? Are you up for a fight?" Blaze asked, revealing a portion of his powerful aura. "If you do, feel free to choose me as your next opponent. I am ready anytime." "Okay." Once Blaze disappeared from his view, Hisoka narrowed his eyes. He could tell Blaze is strong and the thought of fighting such an opponent excited him to the core. "I'm sure he will entertain me." After his talk with Hisoka, Blaze went back to his room to resume training. In the last 4 months, he practiced his Nen every day and grew habitual to it like haki. If he wanted, he could create a hatsu of his own without much difficulty. In fact, he tried to imitate many people's Nen ability and got succeeded with most of them. A good example is Leorio's remote punch. Like Jing, he was able to imitate it without much effort. Aside from that, he now has 130 drops of God's blood. After experimenting and analyzing for a few days, he discovered, to attain the half-god physique, he requires 3,000 drops of God's blood. Of course, he wasn't 100% certain of it, but it should be around that range. To reach that, he needs at least another 8 years to complete it. It's a long time and Blaze wasn't in any rush either. Since he's going to fight Hisoka next, he plans on creating a unique Nen ability to play with the latter. 4 days later, Blaze and Hisoka stood face to face in the battle stage of Heaven's arena on the 225th floor. Hisoka could hardly contain his excitement as it's been some time he fought any worthy opponents. Blaze had a slight smile on his face as well, looking at the excited Hisoka. Confidence oozed from the latter as if he's the most powerful. "Blaze, is it? I'm so happy, you make me feel so good. Heart suit, I am going to enjoy breaking you." Hisoka licked the Joker card in his hand and spoke. Hearing his words, Blaze laughed. "I like your confidence, but are you really that strong?" When the judge uttered the word begin, Hisoka took the initiative and dashed forward like a maniac, emanating boundless killing intent. Just from the aura alone, Blaze could tell Hisoka's on a different level than other Nen users he met. It's what you call talent. Especially his Nen, it's dense and strong. Swoosh. Facing Hisoka's tricky fighting style and sinister moves, Blaze evaded them all the same with little to no effort, as if he knew the latter's moves beforehand. It's not because Blaze can see the future, it's just Hisoka's moves are slow. Not just him, most of the fighters he encountered all had flashy moves but were slow. As for Blaze, he firmly believes in the concept of absolute strength, as all kinds of tricks and abilities are ineffective before it. The crowd cheered and yelled as both Hisoka and Blaze began to fight. The fast-paced battle excited and drew everyone into the battle. The next moment, Hisoka kicked at his face with full strength. He's using KO, concentrating his entire aura into the right feet. If Blaze attacks now, he can heavily injure Hisoka as the latter left his body defenseless. But suddenly, Blaze laughed inwardly and muttered, "Interesting," as he perceived the future. Hisoka kicked at him but his feet froze for a second, centimeters away from his face, before zooming forward with explosive force. Bang! Though the force behind the kick isn't enough to break his Ten, Blaze used Ken to block the strike. He remained unharmed. Powerful. The power behind the kick is exceptional, as it's enough to injure even master enhancers if they didn't use their full aura to block the strike. The reason behind the power is as simple as Hisoka used his hatsu, bungee gum. He connected his feet to the ground with bungee gum before the kick and let it loose once it was stretched to the maximum. It drastically increased the force behind the kick. It's simple but very efficient. That's what makes Hisoka's bungee gum terrifying. If any opponent gauges his strike with just the amount of KO or Ryu, they will suffer horribly. It's not the end of Hisoka's attack, because as soon as he noticed Blaze is unharmed, he threw the cards that appeared between his fingers at blinding speed and with absolute precision. What's extraordinary about it is, he did it from an angle that perfectly obstructed Blaze's eyesight. If not for the observation haki, even he would have been fooled. Blaze didn't try to dodge the attack but swiftly caught the cards between his fingers by coating them with Ken. Feeling the cards, he showed a surprised expression. Amazing. Hisoka's cards felt heavy as if they are steel. The latter had shrouded his cards with shu, but the amount of aura and how he applied them is extremely amazing. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. His cards were heavier at the edges while lighter at the center because he applied Ryu along with shu. splitting his aura in the cards to yield maximum output. Hisoka's eyes narrowed, witnessing Blaze catching his cards with ease. He knew very well how much aura and power he inserted in the cards. Though he's a transmutter, he mastered his enhancement to a certain degree. To catch the cards without suffering any damage, his opponent is definitely an enhancer and should have attained high-level mastery. Still, Hisoka smiled the next moment because his plan has succeeded. In the last attack, he didn't just throw the cards but also his bungee gum. It had perfectly glued to Blaze's cheek. Since his bungee gum can be concealed within, it's very difficult to spot in the middle of battle without using Gyo. Of course, Blaze sensed the bungee gum with his powerful observation haki even before it was attached to the right side of his cheek. So Hisoka's smile didn't last for long. When Blaze casually threw the cards away and touched the bungee gum to feel its texture, Hisoka's expression changed. Does he know about my ability beforehand? Hisoka wondered. Though it wasn't enough to sway his spirit, he was disappointed a little. Is this your ability? It's a good plaything. Blaze praised. Feeling the bungee gum with his own hands, he could tell its properties and nature of transformation. Plaything. Hisoka felt unresigned. It's his creation, after all, there's no way he can take this lying. However, it's really nothing in Blaze's eyes as he casually cut the bungee gum by forming a small sword made of heat with his aura. I created an ability of my own. Let's see how it is when compared to yours. Blaze's ren spiked for a moment and extended about 3 meters before morphing into a thin spherical membrane. Feeling and seeing Blaze's aura in close range, Hisoka's heart quivered in excitement as the latter's nen is incredibly powerful and beyond his imagination. Blaze concentrated and the aura around the edges of the spherical membrane solidified into some kind of transparent crystal. It gave birth to a barrier-like thing. It's a very simple use of along with the transmutation of his aura into a hard element. I call this absolute barrier. Though I created it on a whim, it's rather hard. As you can see, I transformed the aura around the barrier to make it more durable. It won't break easily. Blaze boasted with his head held high and explained, but Hisoka's in no mood to listen. Enough for chit-chat. Let's fight. Hisoka channeled his nen around his body, ready to strike. What are you saying? The fight has already ended, you lost your chances to hurt me. Blaze spread his hand and shook his head. What? Hisoka raised his eyebrows. Let me demonstrate my ability so that you can understand clearly. Blaze snapped his finger and the barrier around his body vanished. The next moment, Hisoka's face changed as he found himself in a spherical barrier. He wasn't even able to react to the attack or fathom how it happened. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Blaze smiled. Capture complete? I forgot to mention the nature of my ability. The absolute barrier is a pure defensive technique, but it can also be bestowed on others in a way to protect them. Of course, it includes foes. Hearing it, Hisoka grimaced. Blaze doesn't need to explain anymore as he understood the concept completely. Troublesome ability. Still, it doesn't prevent him from trying to break the barrier. After a few seconds, Hisoka panted as none of his tricks worked. Even his bungee gum couldn't help him. The barrier didn't even budge. He knew he won't be able to break it even if he tried for another 10 days, so he finally accepted the fact of being trapped inside. So what now? Are you going to kill me? Hisoka asked. You have the potential to be a good fighter, so I am going to let you live. I just hope the next time we meet you are at least strong enough to entertain me. Blaze spoke and undid the barrier. Hisoka felt as if he was slapped in the face. It's always him who lets his opponent live so that he can break them in the future when they become formidable, but someone did the same to him. Of course, if you try to attack me now, I will kill you, right here and right now. Blaze narrowed his eyes, revealing his killing intent that's capable of overwhelming even Hisoka. Facing Blaze, Hisoka felt as if he was being stared at by an unknown beast. His acute danger senses warned he will die if he does anything foolish. With drops of sweat on his forehead, Hisoka uttered, I am not a fool. I know when to advance and retreat. The next time we meet, it will be different. Saying this, Hisoka admitted defeat and left the battle stage. He soon disappeared from everyone's view. He has a strong spirit. The battle wasn't as exciting as he envisioned. Though Hisoka's strong, he's not at the level of overwhelming top nen masters of the world. After winning the battle against Hisoka, Blaze got the qualification to challenge the floor master, but he didn't do it as he wasn't the least bit interested. The reason he came to Heaven's Arena is for money and to engage in battle with proficient nen users like Hisoka. He accomplished what he came here for. It's time he moves. The next day, leaving Heaven's Arena, Blaze went to see a doctor and find a solution to remove the sea stone scraps in his body. It had bothered him for some time now. After scanning his body with advanced medical devices of Hunter World, the doctors found 12 sea stone scraps inside his body. The problem is, they settled in different parts of his body. Just as they decided to remove the scraps using a magnetic tool that can draw any kind of metal, it failed as the sea stone is an entirely different element. Blaze expected this outcome. He just wanted to see whether they has any method. Of course, it's not the only method as the scraps can also be removed by surgery or handled by special nen doctors. But, considering his physique, there's no way these normal doctors can cut his skin. The other method is also not feasible as he needs to be a hunter to invite special nen doctors. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Blaze decided to return to Whale Island. A white cloud, the size of a small car, sped over the sea, towards Whale Island. Blaze lazed on top of the cloud in a carefree manner with his eyes closed. The white cloud is something he created with his aura using transmutation and conjuration. To make the cloud more powerful and versatile, he added 5 drops of God's blood. As a result, it became a sentient life form. Blaze named it Little White. It's not capable of speech but intelligent, able to think and follow his words. Blaze reached Whale Island in a few hours. He directly landed in the forest a little away from the town, where he stayed when he first came. As soon as he arrived, 2 figures came running from the distance. It's Gon and the little fox bear. Blaze, you came back. Gon rushed and held him. I missed you. Not just Gon, the little fox bear also didn't forget his scent as it came forward and nudged its head on his legs showing affection. Blaze smiled and touched Gon's head. Well, I told you I will be back in a few months. He then looked at the fox bear that had grown in size. He took out the food he prepared for the little guy and threw it. Blaze, what is that? I saw something flying past just now. Did you come riding this? Gon asked as checked the white cloud that floats in midair. Little White, come here, Blaze called. He picked Gon and placed him on the cloud. Show him some of your skills. As soon as he commanded, Little White soared carrying Gon who was screaming atop his lungs. Ah, Blaze, help me. Blaze chuckled as he watched Gon disappear from his view. Gazing at the little fox bear, he said, you are next. When it heard his words, it first stood up and it ran away in fear. The little white came back after 10 minutes with Gon who lying on the cloud while his hands were tightly clutching the surfaces of the cloud for support. Yet, his eyes gleamed in excitement and enjoyment. Did you like it? Blaze asked. It's wonderful. You can play with it anytime as I will be here for the next few months. Really? Yes. Blaze replied and asked, Gon, how was your training on Zoro and Kami? Why don't you show it to me? After playing with Gon for a while, Blaze began to gather the woods to build a small wooden house since he's going to stay here for some time. He plans on spending his time in meditation and training. Whether it's haki or nin, he has a lot to learn and comprehend. He needs to utilize his time wisely. Days passed. Blaze trained in peace as there's no one to disturb him, except Gon who's also a sensible kid. He won't bother him for no reason and rarely interrupts his training. Most of the time, he would just play with Little White and Gon. In no time, 2.5 years have passed. Though there's no change in Blaze's appearance, he's 23 years old right now and it's been 3 years since he came to this world. In these 2.5 years, Blaze's strength rose steadily without any drastic change. Even he himself doesn't know how strong he's right now. His nin grew smooth and dense after much meditation, practice, and understanding. His aura is not the same as it was years ago, it's vastly different. Even if he faces the king's royal guard, he has the confidence to kill them with just nin alone. As for the king himself, he can only tell after facing him in person. If possible, he wants to have a fight with Chairman Netero, which may tell his current level of strength. If we are just talking about haki and constitution, he should be as powerful as Whitebeard in his prime. In these 3 years, his haki rose from 71.5 to 75.4 while his constitution attribute grew to 74.8 from 71.2. Aside from this, he didn't forget to develop his god's blood. Right now, 1/3 of the blood in his body has turned golden, meaning, he has nearly 1,000 drops in his body. If he hadn't used some for experimentation, he would have had more but it doesn't matter much to him. Even so, the feeling of power, it's simply wonderful but one shouldn't be intoxicated by it. Blaze knew it very well. Overconfidence leads to destruction. It's time to leave the Whale Island. Around 9 in the morning, Gon hurried towards him in excitement. Blaze, Aunt Mito agreed. She agreed to sign the hunter application card under one condition. What is it? She wants me to catch the master of the swap. I am going to do it. Gon clenched his fist. It's really an impossible condition set by Mito, as she doesn't want Gon to take the hunter exam but it's only for ordinary people. To Gon, this task poses no difficulty. Unlike in the original timeline, Blaze trained Gon very well. Though he didn't teach him nin, he made him do all types of exercises to improve the latter's physique. Then what are you waiting for? I believe you will be able to catch it quite easily. Yes, Gon then went to catch the fish. With his current strength, it's indeed a very easy task. Nov, L, B /JNN. Everything went as shown in the original timeline. This time he caught it pretty easily. Though reluctant, Mito signed Gon's hunter application card. As for Blaze, he applied for the hunter exam even before Gon. The next morning, Mito and her grandmother came to the harbor to see him off. Blaze also came to the port to board the ship but Mito came to speak with him. Mito looked at him and spoke, Mr. Blaze, please look after Gon. He's still young and inexperienced. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him with me around, Blaze assured her and boarded the ship along with Gon. Upon boarding the ship, Gon bids goodbye to the inhabitants of Whale Island and shouted, once I become the best hunter in the world, I will come back. His shout attracted the attention of other passengers on board who also came to take the hunter exam. Without minding the mocks of others, Gon observed the ship. As for Blaze, he quietly stood in the dock enjoying the sea breeze and watched Gon's actions. He also noticed Kurapika and Leorio among the ship passengers. As he knows what will happen next, he just enjoyed the process. Everything went as occurred in the anime. Gon told the captain of the ship that a storm is coming. Just as he said, the storm raged in their way, while nearly every exam applicant on the ship suffered seasick except for Gon, Blaze, Kurapika, and Leorio. After a few minutes, the captain summoned them and asked the reasons for taking the hunter exam. Gon quickly answered that he wants to know why his father chose to be a hunter. After Gon, Blaze answered, "Just for fun, as I am bored." As for Leorio and Kurapika, they both refused to reveal their reason. But, as soon as the captain announced it's part of the exam, they told their own reasons. Kurapika tells about the phantom troop who annihilated his Kurta clan, and he's taking the hunter exam as it would help him to revenge. Followed by Kurapika, Leorio declared he's taking the exam for money. The comments shared by Kurapika and Leorio spark the animosity between the two, and they go out to the deck to duel as shown in the series. Blaze watched everything with interest while the next storm came in their way, one that even the captain of the ship took seriously. Gon accompanied the crew member Kitso to help with the sail while Blaze followed them outside. Leorio and Kurapika stood face to face without bothering about the storm. But suddenly, Kitso, who came out of the cabin, was tossed out of the ship because of a wave. Leorio and Kurapika couldn't even react before Gon jumped out. The other two promptly reacted to catch Gon's legs. The incident also helped Leorio and Kurapika sort out the dispute among them. As for the captain, he's impressed with them and promised them to bring the ship to the nearest port to the exam site. Huh, that's strange. Leorio muttered and explained that the cedar tree is in the opposite direction of Zaban City, where this year hunter exam is going to be held. Gon, perhaps you misheard. Kurapika spoke. No, the captain said to go to the cedar tree. Gon shook his head. He then asked Blaze, "Blaze, what do you think we should do?" "Trust your instincts." "Okay. Then I am going to check out the tree the captain spoke of," Gon said while Kurapika followed suit. Leorio bids goodbye to them and walked in opposite direction, but he soon came back knowing it was a trap. "Are you also from Whale Island?" Leorio tried to strike a conversation with Blaze. "I come from a distant land. I just stay in Whale Island temporarily," Blaze replied. The conversation is short because both Kurapika and Leorio find Blaze is different from them. With their keen perception, they could tell he's a very strong person. They soon reached a small deserted town. A group of masked people appears with an old woman blocking their way. The old woman told them they have to undergo the quiz in order to reach the cedar tree. Clearing the quiz, a door to a tunnel opens. They are instructed to meet the navigators living in a house by the cedar tree. Upon reaching the cedar tree, they find the navigators, a couple being attacked by a shape-shifting creature, the Kiriko. After passing their test, thanks to Gon, they agreed to fly them to the exam site. Gon, Blaze, Leorio, and Kurapika arrive at Zaban City under the guidance of the navigator. He then led them to a small restaurant and helped them to the back room after providing a password to the restaurant owner. The elevator descended 100 floors below, leading them to a tunnel where all the applicants waited. Their arrival attracted everyone's gaze. "The atmosphere is strange down here," Leorio spoke. "They vastly differ from all the hunter applicants that we saw before." "Have seen," Kurapika commented. "Hello, please take a number." Beans came and gave them the identification numbers. Blaze got the number 406, the last one. Shortly after, they are befriended by Tonpa, the rookie crusher. He told them about the other applicants, particularly Hisoka, who nearly killed an examiner on last year's examination. Then it happened when an applicant bumped into Hisoka without apologizing. The latter did something that made the applicant's arms disappear. Blaze smiled seeing him. He could tell Hisoka used his nen and tricks to achieve this effect. Sensing his gaze, Hisoka turned his head just to see Blaze. He was shocked and froze for a second before coming back to his senses. As the Gon's trio spoke with Tonpa, Blaze went to meet Hisoka. "It's been some time. I hope your strength has improved since the last time we met." At that moment, the bell sounded while the examiner for the first round appeared. Satoz introduced himself and tells the participants to follow him through the tunnel as part of the first exam phase. "The hunter exam has finally begun. I apologize for the wait. The entry period for the hunter application has ended," Satoz announced. "The hunter exam will now begin." He then warned everyone about the danger of losing their lives in the process, but none of the applicants backed away. Seeing this, Satoz spoke. "Very well. All 405 applicants will participate in Phase 1. Follow me." Saying this, he started running and explained. "I'm Satoz, the Phase 1 examiner. I will lead you to the exam's second phase." "What about Phase 1? Hanzo asked. "It has already commenced," Satoz replied. "This is part of the test." His answer confused and panicked some of the hunter applicants. "You must follow me to Phase 2. This is the exam's first phase," Satoz explained. Blaze ran alongside Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio while glancing at the other participants. He also noticed the disfigured and pinned. 2 hours passed since the start of the exam. The applicants have traveled over 30 kilometers from the start point. None of them know how far they should go. They are forced to run at the leader's pace with no goal specified. With no end in sight, many have already dropped out. "I underestimated the hunter exam. Everyone here is a monster." Leorio showed signs of exhaustion, but he got irritated seeing Killua using the skating board. "You should show some respect to the hunter exam. Why are you using a skateboard? It's cheating," he yelled. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "Why?" Killua asked ignorantly. "This is an endurance test," Leorio replied. "No, it isn't." Gon expressed his view. "Huh. Gon, what are you saying?" Leorio complained in exasperation. "The examiner only told us to follow him." Gon stated the fact. Hey, how old are you? Killua asked, approaching Gon. 12 years old. Gon replied. Killua mused, we are of the same age. Guess I will run too. Killua picked the skateboard with a stylish maneuver and started running alongside Gon. He then introduced himself as Killua. I am Gon. Gon stated his name. Watching their interaction, Blaze smiled. It's a form of enjoyment to meet and see your favorite characters in person and how they interact. You two are really compatible and make a good team, Blaze commented. Who are you? Killua asked, but his body was on full alert. He could feel the aura emitting from Blaze with his sharp perception. It's even stronger than his brother Illumi. Nice to meet you. I am Blaze. Killua snorted and ignored him. Blaze didn't mind as he knew Killua's personality very well. After another few kilometers of running, many hunter applicants began to collapse. In their group, Leorio was completely exhausted and covered in sweat. He was on the verge of quitting. Thanks to Gon, he gained the motivation and starts running even ahead of them in full force. When they reached a wide staircase mark, Hunter Examiner Sato started increasing his pace. At the same time, Gon and Killua agreed to have a race to the exit and the one to win will pay for dinner. Blaze also increased his pace. When he crossed Hisoka, who was running with Illumi, Blaze sent him a glance before advancing forward. In a few steps, he joined Kurapika and Leorio. Who is he? Illumi asked. I met him 2 years ago at the Heavens Arena. Hisoka recounted his battle with Blaze. You lost. Illumi asked in a surprised tone. I want to fight him again but I am not confident of defeating him. Hisoka spoke his mind. We may have a chance if we join hands together. What do you say? You know, I don't do work for nothing, Illumi replied. But, your words have piqued my interest. Scarlet Eyes Kurapika spoke. That's why the Kurta clan was targeted, for our unique scarlet eyes. When our emotions are heightened, our eyes turn scarlet. The eyes in the scarlet state are considered one of the 7 most beautiful colors in the world. They command high prices in the black market. That's why the Phantom Torque attacked you, Leorio asked. They took every eye from my clan's remains. I can still hear their darkened eyes crying out in anguish. I swear I will capture the Phantom Troop and I will reclaim the eyes of my clan. Kurapika revealed his deepest secret. Next, Leorio told his side of the story of how his friend would not have died if he had money. Listening to their conversation, Blaze reached the end of the tunnel. Gon and Killua already waited there along with the examiner Satos and a few other participants. Once the other applicants arrived, Satos introduced them to the location as the Milzy Wetlands, also known as the Swindler's Swamp. We must cross the wetlands to reach the second phase of the hunter exam. This place is home to numerous beasts, mysterious creatures, and deadly plants who deceive humans and prey upon them. Be careful. If you let them fool you, you are dead. Stay very close to me so you won't be deceived. Just as Satos finished explaining, a shout came from afar. Don't let them fool you. A man showed up dragging an unconscious ape that had an appearance similar to Satos. He's an imposter. I am the real examiner. He then accused Satos of being a man-faced ape. The applicants become confused. What's going on? I think what he says is true. But, before the applicants could come to a conclusion, Hisoka attacked the two with his cards. The man with the ape got killed while Satos easily caught the cards with his bare hands. That settles it. You are the real one. Hisoka spoke. Of course, Satos spoke and warned Hisoka that he will be disqualified if he tried to attack him again. Sure. Hisoka accepted. Let us be on our way. Please follow me. Satos then led everyone into the Swindler's Swamp that's covered in fog. Blaze looked around in interest as he ran. Though he has seen many things in One Piece world, the HXH world has its own uniqueness. He's thoroughly enjoying this journey. After a few minutes of running, Killua suggested, feeling the tense atmosphere behind him. Gon, let's move up. Okay, Gon then shouted at Leorio and Kurapika before following Killua. As for Blaze, he was ahead of everyone. He did it so that his debut doesn't affect the original storyline as he wants to observe the fight between Gon and Hisoka. Just as he thought, everything went as shown in the series. Leorio and Kurapika separated from the group. After a few minutes, Gon went to search for them. Knowing it's time, Blaze followed Gon without alerting him. After running for a minute, he reached the location where Leorio faced Hisoka on his own. Seeing Leorio is in danger, Gon attacked Hisoka with the fishing rod. Even when facing Hisoka, he didn't show any nervousness or fear. Unlike in the original series, Blaze has taught Zoro and Kami to Gon and has improved his physical abilities by guiding him daily. He also gave him combat training. If Nonin is involved, Gon won't lose easily. Let's see how far Gon's strength has reached. Blaze watched the confrontation from the distance. Is that a fishing rod? What a fascinating weapon. Allow me to take a closer look. Hisoka spoke as he walked towards Gon. Gon didn't show any kind of fear or nervousness when facing Hisoka. But before he could make his move, Leorio attacked Hisoka from behind. The result is obvious, he was punched hard in the face and lost consciousness. Gon seized the moment and attacked from behind, which Hisoka evaded easily. You came to rescue your friend? Hisoka asked, appearing behind Gon. But Hisoka underestimated Gon and his reaction speed. Gon used Sora and vanished from the spot. Even Hisoka failed to react to the speed. The next moment, Gon once again used Zoro and rushed forward with his figures disappearing from time to time. Though Zoro is a powerful movement technique, Hisoka is not weak either. After the initial surprise, he was easily able to follow Gon's speed. Interesting. Hisoka's eye shone in excitement. He evaded Gon's attack and asked, "You are better than I thought. Did Blaze teach you those techniques?" Gon's attacks were powerful and precise, but Hisoka was even faster than Gon. The result didn't surprise Blaze much, as he knew the characters in Hunter World aren't normal either. In truth, Hisoka is really surprised by Gon's strength, but the result remained the same. He caught Gon by the neck and grasped him tightly. Gon couldn't react in time to use his Kami technique. He felt powerless and weak. Seeing Gon struggle to breathe, Hisoka let go and said, "Do not worry. I will not kill your friend. He passed the test." You passed as well. Grow up and become a fine hunter." After receiving the call from Illumi, Hisoka grabbed Leorio and asked, "You can find your way back, right?" As Hisoka walked away, Kurapika came. "Gon, are you all right?" Seeing everything is okay, Blaze silently took his leave and moved towards the second phase exam site. He didn't interfere because Gon should understand his weakness and need some motivation. "Welcome. I am Menchi, the second phase examiner. I am Buera, the other examiner." Menchi and Buera introduced themselves. Menchi states the second phase involves cooking, which made the applicants laugh and ridicule. Then, Buera tasks them to cook pork. Upon signal, the applicants dashed to the forest. Gon, Killua, Blaze, Leorio, and Kurapika went to search the forest for the pigs. It didn't take long for them to find the pigs, but aside from Blaze, none of them expected them to be carnivorous. The pigs took notice of their presence and stormed towards them. When everyone planned to run, Blaze stood in his place and simply stretched his hand. "Blaze, what are you doing? Let's go," Gon urged. But Blaze didn't move. He used his Conqueror's haki to collapse 5 pigs and scared the other ones away. "Oh, what kind of trick is this?" Leorio exclaimed while Gon, Killua, and Kurapika had surprised expressions on their faces. "Why are you all standing in a daze? Take the ingredients. Let's go and cook." Blaze spoke and grabbed a pig while others did the same. It didn't take long for the other applicants to find the weakness of the great stamp pigs and kill it. Soon, everyone came with a pig in hand. Like in the series, most used the crudest method known, roasting the entire pig. As for Blaze, he cut the pig into slices and coated them with spices before barbecuing. Still, he knew mecha will fail everyone even if the dish is good. So, after grilling them, he ate and shared it with Gon, Killua, Leorio, and Kurapika. "It's good," Leorio commented while others also enjoyed the dish. Blaze consumed most of it and left just 2 pieces for the examiner. Like in the series, Menchi fails everyone for different reasons. The same happened to Blaze, saying the food is not delicious. "What? Even you failed?" Gon exclaimed. Blaze just shrugged. After a few minutes, Menchi failed everyone, saying she's full. The hunter applicants were surprised by the decision. "No one has passed. Are you serious? Does she really mean it? The exam is over." Many couldn't accept the decision. Toto, the wrestler, snapped and destroyed the kitchen utensils out of anger. "I won't accept it. Nov, L.B//JNN. As applicants and Menchi fought with words, an airship floated above the exam site. The next moment, an elderly man jumps the airship and landed on the ground, creating a crater. Chairman Netero. Blaze's fighting spirit ignited. He can't wait to fight him, someone who stands at the peak of the HXH world. With his observation haki, he could sense Netero is stronger than he expected. "Who's that geezer?" "He's Chairman Netero, one in charge of the hunter exam," Menchi explained to the applicants. Netero asked Menchi if she really failed them because of their unwillingness to try new things. Menchi admits losing her cool after her profession was insulted and making the exam harder. She informed him that she will resign as an examiner and requested the chairman to redo the second phase. "Very well, how about this?" Netero spoke, "You will continue to serve as the examiner, but you must also participate in the new test you propose. Is it okay?" "I agree. Then the new exam will be boiled eggs." Menchi requested the chairman to bring them all to Split Mountain. Boarding the airship, they reached the Split Mountain where the new exam is going to be conducted. "Now, everyone, look down there. The new exam is collecting the spider eagle's eggs. They build webs down there. Spider eagles build their webs deep in the ravine to protect the eggs from predators. This makes spider eagle eggs are most difficult to obtain in the world," Netero explained. Menchi then showed how to obtain the eggs by jumping onto the ravine. Dangling on the webs for a few seconds, she got the eggs and was brought up by an updraft. After that, the other daring applicants jumped onto the ravine before Menchi could explain things clearly. Thanks to Gon, aside from some of them, everyone successfully got the eggs. Returning to the surface, everyone cooked the eggs and enjoyed the taste. Even Blaze finds it very delicious. HXH world is really filled with mysteries. Allow me to introduce myself to the remaining 43 applicants. As soon as everyone boarded the airship, Chairman Netero formally introduced himself and Beans. Beans announced that the airship will arrive at the site of the third phase the next morning at 8 a.m. The applicants are thus free to dine, rest, and do they please until contacted. Gon and Killua ran off to explore the airship while Leorio and Kurapika decide to rest for the night. As for Blaze, he went to the dining hall to have some food. After having some food, he plans to go and meet Netero. After having his fill, Blaze left the dining hall and toured the ship. It didn't take long for him to find the room where Gon and Killua are playing the ball game with Netero. By the time he reached the place, Killua came out with a pissed-off look. The latter was surprised to see him standing outside the door. Seeing his expression, Blaze chuckled. "You quit too soon. I guess you don't have the skill to take the ball from the old man. I am in a bad now, don't get in my way. Killua spoke and tried to walk past but Blaze stopped him. Oh, what will you do if I block your way? Kill me? Blaze asked with a playful expression. Killua snapped. He didn't hesitate for a second to attack. He aimed directly for Blaze's heart while the nails in his hand turned razor-sharp like that of a beast claw. But Blaze effortlessly caught Killua's hand and tightened his grip, making the other party moan in pain. You should refrain from attacking me. If you do that again, I may accidentally kill you. Saying this, Blaze emitted his ren, infusing it with ruthless killing intent. It was just for a moment, but it's enough to scare Killua so much. With tremendous force, Killua broke free from his hold by twisting his hands and leaped back, creating some distance between them. Sweat formed on his forehead as he looked at Blaze in terror and fear. Run, you are not his opponent. Illumi's thoughts engulfed his mind. Hey, I was just joking. Don't be afraid. You have to control your killing impulse. What will Gon think if he finds that you kill for the slightest grievance? Blaze spread his hand and spoke. Killua didn't buy it, but Blaze's last sentence brought him back to his senses. He calmed his mind. Go and take some rest, Blaze said and entered the room where Gon and Netero are playing. Inside the room, Gon was using everything he got to take the ball from Netero. The Soru technique he taught didn't give him an advantage against a character like Netero. Still, the Soru technique clearly surprised Netero, as he didn't expect a kid like Gon to know such profound technique. With a glance, he could tell it would help Gon in the future. Click. Blaze came inside. His sudden arrival made the two pause the game and look at him. Seeing him, Gon shouted, Blaze, you came at the right time. Netero-san said that he will give us the hunter license if we get the ball. Really? It doesn't seem that hard. Blaze spoke with a slight smile. No, my offer is only for the two kids, not for others. Netero declined, as he could tell Blaze isn't an ordinary person. I don't need your offer. Old man, I came to fight you. I hope you are as powerful as others say. Blaze spoke, revealing part of his aura, astonishing Netero. Oh, sensing his aura, Netero squinted his eyes. He's stronger than I thought. Maybe I can warm up my old bones. But who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? First take the ball from me, then we will talk about the fight. What do you say? Netero chuckled. Deal. Blaze agreed, as he was waiting for this. He was worried that the old man will decline his proposal. Taking his white robe off, he walked towards the center of the room and stood opposite Netero. Cracking his neck, Blaze asked, Can we start? Sure. Netero and Blaze stood face to face, ready to attack any moment. The two moved at the same time. Both of them looked at each other while lightning sparkled between them. Blaze made his move, dashing forward at extreme speed. Fast. Netero punched his leg and backed away while Blaze pursued. Blaze didn't use his full strength, as doing would definitely destroy the airship. At the same time, he could tell Netero is also doing the same. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Meaning, they aren't using their full strength. They are competing with just speed and reflex. On the side, Gon looked at the play with an astounded expression, as he was having a hard time following the moving figures of both Blaze and Netero. After a minute, Blaze showed a surprised expression. He had to agree, when it comes to pure speed and reflex, Netero bests him. He's really strong. Blaze mused. After all, he's a human who surpassed the limit of his body by training to the extreme. Looks like I won't be able to beat him without using future sight. Thinking through, he didn't hold back his observation haki anymore. The battle changed the next moment. Blaze's hands reached the ball easily. Though Netero reacted and saved it from falling into his hand, it happened again. Netero couldn't believe his eyes. How can he predict my movements so accurately? Did he use nen that's related to future? He didn't have the luxury to think, as Blaze's speed and reflex began to match his. If this continues, I would lose. Netero suddenly increased his physical power and moved away from him. Blaze didn't continue to chase. He stopped in his tracks and looked at Netero. You lost? Netero didn't deny his words, as he knew he's the one who lost his cool. If they continued to compete, increasing their physical power, it would destroy the airship and put countless applicants' life in danger. We will meet after the hunter exam is over, Netero spoke. Good. Let's go, Gon. You should take some rest. Blaze left the room with Gon. After he took his leave, Netero stroked his beard and was in serious thought. Pondering for a minute, he called someone and told them to check on Blaze's background. He's interesting. Next day, the airship reached the next destination, where the third phase of the hunter exam is going to be held, Trick Tower, a prison wherein long-term criminals are kept. Once everyone landed, Bean stated the aim of the third phase of the hunter exam, which is to safely arrive at the bottom of Trick Tower within 72 hours. The third phase started. After a while, Kurapika realized that the number of people has decreased by half. At that time, Gon found the secret stone titles, and the way in is to flip them. After a discussion, they all picked a tile and entered the tower. Blaze also did the same. His appearance replaced Tonpa. Like in the original series, they all ended up in the same room. They saw 5 watches in the room with 2 buttons on each of them, an X and O. A door appeared once they wore the watch. The next moment, the voice of the third pace examiner, Lippo, came from the mic. He told them the rules. They have to vote whether to open the door or not. Everybody voted to open and walked through the door that led them to another room. After another puzzle, they advanced to a large room with a platform in the middle. On the other side, there are 5 prisoners. They must beat at least 3 of them in a challenge to advance in the tower. Lipo once explained the rules. You will be fighting against the 5 of them. The fights will be one-on-one and you can only fight once. There can be no draws. The prisoner's sentence will be reduced by 1 year for every hour they delay the applicants. In other words, their goal is to buy time. The first prisoner is Ben. He came forward and spoke. I'm up first. Choose your combatant. I will go. Blaze spoke and came forward before the others could decide. Blaze. Gon looked at him. Are you sure? Kurapika asked. Nothing to worry about, they are just a bunch of criminals. Blaze walked to the stage at the center while his opponent did the same. Now, let us determine the method of combat. I propose a death match. Ben. proposed. No problem. Can we start? Blaze nonchalantly agreed, but Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio were dismayed. Will Blaze be okay? Leorio asked. You guys don't know him well. None of the criminals aren't his opponents. Killua uttered as he know Blaze's strength to some extent. Ben. Didn't rush to attack, he studied Blaze. His opponent's untroubled and composed look rang warnings in his mind. He could tell Blaze didn't take him seriously as the latter didn't put any guard against him as if he knew he would win. This kind of confidence made him uneasy. Gritting his teeth, Ben. Decided to attack as he has no other choice and can't give up. The next moment, he leaped high in the air and came at Blaze. He aimed for his throat. Facing his attack, Blaze stood without any care in the world. Swoosh. Blaze simply waved his hand when Ben. Was centimeters away from gripping his throat and the latter's head flew in the air while his headless body dropped to the ground. There was pin-drop silence as no one except Killua understood how Ben. Was killed. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Blaze calmly walked back to his team's side. Killua looked at Blaze in terror as only he saw clearly what happened at that moment. Blaze waved his hand at an extreme speed, generating some sort of wind blade that severed Ben.'s head. The criminals on the side came out of their daze, they looked at Blaze with fearful expressions and at the same time felt relieved that they don't have to face him. Inside the monitoring room, Lipo similarly witnessed what happened. Just like others, he too didn't see how Blaze killed Ben. He's strong. The next prisoner is Sudokan, who has been sentenced to 149 years for serial bombings. Gon volunteered to face him. I will go. Like in the series, Sudokan proposes a match to see whose candle burns the longest. Gon chooses the longer candle, unaware no matter what candle he chooses it's going to burn faster. Thanks to his quick thinking and reaction, Gon kept his candle on the floor and sprinted towards Sudokan to blow his candle out. Just like that, he won. Unlike in the series, they won both matches without much effort. They just need to win another one to advance to the next round. But instead of Mactani who was supposed to face Kurapika, Jonas the serial killer came forward. His appearance alerted Leorio who seemed to know about him. We should give up this match, Leorio suggested. Just as Kurapika thought of going forward to face him, Blaze stopped him. Killua, you go. Why are you asking Killua to fight him? Leorio asked. There's no need for him to risk his life. We already won 2 matches. Just watch. Killua didn't mind fighting him, so he walked to the platform and faced Jonas. How are we settling the contest? Killua directly asked with his hands inside the pocket. Jonas replied. Contest? You seem to be confused. This will be a one-sided massacre. I have no interest in the exam or any offer of pardon. I just want to hear you scream. Really? Okay. Then the loser is the one who dies. Killua proposed. Jonas looked amused and agreed. The next moment, before Jonas can even make a move or speak, Killua ripped his heart out in an instant without any effort, shocking everyone present. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. W what? Jonas was confused and felt cold. When Killua showed his beating heart, the latter pleaded to give his heart back, but in a matter of seconds, he was dead. Killua's win put the score at 3-0. They won the contest without losing any match. A small path suddenly appeared as soon as they won. The path didn't directly lead them to the finish line. They were forced to cross various hurdles to reach the bottom of the tower. After many obstacles, they all arrive in a small room with 2 doors. They encounter a very difficult choice. The first is to choose the door with an O mark that allows 5 to pass, but is long and difficult, while the second is to choose the door with the X mark that is short and easy, which requires only 3 minutes but only allows 3 to pass. This time, Lipo told them the long path will take more than 70 hours to reach. His sentence is basically forcing them to fight each other. I am choosing O. Gon was determined while others also followed his choice. As soon as they choose, the long and difficult road opened. Actually, we don't have to travel the long one since the short is just on the other side. Saying this, Blaze touched the brick wall. We can destroy the wall with the weapons in that room. Gon's eyes brightened. No need. Blaze placed his palm on the wall and released his nun, which directly destroyed the wall. Wow, let's go. In the monitoring room, Lipo looked at the destroyed wall in shock as he knew how deep and hard the wall is. Even if they used a weapon, it would have taken 1 hour for them to dig it. But now, it was destroyed with a single blow. He's dangerous. Using the short path, they directly reached the finish line. In the final space, they saw Hisoka, Gitaraker, and Hanzo. We finally reached. Leorio exhaled. They all have passed the 3rd phase of the Hunter exam, they just need to wait for the remaining time before moving to the 4th phase. After 70 hours, they exited the Trick Tower along with other Hunter applicants who passed the 3rd phase. Finally, there were 25 candidates. As soon as they came out, Lipo greeted and congratulated them. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on passing the 3rd phase of the Hunter exam. Only the 4th phase and final one remain. The 4th phase will take place on Zivil Island. He pointed at the island behind them. The next moment, an examiner comes with a wheeled table with a box on it. Lipo then told them they need to draw lots to determine who will hunt and who will be hunted. Lipo then called them to draw the lots in the order they exited the tower. Hisoka is first, followed by Illumi and Hanzo. The 4th one is Blaze. He went forward to draw the lot which was sealed, concealing the information within it. Once everyone drew the card, Lipo spoke. Everyone took the card? Now, remove the seal from your card. As everyone looked into the card, Lipo revealed the application of the card. The card indicates the target. As soon as he said it, everyone hurriedly hid their own ID tag. The box has recorded which card was drawn by who. The objective is to steal your target's badge. Naturally, you are allowed to use any method you choose to steal ID tags, including killing your target and taking the tag off from the corpse. Lipo continued. Listen carefully. Your target's ID is worth 3 points. Your own ID is also worth 3 points. All other ID tags are worth 1 point. You will need 6 points in total to advance to the final phase. So, in Zivil Island you have to collect 6 points to advance to the next phase. After that, all of them entered a small steamboat that took them to Zivil Island. On the boat, Blaze looked at the number tag in his hand, 301. He knew it was Illumi's ID tag number. My luck is good. I thought it would be boring. After 2 hours, the boat reached Zivil Island. The 4th phase of the Hunter exam began. Zivil Island. Blaze exited the boat 2 minutes after Hanzo and walked in the direction his target, Illumi, went. It didn't take long for him to find and reach the location of Illumi. He found the latter in a forest-covered region, situated in the center of the Zivil Island. As I thought, I am your target. I guess my luck is bad today. Illumi spoke as he removed the pins from his body, while his appearance returned to normal. From his words, it's easy to guess that he was clearly waiting for Blaze here. I heard from Hisoka that you are very strong. If even he says so, I think you are not an easy one to fight. N/O/Vel/B/in.C//om. Killua is completely unlike you. Considering his natural talent, it won't take long before he surpasses you. Blaze shook his head. Since you know you are my target, are you going to hand your tag or do I have to take it myself? You know Killua is my brother. Illumi asked. Though it's not some secret, not many know about the Zaldik family details. It's not much of a secret. Blaze shrugged and asked, are we doing it or not? Hisoka, how long are you going to hide? Come out. You know. Illumi asked without any change in expression. Blaze smiled. When I got the target number I purposely looked at you 2 times so that you notice my target is you. And, I know you would team up with Hisoka. Fighting you alone would be boring, with Hisoka it would be slightly interesting. Hisoka came from behind the tree and looked at Blaze. You are so confident of yourself. Trust me, when you reach my level you would understand my state of mind. Blaze spoke and snapped his fingers. The white coat he wore suddenly disrobed on its own and transformed into a small cloud. Little White, teach them a lesson. If you defeat them both without my help, I will give you a drop. As soon as Little White heard his words, it seemed to be excited. Seeing its enthusiasm, Blaze chuckled and jumped onto the nearby tree branch to watch the show. Little White divided itself into 2 parts and further transformed into a faceless human form with an athletic figure and height reaching 6 feet. Illumi and Hisoka looked at the human cloud in wonder and astonishment. They knew if they want to get to Blaze, they need to take care of it first. Both of them attacked at the same time intending to destroy it. But, will it be so easy? For your information, Little White is an intelligent creature. It has its own life aura. Blaze notified with goodwill. He wasn't exaggerating with the statement. In fact, it took him some time to figure out the true capabilities of Little White that's made with 5 drops of his god's blood. Blaze knew god's blood isn't some simple energy that just enhances his physique or improves his strength upon burning. It's fascinating energy with many mystical properties. Since he has no guidance, he had to experiment and find its innate characteristics on his own, so even now, he doesn't know the full capabilities of his god's blood. As Illumi and Hisoka rushed to attack, Little White activated its Ren. Seeing the Ren, Illumi and Hisoka stopped on their tracks as the pureness and quantity of the aura is almost on par with them. At that moment they knew, the fight isn't going to be an easy one. But, if they get entangled with the cloud thing and consume their strength, how will they take out Blaze? Illumi and Hisoka looked at each other, coming to an agreement. The next moment, Hisoka went forward to block the 2 bodies of Little White while Illumi rushed towards Blaze. It's not that easy, Blaze chuckled seeing their little antics. Little White has been with him for 2.5 years. Since it's intelligent, it learned Nen and trained with him. It won't be easy to get past or defeat Little White. One of the Little White bodies easily blocked Hisoka and another one went to obstruct Illumi from advancing forward. Hisoka's punched Little White in frustration, coating his fist with Nen, but to his astonishment, his arm passed through without making any contact. Before he could retrieve his hand, the gaseous form of Little White solidified, locking Hisoka's arm in place. The next moment, a fist swirling with lightning struck his face and sent him flying back. Hisoka's figure banged into the tree trunk and slid to the ground while smoke emanated from his body. The feeling of being struck with lightning isn't good, as Hisoka's entire body tingled with pain. At the same time, Illumi's figure smashed into the tree next to Hisoka. Though he wasn't struck by lightning, He was punched in the face with a hardened fist of Little White. Rising to his feet, Hisoka spoke. That thing isn't weaker than us, but its ability is weird. It can turn gaseous, solidify and emit lightning. I don't know what other abilities it has. It seems we won't be able to destroy it without revealing our strength. Let's do it. Illumi too rose to his feet while countless needles with yellow top appeared in his hand. Illumi and Hisoka once again fought two forms of Little White. An hour passed. Though Little White is strong, it couldn't fight them both by dividing itself into two. After a few minutes into the battle, Illumi and Hisoka got accustomed to the fighting style of Little White and began to counterattack. After an hour of resistance, Little White couldn't hold anymore as its entire body was torn into countless fragments by Illumi and Hisoka. Knowing it's time, Blaze waved his hand. Little White was magically teleported to his side along with the countless shredded fragments that were ripped from its body. Then, the torn fragments fused into Little White, transforming it back into the original shape. Still, it looked deflated, wasting too much energy and life aura. Sensing its depressing emotion, Blaze comforted and said, "Don't worry, you fought well. It's your first actual fight. After all, it's not that bad to lose. I will give you a drop for your effort." But, Blaze's word didn't seem to comfort it in the least. With silence, Little White transformed into the white robe and equipped itself on Blaze to rest. He knew it won't be easy for Little White to win Illumi or Hisoka. The reason why he let it fight them is to get experience and develop on its own. "Okay, you guys earned the right to fight me. Shall we start?" Blaze asked while gazing at Illumi and Hisoka. Blaze stood with his hands folded. As for Illumi and Hisoka, they pushed their into the peak and then enveloped the entire body with 10 ready to handle any situation. Seeing their cautious stance and expression, Blaze knew they won't make any move without any provocation. So, he activated his Nen ability, God's Domain. The next moment, an overpowering ran erupted from his body and extended to nearly 500 meters. Then, he further used his Ten to shape the aura. The reason why he gave the name God's Domain is because he's pretty much invincible within the range of his N. His N is different from others as he changed his aura into solar energy. In a few seconds, his aura will start to increase the temperature within the 500-meter circle. Furthermore, he created this Nen ability with the base of his Sun fruit. Within the domain, he can pretty much use all his Sun fruit abilities. Opposite to him, Illumi and Hisoka's expression turned to the worst when they felt his overwhelming ran. It's completely on another level. Blaze sent a punch in an upward motion similar to uppercut. The next moment, bang, a force hit Hisoka's jaw, who was some meters away from him, and sent him flying in the air. Before his body could touch the ground, Hisoka was magically teleported right in front of Blaze, who kicked him once again clearly in the face. The power behind the kick directly knocked Hisoka unconscious and smashed him far away. Though he didn't use any special kind of skill or KO, Blaze didn't hold back his strength. He had to commend Hisoka for his reaction. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The latter used his bungee gum and can just before the point of impact to reduce the damage. Still, he couldn't resist Blaze's blow from knocking him unconscious. After dealing with Hisoka, Blaze set his sight on Illumi. Coming from the Zaldik household, he is pretty strong, being trained from a young age by a powerful Nen master. There's no need to say anything about his combat skills as he's proficient in hand combat and assassination. In Blaze's eyes, Illumi is a tad bit stronger than Hisoka. Still, it's no way near to entertain him. Maybe, if it's his grandfather Zeno, he may put some struggle. On the other hand, Illumi watched Blaze's every action attentively as he couldn't even react or comprehend how Hisoka was beaten. His instinct is screaming at him to run far away as fast as possible or he will die, but Illumi forcibly held his thoughts and stayed put. He wants to fight. Blaze smiled and extended his left hand in a grabbing motion. Seeing his movement, Illumi's body went on high alert, but some kind of unknown energy forcibly surrounded his body. He could do nothing to stop it. The next moment, to his astonishment, he was teleported and was held by the neck. Blaze clutched Illumi's neck tightly and looked at the latter in playful expression. To others, you guys may be strong, but to me, you are just ant that I can squash anytime I want. Uttering the words, Blaze punched Illumi in the face. Though the latter tried to block the attack by crossing his hands, it did nothing as Blaze's punch ignored his defense and struck him squarely in the nose. Illumi felt dizzy from the impact while a ringing sound reverberated around his ear. With blood dripping from his broken nose and mouth, he looked miserable. Getting his number tag, Blaze tossed Illumi in the opposite direction that he smashed Hisoka and walked away. Though he messed with Illumi and Hisoka, it didn't alter the HXH timeline by much. Blaze picked a good spot at the center of the island and watched the hunt of other applicants with his new sensing ability that he developed that combines his observation haki and transmuted Nen. He transmuted his life aura into solar energy and it began to slowly spread the entire island. One can say it's an enhanced version of his Nen ability God's Domain. But it can't be used in the battle as it takes some time to activate. With that, Blaze was able to see everything that's happening on the island. As the temperature of solar energy that Blaze spread is the same as the atmospheric temperature, not even powerful or perceptive Nen masters can detect his spying. Blaze first observed Gon. He located Gon in the northeast direction. The latter was secretly watching the confrontation between Pakal and Q. Gon was amazed at how Pakal masked his presence while stalking his prey and equally impressed that his opponent was able to sense it. Seeing their confrontation gave an idea to Gon how he should approach Hisoka. He then began to practice with his fishing rod, without knowing he's watched by Jiretta. Blaze then searched Leorio, Killua, and Kurapika. None of them met any match, they were just strolling the island looking for the other applicants. After 2 days of training, Gon finally perfected the technique to snatch Hisoka's badge after mastering the art of hunting. Finding that the scent of blood attracts hemotropic butterflies, Gon took advantage of this fact and used hemotropic butterflies to lead him to Hisoka's location. It didn't take long for him to find Hisoka, who was sitting under a tree. As for the injuries Hisoka suffered from Blaze, he covered them with texture surprise. Now, Gon has to wait for the right opportunity. This time, neither Illumi nor his target came to Hisoka. Maybe Blaze's appearance and his actions changed some of the events. A day passed with Hisoka and Gon doing nothing. But, the former finally decided to search for his target and came across Leorio and Kurapika, who already teamed up. After meeting and seeing Leorio and Kurapika's progress, Hisoka was a little excited, making him forget his humiliating loss against Blaze. Hisoka's killing intent suddenly spiked, scaring the nearby animals and frightening Gon very much. The following events went as happened in the original timeline. Hisoka began to search for his next prey while Gon followed. When Hisoka found Agon and was entranced by the thought of killing the latter, Gon acted. With pinpoint accuracy, he stole Hisoka's tag. Watching the scene, Blaze chuckled as this was one of the best scenes in the HXH that he likes very much. To see it in person, he was truly happy. Catching the tag that lands perfectly in his hand, Gon looked at Hisoka and found the latter was staring at him with a gleam in his eyes. Wasting no time, Gon flew from the spot. Before Gon can truly celebrate the fact of stealing Hisoka's tag, he suddenly lost control of his body and collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. Jiretta, who was targeting Gon from the beginning, appeared and took both Hisoka and Gon's tags. A moment later, Jiretta's corpse crashed before Gon. When Gon looked above, he saw Hisoka standing over him with a smile on his face, expressing how impressed he was. Everything went as happened in the original timeline. Hisoka dropped Gon's and his own tag and commended Gon for his job before walking away. But, Gon doesn't want that, so he rose to his feet even with a paralyzing effect and told Hisoka to take back the tag. Hisoka came back and punched him heavily in the face. "I'll take it back only when you are able to punch me in the face, just like that. Till then, I shall leave the tag with you." Saying this, he walked off. The event seriously affected Gon. He looked lost and dejected even though he got the tag. 7 days passed. An announcement rang, the 4th phase of the exam has just ended. Applicants, please return to the start line point. You will be given 1 extra hour. If you do not return in that time, you will fail the exam. Furthermore, you are not allowed to exchange tags anymore. If found, you will be disqualified. Hearing the announcement, Blaze stood up from his position and walked toward the starting line at a slow pace. When he reached the start line, he saw Hisoka, Illumi, Pakal, Killua, Hanzo, and Botaro. Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio appeared at the end of the time limit. Aside from him being an extra one, there wasn't any change in the list of applicants who passed. After presenting the tags, the 4th phase of the Hunter exam officially ended with 10 remaining applicants. After that, all the participants who passed are taken to their next destination. On the airship, Chairman Netero interviewed each examinee and asked them who they look out for and who they least want to fight. When it came to Blaze's turn, he too answered honestly. "I keep my eye on number 405. He's a good kid with potential. As for the other question, I don't want to fight 405, 99, 403, and 404, as I see them as my friends." Netero asked. "Why do you want to become a hunter?" "I don't have any interest to become a hunter. I just came here for a fun." "Well, having a hunter's license may come in handy. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." The next day, the 10 remaining applicants arrived at where the final phase of the exam is going to be held, a hotel owned by the Hunter Exam Selection Committee. "For the final phase, we will hold a one-on-one tournament." Chairman Netero explained and revealed the bracket he had drawn. When the others wondered whether only the last person standing is going to pass, Netero denied and spoke. "No, one win is all you need to pass. The winners are removed from the bracket while losers continue up. In other words, the person who finishes at the top won't pass." The bracket was the same as shown in the series, except there was one extra line that directly connected to the top, his. Blaze had an amusing expression as it means he will be fighting the final loser. Netero then explained why some applicants have more chances of passing the exam than others and about the 3 criteria: physical strength, mental strength, and overall impression. After the explanation and rules of the fight, the final phase begins with the first match being between Gon and Hanzo. Struggling for hours and using all the tricks under his sleeve, Hanzo couldn't break Gon's spirit and determination. Knowing it's futile, he directly admitted defeat and knocked out Gon. The first fight ended with Gon's victory. There was no change in the following fights until the match between Killua and Gitaraker. Learning that Gitaraker is actually his older brother, Illumi, Killua was shocked and scared at the same time. Killua surrendered in fear of his brother and considered the well-being of Gon. Blaze didn't meddle in the affairs, just silently watched from the sidelines. Afterward, the match between Botaro and Leorio took place. Killua suddenly appeared behind Botaro and killed him, resulting in his disqualification. So, everyone aside from him passed the Hunter exam. With that, the Hunter exam has officially ended. Later, the past applicants were taken to a classroom-styled room and Beans presented the hunter's license to everyone along with an illustration book of some sort regarding Hunter Association. At that moment, the door to the room was smashed open and Gon came. He confronted Illumi and broke his arm in the process while saying he will rescue Killua. After their dispute, Beans officially introduced the use of Hunter's license to everyone. Once everything ended, Gon chased after Illumi while Kurapika and Leorio followed. As for Blaze, he walked towards Netero. "Old man Netero, you are going to keep your promise, right?" Of course Netero agreed. In truth, he was also thrilled to fight Blaze after knowing how strong the latter is. "It's not the right place to battle. We will move to some open ground." "Sure." On the side, Menchi, Buera, Lipo, Satos, and Beans looked at one another with a look of surprise. "That man and Chairman Netero are going to battle." "Chairman, are you serious?" Satos asked. "It seems so," Netero replied casually. "Can we watch it?" Menchi asked. "I don't mind," Netero said and looked at Blaze. "No problem. Blaze too don't mind some spectators." On the other hand, after confronting Illumi again and confirming Killua's location, Gon, Kurapika, and Leorio decided to go to Kukuro Mountain to see Killua. Gon came to ask him but Blaze rejected him as he has an agreement with Chairman Netero. "We will meet after some time. Here is my phone number, contact me if you need anything." Blaze said goodbye to Gon and left with Netero. Next day, Blaze, Netero, and others arrived at some unknown island located west of Kukinyu Kingdom. The island is deserted with little to no signs of life as if countless battles had happened here. "Is this some kind of battleground where you fight others?" Blaze asked looking around. "I have indeed battled here for few times but it was long back," Netero answered casually while stretching his body. He wore his favorite heart-shaped t-shirt that he only wears. From this one can discern, Netero takes the fight seriously. "Let's start. You guys stay away." Blaze spoke, looking at Menchi, Buera, Satos, and Beans. Hearing his words, they looked at Blaze in ridicule. Though they aren't as strong as Chairman Netero, all of them are Nen masters with experience. Seeing their looks, Blaze knew what they are thinking. "As you wish." Blaze shrugged and released his aura. Blaze's Ren was vast, imposing, and powerful. It directly blasted the others some meters away. Only Netero stood in the same place unaffected. Feeling the magnitude of his Ren, Netero finally showed an astonished expression while his carefree attitude was long gone. Finally some worthy opponent. "Chairman Netero, I hope you don't disappoint me. You don't know how long I have been craving for a blood-boiling battle." Blaze uttered while his conqueror's haki erupted like a volcano that suppressed for a long time, even affecting the surrounding. Aside from Netero, the others felt as if someone placed a huge mountain on their heads. Without knowing, their knees weakened as if they lost all their strength. "What's happening?" Beans cried, perspiring heavily. "Why the sudden pressure? It directly affects our consciousness." Menchi yelled while her knees hit the ground. The same happened to Buera. "What kind of power is this?" Satos spoke, resisting the haki with all his willpower. Though they were affected by Blaze's haki and their condition isn't in the best state, the fact that they hadn't lost their consciousness is worthy of praise. With Blaze's current level of haki, if their strength and willpower hadn't reached a certain level, they won't be able to stand before him. On the other hand, Netero was surprised and excited at the same time. He too sensed the strange power released by Blaze, but it didn't affect him in any way. As someone who's vastly experienced and seen the world, it didn't take long for Netero to figure out the effectiveness of haki. It seems to affect one's mind but it varies based on individual. "It didn't affect me, is it because I am strong?" The next moment, Netero also released his powerful Ren while thinking. How many years has it been? Finally, someone worthy has arrived. As his goal has always been to find a worthy opponent against whom he could fight with his all. Blaze and Netero stood facing one another, waiting for the other to make the move. The air was heavy with two powerful Ren clashing while the ground beneath them cracked like spider webs. Blaze decided to make the first move as he knew Netero got accustomed to letting his opponent make the first move. He activated his Nen ability, God's Domain, while his N reached 500 meters. If Blaze wants, he could increase the range of his N, but it would reduce the might of his skill. Sensing the range of his N, Netero was shocked. "I think I am underestimating him." Wasting no time, Blaze smashed his fist at Netero without holding back his strength. Before Netero could comprehend what Blaze is doing by punching from far away, his senses warned him. With an inhuman reaction, he put strength in his legs and jumped back. Landing a few meters away from the original position, he looked at Blaze in astonishment. "Just now, his punch reached me. How? Some kind of space technique?" "No. His Nen ability is somewhat related to his N as he hadn't deactivated it." Netero reacted and thought. At the same moment, Blaze was surprised to see Netero evading the strike. He commented in his heart. Good reflex. He could tell Netero's aura isn't as vast as him but his Nen is more polished, which can only be obtained with experience and training hard for years. Blaze decided to attack again but didn't use the same trick as he knew it was useless against Netero who has great perception and reflex. Thinking through, he dashed towards him at full speed. A head-on battle? Netero didn't take Blaze lightly as he formed a prayer sign that left after images. As soon as he clasped his hand, his Nen ability 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva activated. A multi-armed Nen construct materialized behind him that had the form of a gigantic statue of Guanyin. Nov. L. B //JNN. As everything happened in a split second, even Blaze couldn't follow the speed. Before he could reach Netero, the latter waved his right hand in a slapping motion. The next moment, an overwhelming mighty force came towards Blaze on his left-hand side. It was simply too fast to react as he only had time to channel his aura to the left-hand side for defense. Boom! He was slapped far away by the mighty force without a chance to resist. His body flew with no sign of stopping under the overpowering strength. Blaze knew if he don't do something he would be thrown far away. With a thought, countless chains formed of his heat aura and directly penetrated the ground for support. After the combined aid of thousands of chains, he stopped his body. If not for him being inside God's domain, he would have been thrown further away. I was careless. Blaze muttered and glanced at his left hand, which is completely broken. He could tell the bones inside were shattered in multiple places. In that attack, he saw the vastness of perfection and pinnacle of strength reached by Netero. A kind of awe rose in his heart while he truly began to respect the old man who trained countless years to perfect his technique. The strike showed him how much hard work and dedication the latter has put in. Netero raised his eyebrow in wonder, looking at Blaze's condition. Just a broken hand? It was a direct hit, though. He's tough. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. On the other side, Beans, Menchi, Buera, and Satos were quite amazed at the Netero's non ability they had witnessed and enthralled by the profound might behind it. At the same time, they were horrified to see Blaze unharmed with just a minor injury after meeting the attack head-on. He's another monster like Chairman Netero. Where did he come from? Satos muttered. Dusting himself with his right hand, Blaze thought, and the injury on his left hand healed itself and was back to the original state in a matter of seconds. Blaze wasn't in a hurry to launch his next strike. The last encounter showed him everything that he wanted to know and where his current strength lie. His aura is stronger than Netero, but the latter is more powerful when it comes to aura quality, speed, and reflex. If he doesn't find any way to overcome Netero's 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva, he won't be able to reach him. No wonder even King Miruem, who was superior in strength, struggled to touch Netero. I am going to enjoy this fight. Thinking up to this point, Blaze was fired up while even more powerful Ren exploded out of him, startling everyone. A clear example of Nen getting powerful with extreme emotion. The next moment, Blaze's figure vanished and reappeared on the original spot as he once again stood opposite Netero. Another feature of his Nen ability, he can shift to any spot within God's domain. As Blaze channeled his entire aura to his fist, a translucent golden sphere covered his right hand. Seconds passed, the continuous aura input transformed the golden orb into a miniature sun. As soon as it happened, it began to affect the surrounding. The high temperature showed signs of melting the ground beneath him while an oppressive air spread. The destructive might scared the hell out of Beans, Menchi, Buera, and Satos, urging them to run further away from the battlefield. As for Netero, he squinted his eyes seeing Blaze leave his body unprotected to gather his aura on his right fist. Smirking a little, you are underestimating me, young man. Did you believe that I would just stand here and watch you prepare your attack? Uttering the words, Netero changed his stance and clasped his hands in a fluid motion. As he clasped, the Bodhisattva and construct behind him attacked. Third hand. The construct attacked with both hands in a way that was clasping, intending to crush Blaze between two of its hands. As Netero's praying sign didn't even exceed 1/10 of a second, even Blaze with sharpened sense and reflex can't react and respond to his attack. But, Blaze's only advantage he has against Netero is his future sight. So, even before Netero clasped his hands he perceived the attack and prepared his next move. Just before Nen construct could touch his body, Blaze's figure faded and appeared behind Netero. Even with the perfect opportunity, he didn't attack. He waited. As he anticipated, Netero's reaction is also out of the world. The second he appeared behind him, Netero's figure shifted to midair as he faced him. At that moment, Blaze punched. He knew Netero will be able to react to the attack without much problem, but what he wants to find is how strong his attack is when compared to Netero. He doesn't have Ant King Miruem's analytical skills, so he can't find Netero's attack pattern and rhythm. His only choice is to attack head-on and win with brute force. As soon as he punched, the surroundings began to distort before a booming sound reverberated, followed by an eruption of golden flames that blazed forward. The force and intensity behind the blow are so high that it incinerated everything in its path and reached Netero within seconds. Under the face of such a strike, Netero looked calm. He took his prayer stance and pushed both his palms forward. 10th hand. As soon as he did that, the Nen construct behind him utilized all their hands and pushed forward, blocking the golden flames from advancing further. Bang! Both the strikes collided, triggering a thunderous sound and powerful shockwave. To Netero's astonishment, the hands of Nen construct showed signs of burning and cracking under extreme temperature and intense force behind the attack. Ultimately, Netero's construct overwhelmed the flames and destroyed them with a torrent of palm strikes. Impressive. Blaze commented and rushed forward, seeing Netero preparing his next attack. Clasping his hands together and resting his right ankle on his left calf, Netero joined his thumb and index fingers together, making a sign with his hands that looked like the number 99. The next moment, the Bodhisattva Nen construct unleashed a torrent of palm strikes with all its arms, in different forms. Even though he saw the future, Blaze couldn't evade all the strikes as one of the palm strikes patted his entire body like a fly and another one smashed his entire body into the ground. Netero's attack didn't stop, as countless strikes hammered him from all directions and pressed him further into the ground, creating a deep pit. This time Blaze didn't foolishly resist the attack with just Nen alone, he coated his entire body with armament haki. As a result, he wasn't injured deeply, just some minor scratches, but the barrage of attacks was able to break his Nen defense and struck his haki-coated body. If not for his haki, he would have been injured heavily. He's really strong. I doubt I can defeat him even if I use my armament haki anytime soon. It's just how strong Netero's 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva is. No matter how strong his attack is, if Blaze doesn't find a way to break his Nen construct, he can't injure Netero. Netero's attacks didn't even take 1/10 of a second to prepare and complete, from his prayer sign to Nen construct attacks. Even Blaze with his extraordinary strength and future sight finds it hard to overcome Netero's attack. He didn't anticipate the latter's Nen ability to be this overpowering. Though he's stronger in terms of physical strength and amount of Nen, he couldn't touch Netero with his ability. Since it came to this, there's no need to hold back. Thinking through, Blaze flashed before Netero once again, but this time, he used both Nen and haki. Reacting to his movement, Netero prepared his attack. The next moment, the Nen construct behind Netero made its move and one of its hands slapped at him. Perceiving the attack with his future sight, Blaze teleported outside the range of Netero's Guanyin Bodhisattva and prepared his next move. As Blaze imbued Conqueror haki into his fist, his hand crackled in black lightning. He didn't further enhance them with Nen because both haki and Nen are of different sources of energy. He once tried to combine them both into his attack, but the result is, he was injured heavily. Natural energy is the only source of energy that makes his haki and Nen work together in harmony. Since he doesn't know the way of harnessing the power of natural energy, he can't utilize them in the battle. Meaning, Blaze can only use one type of energy at a time in his attacks aside from simple usages like defense. At the same time, Netero suddenly squinted his eyes when Blaze used his Conqueror's haki. He sensed danger and extraordinary power in Blaze's hand that now crackled in black lightning sparks. I better not let that attack hit me, Netero thought, but the next moment, Blaze disappeared. It's that technique again. He can teleport instantly within the range of his N, but the range of his N is ridiculously long. And, I think it's not his limit. Netero mused and kept his vigilance, ready to attack at any time. Swoosh. Blaze appeared before Netero, but he didn't hurry to attack. He vanished from the spot again and appeared behind Netero. He repeated the process as his figure kept on flashing all over the place. The entire time Netero didn't react to his antics but stood calmly with his hands already in the prayer stance. Though the two of them didn't take the initiative, they were battling mentally. In a span of a few seconds, they exchanged thousands of moves. With his strength, he just need one clear strike to beat Netero, but Blaze knew it won't be easy. After a minute of mind game and perceiving future moves, Blaze stopped flickering from one place to another and appeared opposite to Netero. It's time. He knew the head-on attacks won't work, so he changed the approach. His initial plan is to fight Netero head-on and defeat him with absolute strength, but he didn't expect it to be difficult. After battling with Netero, Blaze got a clear idea of where his strength lie. If his assumption is not wrong, his Nen should be as strong as King's 3 royal guards. You showed the might of your Nen ability. It's time I show mine. Gazing at Netero, Blaze smiled and snapped his fingers. The next instant, the temperature in the surroundings grew at astonishing speed, and in no time, the terrifying heat transformed into golden flames. There's nothing but a sea of flames within the range of his god's domain. Feeling the frightening temperature of the flames, Netero squinted his eyes. Unbelievable. He transmuted his aura into such high-temperature flames. This is bad. His worries came true as the high temperature affected him greatly while he began to perspire heavily. Though he was able to resist, for now, he can't persist for long. Blaze waved his hand while part of the flames gathered around to form 9 miniature suns and encircled Netero. Since he planned to fight Netero as soon as he came to the hunter world, of course, he was prepared for his 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Seeing everything in order, Blaze clasped his hand. The next moment, the 9 miniature suns began to revolve at high speed and fired a beam. Each of the beams met at a single point before blasting towards Netero as an immense beam of high temperature. It's not some simple beam, as Blaze channeled all of his Nen into the beam to make it more powerful. If Netero manages to block it, his only choice is to burn a drop of his god's blood. Seeing the attack, Netero didn't dare to be careless as he sensed an extreme destructive power behind the strike. Forming a prayer sign, he made a new sign. As soon as he did the sign, there was some change in the Nen construct. All the hands of Guanyin Bodhisattva merged together and were finally left with 2 hands. As Netero pushed his right hand forward, the Nen construct did the same to meet the incoming golden beam head-on. Bang! The 2 strikes collided to trigger a blinding light followed by an explosion. With his hands in clasping form, Blaze roared while the rotating miniature suns gathered the remaining flames within God's domain and imbued them into the beam. In the distance, Beans, Menchi, Buera, and Stados were watching the battle while keeping a safe distance. Is this even a fight between humans? Menchi muttered, gaping at the fight between Blaze and Netero. What I don't understand is, that man named Blaze seems to be as strong as Chairman Netero, Satos commented. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Chairman Netero won't lose, right? Buera asked as Netero's old while Blaze is still young. Zzz. Blaze's destructive beam melted the hand of Netero's Nen construct and blasted forward by piercing it. Seeing this, Netero pushed his other hand forward while channeling aura to repair the injured hand of the non-construct. Neither of them showed any weakness while inputting 100% of their aura into the attack. Ultimately, Blaze's beam punctured Netero's non-construct and blazed forward, striving to incinerate Netero. Clearly feeling the destructive energy within the golden beam, Netero jumped back and distanced himself, evading the strike effortlessly. Boom! With nowhere and no one to vent, the beam struck the ground where Netero stood last and ruined it down into a huge crater, melting part of the rocks into magma. Blaze let out a long breath as he gazed at Netero. He didn't expect the latter would evade the strike at the last moment, as he thought the other party would use everything to block it. Without a doubt, he misjudged Netero's fighting style. It's the difference between One Piece world and Hunter world. Fighting Netero is exhausting. His 100-type Guanyin Bodhisattva is powerful. Let's try that trick. Blaze mused and deactivated his god's domain. The next moment, his heat aura returned to its normal state before transmuting into a lightning one that's purple in color. Blaze's entire body sparkled with purple lightning. This nin ability is similar to Killua's god's speed, but in terms of power and destructiveness, it's more outstanding than Killua's. To match against Netero's speed and reflex, his only choice is to boost his speed to the latter's level. If he can use his devil fruit powers, it's a different concept. But for now, he can only resort to this trick. The only problem is, even he can't use this lightning trick for long, as the level of its destructiveness is enough to injure his physique. Thankfully, with his Senju power, he can heal his cells as soon as they get burned. Nov. L. B /JNN. Lightning. Seeing Blaze's new ability, Netero was taken aback for a moment before muttering, how many more tricks he has under his sleeve? It seems to be endless. Netero took his prayer stance while the non-construct that disappeared previously once again reappeared in its 100-type form with no damages. Blaze smiled while he vanished the next moment, making Netero gasp in surprise. But, before the latter could react, Blaze appeared in front and punched him. Netero only had the time to make a simple hand movements with his right hand. The non-construct behind him acted instantly and smashed at Blaze with its fist. This time, Blaze was able to react to the strike as his speed is countless times faster than before. Jumping a little, he kicked at the non-construct hand by channeling 50% of his aura to his leg while the other 50% to his fist. His kick destroyed part of Guanyin Bodhisattva's hand, and using the momentum, Blaze pushed towards Netero with his punch aimed at the latter's face. To dodge the strike, Netero had no choice but to back away. It hurt his pride more than anything, as it was the second time that he was forced to move back. After a long time, he felt anger in himself. With his emotions disturbed, an overpowering ran burst from him, stronger than ever. Feeling his aura, Blaze wasn't scared but instead was excited, so he made his move by zipping toward Netero. Clash. They both clashed once again and battled with extreme speed and reflex. After 10 minutes, Blaze finally found the opening that he sought. With quick speed, he bypassed Netero's defense and punched him squarely in the jaw with everything he had. The punch sent Netero flying in the air, and his body dropped some meters away from the initial position. After the strike, Blaze's lightning form disappeared while he dropped to his knees with a burning smell coming out of him. The next moment, his injuries healed on their own as he rose to his feet. It's understandable that he was injured, as he's not Killua, who's familiarized with electricity from a small age. He used the power of lightning forcibly. On the other side, Netero also rose to his feet. He had a bruise on his jaw and drops of blood trickled from the corner of his lips. Wiping it away, he spoke. I got old. It would have been good if I met someone of your caliber a few decades back. Blaze shook his head. Chairman Netero, you are strong and a formidable challenger. Don't flatter me. I know you haven't used your full strength. What are you saving it for? Netero stroked his beard and joked in a nonchalant tone. Anyway, it was nice fighting you. Fighting against Netero, Blaze understood how he should spend his time to improve himself. What do you plan on doing next? Netero asked. If possible, he wants to keep Blaze with the Hunter Association and give him some position. A person of Blaze's caliber is no joke, as his strength is simply outstanding. Even so, Netero could tell Blaze isn't a bad person, so he doesn't mind where the other party goes. I'm going to travel the world. We will meet again, soon, Chairman Netero. Saying this, Blaze waved his hand and his coat transformed into a small cloud. As he jumped onto it, Little White soared into the sky, disappearing from view. Looking at the disappearing back of Blaze, Netero sighed. He's so strong at such young age. Where did he pop up from? Why, there's no record of him. At that moment, Beans, Menchi, Buera, and Satos approached Netero from the distance. The battle of this level was an eye-opener for them and even made them wonder, can one's strength reach such a level? Chairman, are you okay? Beans asked in a worried tone. When he saw Blaze successfully punching Netero, his heart stopped for a moment, as he was the backbone of the Hunter Association. I am good. Netero nonchalantly replied. Blaze lay on the back of Little White and thought of the battle with Netero. With my current strength, I won't be able to defeat the Ant King without burning some drops of God's blood. Well, there's still a year left before the incident happens. I need to train properly to enhance my Haki Ennen. His next target is Phantom Troop. For that, he just has to be in Yorna City after 5 months to meet them. In the meantime, he plans to roam the Hunter world. Author's note, I am extremely sorry about the long absence. I couldn't find time to write. And, I lost the feeling to write because of poor story planning. As I am writing after a long time, I find it hard to complete a chapter in a short time. I'm getting back into the form. Give me some time, the novel will be soon back to a stable release. Thanks for the support even during my absence. I will try my best to deliver the story more enjoyable to read and complete it with a proper ending. An unknown island little away from Hunter mainland. The entire island is raised beyond recognition with countless deep craters along the surfaces as if some kind of war had taken place here. Ha! Sound of punching beat reverberated across the island. Sweat leaked from Blaze's entire body and drenched his coat as he has been practicing his punches non-stop for days. It's been 5 months since his battle with Netero. He traveled to different places of the Hunter continent for 2 months before he came to this island. Since then, he has been training his haki and nen. After his battle with Netero, he found a way to utilize his power properly by training his strength, reaction, and speed. In these few months, Blaze's constitution rose from 74.8 to 76.8 while his haki attribute grew to 78.5 from 75.4. After finishing his training, Blaze took out the phone he brought and checked the date. It was August 29th. He knew the Yornu underground auction will take place on September 1st, so it's time he moves. As he waved his hand, the little white on his shoulder transformed into his cloud form and showered water. Taking a clean bath, Blaze dressed in fresh clothes left the island. Yornu City. It's a sprawling metropolis located on the Yorbian continent. The annual auction in Yornu City is the biggest in the world, with trillions of jenny exchanging hands over the course of 10 days. Furthermore, it's home to thousands of auction houses that trade many illegal items. The influence of the mafia in the city is quite high. It didn't take long for Blaze to find Gon, Killua, and Leorio who were surrounded by a crowd of people. Leorio hyped to a gathering crowd that the first one to beat Gon in arm wrestling will win a diamond ring worth 3 million. As Killua shows off the reward, Leorio tells the crowd that it only costs 10,000 to participate and enthusiastically asks them to come forward. A person in the crowd commented, "He's beaten 150 guys so far. He's gotta be running out of stamina by now. Look, he looks tired and sweating. Don't lose before I get my turn." "Okay, next person, please," Leorio yelled. Blaze smiled and stood in a line. After a few minutes, his turn came. When he came forward, Leorio, Killua, and Gon stood froze. Before they could speak, he stashed 10,000 jennies in Leorio's hand and walked towards the table, and put his hand out. "Looks like you have gotten strong, Gon. How are you?" Blaze spoke, feeling Gon's strength. "Blaze, where have you been these few months? I tried to contact you but I couldn't reach your number." "Well, I was out of the network area." Struggling for a few seconds, Blaze let Gon beat him and left the table. "Killua, you look good. It looks like you two have successfully learned Nen." Blaze spoke, looking at Killua. "Gon, we will talk after you guys finish your business." Saying this, Blaze walked away from the crowd and watched from distance. The next moment, he sensed 3 strong auras. Shizuku appeared. "Well, we have our first female challenger." Seeing her, Leorio announced. As expected of the Phantom Troop, they have some strength. Blaze mused, watching the play. Like in the series, Shizuku lost to Gon as she used her right arm instead of her strong left arm. She thanked Gon and left the place. Looking at her leaving figure, Blaze followed. "Finally, I can remove the sea stone scraps in my body." Shizuku may look airheaded but he knew she's strong and kills innocent people without blinking her eyes. She joined Franklin and Phaeton who was waiting for her. As they leave chatting among themselves, Blaze followed them. After taking a few turns, the 3 of them reached an alley where there were no people. Suddenly, they turned and confronted Blaze. "Who are you?" Franklin asked. "Nice to meet you, Spiders. My name's Blaze. What do you want?" Phaeton asked while he covered his hand with Nen, ready to end his life with a strike. "I need to remove something from my body. For that, I need her Nen ability." Saying this, Blaze looked at Shizuku. "Die." Without wasting any time, Franklin stretched his hands. His fingers opened and fired aura bullets. Meanwhile, Phaeton too dashed towards him. Blaze sighed, "Seems like we have to do it the hard way," and snapped his finger. The next moment, Phaeton who was rushing at him disappeared and appeared in the way of bullets. What? Phaeton only had the time to activate his Nen and surround his body. Though Franklin stopped firing the moment he noticed Phaeton, the latter was hit by a quite number of aura bullets. "Phaeton, are you okay?" "I am fine." Phaeton looked at Blaze with his eyes narrowed. He still couldn't comprehend how he was hauled here without any indication. Only at this moment, the trio understood that they aren't facing a typical foe. The opponent is strong. With tactic understanding, they went into the formation the next second surrounding Blaze. "As you wish." Blaze spread his hand and vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared behind Phaeton. Swish, a strike to the back of the neck. Phaeton was knocked unconscious. Franklin and Shizuku didn't even have time to react. A sword made of extreme heat formed in Blaze's hand. Positioning the sharp point above Phaeton's heart, he spoke. "Shall we talk now? What do you want?" Franklin asked, gazing at Phaeton below Blaze's feet. He still couldn't believe Phaeton, one of the strongest among their ranks, was taken down without any effort. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "You are Shizuku, right?" Blaze asked. "Yes." Shizuku blinked at Blaze, exhibiting no sign of fear or any emotions. "I am not an unreasonable person. Help me to remove something from my body. With your Nen ability it won't be a problem." Do that. I will leave your friend alive, and as a favor of helping me, I won't kill any of your friends the next time we meet. A favor from me is priceless, you should consider this seriously. Blaze gave his condition. Okay, I will help you. Shizuku agreed without thinking much. Shizuku. Franklin gave her a look. What if he kills us after getting what he wants? As if she knows Franklin is thinking, Shizuku spoke in a blunt tone. He's strong. We can't beat him with our strength. Besides, it's just a simple task. Since we are in a hurry, I think it's the correct choice. Smart. Blaze clapped and asked, shall we? Before you start, let me make something clear. If you try to do something funny, your friend here will die horribly. Nodding her head, Shizuku walked towards him and summoned her an ability. Blinky-chan, let's do it. Looking at the vacuum cleaner that appeared with sharp teeth and tongue, Blaze was intrigued. It's indeed a rare ability. Making a small cut on his hand, he said to Shizuku, the name of the foreign object in my body is known as Seastone N/O/Fel/B/in.C//OM. Blinky-chan, suck up the sea stones in his body. As soon as she commanded, a sucking force came from Shizuku's conjured item. The next moment, Blaze felt some kind of foreign force sucking the sea stone scraps settled in his body. Within 5 seconds, all the sea stone scraps were removed from his body. Sensing the familiar power coursing through his body once again, Blaze clenched his fist. My devil fruit power is back. At that moment, Franklin and Shizuku felt a frightening pressure radiating from Blaze. Out of reflex, Shizuku leaped back to maintain distance from him. What have we done? Who is he? Franklin thought, feeling the presence and experiencing terror just standing before Blaze. After a few seconds, Blaze came out of his thoughts and looked at Shizuku. Thank you. I owe you one. Saying that, Blaze disappeared from their view, leaving Phaeton unharmed. The hotel where Gon, Killua, and Leorio stay. Blaze met them after the three finished the arm wrestling for the day. What they earned can't get them anywhere near buying the gaming console of Greed Island. He's also interested in Greed Island. Unlike Gon and Killua, he knew a tryout for Greed Island players will be held by Tsezgara on September 10th. Blaze. Seeing him again, Gon was happy. Since you guys learned Nen, want to play a little? Blaze asked, looking at Gon and Killua. Good. Gon answered with excitement, balling his fist. Though Killua didn't answer, his eager eyes filled with fighting intent revealed his true thoughts. Leorio, what about you? Blaze asked. Waving his hand, he answered. Though I learned Nen, I am not very proficient at it. After having a nice dinner, they went to an open ground where there was no one to disturb them. Show me your Ren, Blaze asked with his hands behind the back. Gon and Killua looked at each other before bursting with a powerful aura. Though they just learned Nen basics, their aura is steady and vigorous. Such talent. Blaze sighed. With their potential, in another 10 years or maybe even less, their Ren may reach his level. He was truly astonished. What you two learned till now is just basics and you have a long way to go. Saying this, Blaze showed a part of Ren that forced Gon and Killua to jump some meters back. When he then channeled the burst of Ren to his right fist, a golden spherical bubble took shape. Not only that, as his Nen concentrated on his fist, it began to affect the surroundings as everything within 100 meters began to crack and tremble. Feeling his power, Gon showed a thrilling expression while Killua revealed a look of horror. He's far stronger than I thought. I don't think even Grandpa will be his match, Killua thought. As soon as he cancelled the Nen channeled to his fist, Gon ran towards him and asked, Blaze, can you teach us then? No, I am not good at teaching stuff. You will meet someone better who will systematically teach the advanced Nen. Oh, Gon looked disappointed. To distract him, Blaze asked, what are you guys doing recently? As soon as he asked this question, Gon began to speak about the Greed Island game and how they are struggling to gather enough money to buy it. Blaze didn't intend on helping Gon, as he knew sometimes a journey is much more important than simply reaching the destination, as it would give them precious memories, the experience they need, and the kinds of hurdles they pass to reach the end. Don't worry, you will eventually get what you want if you put in your efforts. I will be here in the Yornu city. You can call me if you need any help. After chatting with them for some time, Blaze prepared to leave as he planned to watch the game between spiders and shadow beasts. When he arrived at the location of the underground auction, the spiders have already killed the people and Shizuku disposed of the bodies, leaving no traces behind. After that, everything went as happened in the series, with no surprise. The Mafia shot down the Phantom Troops' hot air balloon and surrounded them. Unfortunately, they were no match for Yuvijan's brute strength. At that moment, 4 of the shadow beasts appeared: Worm, Rabid Dog, Leech, and Porcupine. But as expected, they too died at the hands of Yuvijan. Meanwhile, Kurapika and his comrades from the Nostrade family watched the confrontation from afar. They were stunned by the power that Yuvijan displayed and scared to approach him. Except Kurapika. Kurapika took a shot and successfully captured Yuvijan under the eyes of other spiders. After watching the battle between spiders and other shadow beasts, Blaze got bored and returned to the hotel he reserved for a few days. Though everyone in shadow beasts had unique Nen ability, they were no match for spiders whose strength and combat experience are leagues above them. At first, he thought of meeting spiders and playing with them for a bit, but after seeing and experiencing their strength in person he lost the mood. With his current strength, none of them is his match. If they attack him together, he may feel something and won't get bored. The next day, September 2nd. After discovering they can't earn enough money to buy the game console, Gon, Killua, and Leorio dropped the arm wrestling plan and signed up to catch the spiders. Gon even came to invite him, but Blaze rejected him as he knew the former has to walk his own journey. With him, Gon won't learn a thing. At the same time, Blaze too has other plans to catch the battle between Kurapika vs Uvijin. After sunset, Kurapika and Uvijin battled far away from the city where there was no one to disturb them. The battle didn't even go on for 15 minutes and there wasn't any surprise in the outcome. Ultimately Uvijin was bested and killed by Kurapika's chain jail and Emperor Time. The next day, September 3rd. Around noon, Leorio called him and said, Gon and Killua tailed 2 members of the Phantom Troop. I fear something happened as it's been some time but they didn't call back as planned. I think they are caught by the Phantom Troop. But don't worry, nothing will happen. Ending the call, Blaze sighed. Though he knew Gon and Killua will escape on their own, it won't be nice to sit and watch after Leorio called him. So, he decided to go and rescue them. And, it's also a perfect opportunity to meet all the spiders in one place. It will be fun. With his Devil Fruit ability back, Blaze easily tracked Gon and Killua's heat signature and found their location Phantom Troop's hideout. When he reached the location, he witnessed Gon slamming Nobunaga's hand down against the table, beating the latter in arm wrestling. His emotion and aura were at their peak, seeing the latter grieving for his friend. The next second, Phaeton quickly appeared behind Gon and restrained his left arm, to the point of breaking it. When Killua stepped forward, Hisoka quickly appeared behind him and held one of his playing cards right at his throat, drawing a small drop of blood. The next moment, Nobunaga and Phaeton begin to fight while Franklin tells Nobunaga to calm down, with Maki and Shizuku reminding them that there's no fighting within the troop. After the coin toss, they ended the small brawl and begin to discuss the chain user. So, what do we do with them? They haven't told us anything about the chain user yet. Shizuku asked. If they don't know anything, we can let them go. Well, Pakunoda. Franklin suggested and asked Pukunoda. Pakunoda replies, I checked them out on the way over. They have no memory of the chain user. No, we can't be sure they are completely unrelated. If the chain user conceals the chains, they won't know his true identity. Finks theorized. No chain user works alone. Instead of using the kids, I can find the information about the Nostrade family from the Mafia site. Shulnark spoke. At that moment, Nobunaga, who was silent from the beginning, spoke up, asking Gon to join the spiders. Gon furiously replied that he would rather die than join. After confirming Gon's an enhancer, Nobunaga burst out laughing and says that he wants to nominate Gon to Crollo once he comes back. Maki spoke, then, you have to watch them over on your own. If they escape, you can't blame us. Blaze, who was silent from the beginning, spoke, well, you guys don't have to worry about watching over them. I will take care of them. His voice startled the group of spiders and made them alert. When they searched for the source of the voice, they noticed Blaze coming out from the shadow of the building. Who is he? How did he appear without us noticing anything? Most of the spiders wondered, except the few who met him before. When did he come here? How did none of us fail to sense his presence? The spiders thought while their state of wariness rose. Phaeton roared. How would he forget the previous encounter and the shame he suffered? Without minding Phaeton's deep red eyes that blazed with rage, Blaze just waved his hand and the next moment, Gon and Killua were teleported next to him. The forcible transport startled them while they both looked at each other in amazement. Just when the spiders thought of attacking, Franklin stopped them. He's the one that we told you about before. We 3 didn't stand a chance against him. Nov, L, B / JNN. Though they didn't attack, the best attackers of the Phantom Troop, Finks, Maki, Bonali, Nov, Nobunaga, and Phaeton surrounded Blaze. Hisoka watched from the sidelines with cold sweat all over his face. He's the only one I don't want to meet in this world. Phaeton, who was seething in rage, didn't wait for the others to do any talking. He straight away attacked Blaze. Swish. Flashing before Blaze, he swung the sword that was concealed inside the coat of his right arm by coating them with nin. Blaze remained unfazed by the attack and effortlessly blocked it with his arm, imbuing them with haki. Crack. To Phaeton and everyone's amazement, the blade cracked into 2, and before the former could react, a kick to his stomach sent him flying away and injuring him heavily. Though he blocked the attack with his quick response and covered the area with Ken, Blaze's kick injured him heavily. His figure crashed into the wall of the building. Rising to his feet with a struggle, Phaeton spits the clog of blood and spoke, you have done it. I am going to kill you, you piece of shit. With a mind full of rage and heavy injury inflicted by Blaze, he performed his nin ability. His entire nin transmuted into some kind of grey aura that leaked from his body. It then turned into a ball of aura and rose to the sky. At the same time, a suit conjured from the aura and armored Phaeton's entire body. It's not good. Let's get out of here. Finks stated and started to run. All the spiders, knowing full well about the Phaeton's pain packer ability, began to sprint out of the building. Why are they running? Gon and Killua wondered. They got the answer the next moment as Phaeton's aura transformed into a huge miniature sun. Since Blaze's kick inflicted him with heavy damage, his rising sun is a bit bigger than it was shown in the series. Gazing at the attack, Blaze smirked. If it was any other form of attack, he would have made some effort to block, but against this attack, he only felt pity for Phaeton. In his eyes, Phaeton's attack looked like child's play. Gon and Killua, who were standing beside Blaze, began to feel the rapid rise in temperature around. But, before it could affect them, the heat was blockaded by Blaze's sun fruit ability by forming some sort of barrier. Looking at the miniature sun that emits terrifying heat, they felt nothing but terror. They knew if not for Blaze's protection, they would have turned to ashes by now. The phantom troop is scarier than they thought. At the same time, the other spiders who fled to a safe distance watched from afar. I didn't expect Faye would snap after a single hit. I think the damage is pretty great since his rising sun is bigger than the one last time we saw, Finks stated. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. True, we almost died trying to watch his ability. Shizuku agreed. Gazing the fiercely burning miniature sun, Hisoka's eyes blazed in splendor. Could he be a chain user? Nobunaga suddenly asked. Right now, his only concern is to find the chain user and avenge Yuvo. No. According to Shizuku and Franklin, this person is too strong and his ability is related to space. Shulnark speculated. Shizuku shook his head. He's weird. We can't use common sense against him. It doesn't matter. If Fiden's attack fails to deal any damage, we attack him together. Nobunaga spoke. Me, Franklin, Maki, Bonalinov, and Hisoka will create an opening. Finks you finish him with your move. Surprisingly, everyone agreed and watched the battle. The blazing heat from the miniature sun destroyed everything around them, but Blaze remains unaffected, which stunned Phaeton and other spiders. Unimpressed by Phaeton's rising sun, Blaze simply waved his hand while the miniature sun hovering in midair was completely extinguished to others' shock. It was disappointing. Blaze spoke his thoughts aloud and threw a punch with his right arm as if he was doing an uppercut. Bang! Before Phaeton could react to his attack, a force struck his chin and smashed him far away. After the strike, Blaze calmly leaned his body slightly back, and the next second, the sharp blade of the katana skipped his neck by a few centimeters. The attack came from Nobunaga, followed by Maki's nin threads. At the same time, Franklin fired his nin bullets that are packed with tremendous power, speed, and accuracy. Just as Blaze planned to dodge, his thoughts and reaction speed were interrupted by a piece of music done by Bonalinov. Due to his strong will, he was able to keep his mind in check. But, the slight gap in the reaction is more than enough for the spiders to finish their planned attack. As for Gon and Killua, they are still beside him but were safe and sound as they are shielded by Blaze's nin ability absolute barrier. Finks, now, Ripper Cyclotron. Finks came at him from the sky with the help of Hisoka's bungee gum and swung his arm at him. Unable to block the punch in time because of Bonalinov's music, he took the blow directly. As Finks did 30 rotations, the power generated by the strike is so powerful, it was able to blast Blaze far back and injure him to some extent. His figure flew and crashed into one of the abandoned buildings at the distance. Jumping to his feet, Blaze thought, Finks' nin ability is truly a damaging one. If Blaze is not wrong, Finks did 30 rotations before performing his attack. He could have done more but he did not, meaning that's his limit. More than that would only harm him. Furthermore, he has to admit their coordination is impeccable and dead on, as even a master nin user will struggle under their combined assault. Well, you guys have done your best. Now, it's my turn. A few minutes later, all the spiders lay on the ground beaten black and blue except Shizuku. Even Hisoka wasn't spared. He's too strong, Finks commented, facing the sky. If not for his promise to Shizuku, he would have killed us all. Franklin stated the fact. How are we going to inform the boss? Maki asked. We have nothing to hide. Blaze, you were so cool. I didn't know you were that strong. Gon spoke with sparkling eyes. This is the last time. I won't come to your rescue again. Blaze then chatted with Gon and Killua for a few minutes before leaving. His intervention didn't change much of the events. Everything happened as shown in the series. Crollo smuggled Neon and stole her ability. After finding Yuvo's death, he instructed the spiders to kill all the mafia. At the same time, Gon and Killua dropped the hunting plan and went to find another way to earn money. The spiders staged their deaths, copied the auction items, and stole the originals. Kurapika meets and shares his secret with Gon, Killua, and Leorio. The mafia cancels the bounty on the spiders after their fake death. Hisoka successfully tricks the troop into remaining in Yorno. In a bid to help Kurapika, Gon, and Killua were once again captured by the Phantom Troop. Crollo loses his ability to use nin, thanks to Kurapika's judgment chain. Everything ends with Pakunoda's death. Though Gon and Killua failed to obtain a single copy of Greed Island, they found a way to get into the game. For that, they need to improve their Ren or develop their Hatsu and pass the try-out of Greed Island. Blaze 2 plans on participating in the tryout and entering Greed Island. At Batara's tryouts for the Greed Island slot, an announcer told the applicants that they need to know nin to play the game and introduces Tsezgura as the judge, who's a pro hunter. Let us begin the test. Tsezgura started speaking. Please come up one at a time and show me your Ren behind shutters and a curtain. No one will see what's happening inside. The moment we have chosen 32 players, the test will end. When the curtain closed, many of the applicants rushed to form a line. Blaze didn't rush and just simply relaxed in his seat while Killua analyzed the situation in extreme detail, and Gon sat in silence. As Killua worries about whether they should join the line, one of the applicants, Pohate, started talking about the process, and a minute later, he went to the stage to try. I am heading over, Killua said and went up the stage. Blaze, do you think Killua will pass? Gon asked. Without a doubt. Don't worry. You can pass easily as well. The technique you created is pretty strong. Blaze spoke and sent Gon to the stage after Killua. Next, Blaze went to the stage and met Sesgura behind the curtain. Show me your Ren. Are you sure you want to see my Ren? Blaze asked in a playful tone. He knew the phrase, show me your Ren, is a code among hunters to display the results of one's training and what they're capable of. Yes, Sesgura nodded his head, a little skeptical. As you wish. The next moment, a frightening momentum erupted from Blaze and disappeared the next. Still, it scared Sesgura so much that he backed into the wall. When he met the force of Blaze's nen, he never felt death so close. Why you? Sesgura tried his best but no words came out. Walking next to him, Blaze simply patted the latter's shoulder and spoke, relax. I just came to experience the Greed Island, so don't mind my presence. Saying this, Blaze exited the room and came to the next one, where he saw Gon, Killua, Bisky, and other applicants who had passed. His presence attracted everyone's attention because some of the experienced Nen users felt the powerful Ren he released. Especially, Bisky. Her sight never left Blaze until he walked past her and sat along with Gon and Killua. The aura I felt earlier is from him, she thought. The Ren she sensed was unlike anything she had ever seen or experienced. He's dangerous. Along with Gon, Killua, Bisky, and 20 other people, Blaze moved to Batara's mansion to enter the game. After some process and explanation, everyone entered the game. Entering Greed Island's starting point, Blaze met the woman, ETA, sitting in a floating mechanism wearing a headgear. She introduced the game and basic rules before sending him out. Looking at a huge, grassy plain before him, Blaze took a long breath and smelled fresh air. Aside from the nice scenery, the thing he noticed is some kind of binding in this place with his observation haki. It looked like the entire island is controlled by Nen. He didn't know what concept Jing used, but it was powerful as even he can't cancel the binding. Blaze uttered the keyword book. As soon as he did that, a binder materialized before him and hovered in midair. Wow, it really is similar to games on the Earth. How fascinating. Blaze mused and checked the empty card slots. Blaze. Gon called and came over with Killua. We are going in that direction, are you coming? N/O/vel/B//jn.C//om. No, you guys go and explore it yourself. It's fun that way. Blaze rejected Gon's request. If you need my help, just contact me using the binder. After saying goodbye to Gon and Killua, Blaze left the starting area. He plans on using his time in Greed Island to train himself. If he's not wrong, Gon will stay on Greed Island for 7 months. So he got plenty of time on his hand to train. After that, he will accompany Gon to European continent where the Chimera Ant arc will take place. If he uses his devil fruit powers and haki, he's confident in defeating Miruem, but it will be tough with just Nen alone without using God's blood. Furthermore, he doesn't know how the situation will turn out once he returns to the One Piece world. He had to be prepared to face the world government. For that, he needs to be strong. Blaze certainly doesn't want to make the same mistake of confronting the world government head-on and alone. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 76.9. Devil Fruit, 74.3. Haki, 78.5. Free Attribute Point, 5.0. There wasn't much change in his attribute panel. His Devil Fruit attribute rose from 70.2 to 74.3 corresponding to the growth in his Constitution and Haki attribute. He has a feeling, if he rises his Devil Fruit attribute to 75 there will be a big change. There's a possibility he will uncover a new ability of his Sun Fruit. Thinking through, Blaze searched for a remote location where he won't be disturbed. 5 months and some days passed. Blaze trained his Haki, Nen, and Devil Fruit abilities. Especially his Devil Fruit power, stagnated at 74.9 while his Haki attribute rose to 79.4. As for his God's blood, it was around 1,200 drops right now. He has a long way to reach the 3,000 mark and convert all his blood into his body. At that moment, his binder materialized and flashed a few times displaying a call from Gon. Hello Gon. Blaze, what are you doing? Are you free? Yes. We need your help to get a card. Gon requested. What card is that? Blaze asked, thinking it was time they would have encountered Razor. It's a designated slot card plot of beach, Gon replied. Okay, where should I come? City of Love. Ai, City of Love. When Blaze arrived at the city, the team was already waiting for him. Aside from Gon, Killua, and Bisky Hisoka, Gorino, and Sesgura's group were there. Seeing him, Hisoka flinched for a moment before returning to normal while Sesgura had a rare look of seriousness on his face. With him, we may be able to win the game. Sesgura thought. Blaze, you are here. Gon ran forward. Blaze nodded. Look like you two have trained well and strengthened your basics. Your life aura looks formidable, smooth, and pure. Good. So, what do you call me for? Gon then mentioned Razor and 14 pirates. We have to beat him in a game to get the card plot of beach. I will join the game but don't expect me to do all the work. You have to clear the game on your own to experience the thrill and hardship. In the entire HXH series, what he liked the most is the game between Razor and Gon's group. He doesn't want to be meddlesome and spoil it. We don't want your help, we can clear the game on your own. We invited you to make up for the numbers. Oh, you still haven't changed Killua. Blaze chuckled and ruffled the latter's hair. Though Killua tried his best to avoid Blaze's hand, it didn't change the outcome. I have become strong but he's still stronger. Let's go. Gorino voiced. As happened in the series, Gon's new team easily won 3 matches, making Razor realize the tactics of his opponents. He then decided to give them the win for the sumo match and face them himself. Razor then announced that the next game will be dodgeball, which needs 8 players for each team, and whoever wins the game will automatically get 8 wins. Saying it, Razor formed the Devils with his Nin ability. Seeing this, the random teammates of Gon they picked quit in fear. Since Blaze is here, they only missed a single player. Gorinu then revealed his Nin ability and created an ape that completes the team's players to 8. After an explanation of the game rules, the match finally starts. Razor freely gives the ball to Gon's group, making Killua pass the ball to Gorinu, who immediately attacks one of Razor's devils and continues to attack, bringing down 2 opponents. But when Gorinu decides to take out Razor, his throw was stopped by the latter using only one hand. The following events unfolded exactly with no change from Razor taking out Gorinu, his ape, Sesgura, and Bisky. Though Hisoka's bungee gum played a role and helped them to take out one of Razor's devils, it wasn't enough for them to win. Gon's used his Hajinkan and hits one of Razor's powerful devils, sending it out of the field. Upset, he used more Nin into his punch, but Razor blocked the attack with his Nin and sent it flying upwards. Hisoka takes the opportunity to catch the ball using bungee gum to send Razor out and force him to use his back. Next, Bisky took the last devil with her throw from outside the court, but the ball got into Razor's control. As Gon, Killua, and Hisoka were discussing how to stop Razor's throw, Blaze went forward and said, "Leave it to me, consider it as my contribution." Really? Gon was excited as he knew Blaze was strong. As Blaze stood before the 3, Razor pulled back the dispersed aura that he used on Nin beasts and threw the ball in high air before spiking it at them. The ball carried powerful momentum and came at him, but Blaze remained unfazed and simply stretched his right hand. What is he doing? Is he planning on catching the ball with his bare hands? He's insane. One of Sesgura's team members screamed. He's going to die. Only Sesgura knew it was not the case as he glimpsed Blaze's Ren before. Even Razor squinted his eyes at Blaze's actions and thought of it as reckless. But what happened next was beyond his understanding. His Nin-infused spiked ball was caught by Blaze effortlessly, like how he caught Gorinu's throw. Everyone on Gon's team side celebrated. Finish it. Saying this, Blaze threw the ball to Gon. Gon used every bit of aura to punch the ball at Razor, but the latter smartly redirected it towards Gon. As Gon feints, the ball passes past him. Hisoka then used his bungee gum to stop Razor's counter and hurled the ball back to Razor. As the ball is covered by his bungee gum, Razor couldn't throw it back like last time and was pushed outside the boundaries. The game ended with the referee announcing that Razor is out and Gon's team is victorious. Razor accepted his defeat and talked to Gon about his past with Jing and how he changed them while others waited on the side. Seeing Killua's injured hand, Blaze walked towards the ladder and spoke. "Show me your hand. What are you doing?" Though Killua resisted with words, he still stretched out his hands. "Healing your hand." A bright golden glow arose from Blaze and poured into Killua's hand. To everyone's astonishment, Killua's badly hurt arms healed little by little. Within a minute, his entire hand was back to its perfect state. There was no sign of injury. Wow! Killua examined his healed hands in surprise. As for others, they looked at Blaze in shock. They have seen Nin-type healers curing others before, but this is the first time they have seen something this magical. Especially Bisky, it took her a few moments to come out of her thoughts. Who is he? He's stronger and more mysterious than I imagined. After the event, Gon and his team finally got the card plot of Beach. It won't be long before you guys complete the game. I will see you after the game ends. Saying goodbye to everyone, Blaze left the place. He knew the game would end after their battle with Genthro and his mates. After that, he will accompany them to the Yorbian continent. After dealing with King, he can go back to the One Piece world. Blaze watched from the sidelines as Gon's team made preparations and plan how to beat Genthro and his gang. At the same time, Sesgura and his group provoked Genthro's gang to keep them busy on the basis of a deal with Gon to obtain the card Wild Luck Alexandrite. After 3 weeks, Gon, Killua, and Bisky confronted Genthro's gang. Killua and Bisky separate Bara and Sub, leaving Genthro to Gon according to the plan. Killua and Bisky defeated their respective opponents while Gon took down Genthro, suffering grave injuries in the process. But, thanks to Angel's breath, he was healed instantly. After Gon, Killua, and Biscuit defeated the bomber and complete collecting the cards from 1 to 99. An announcement was made to every player in Greed Island that a quiz will be held in 10 minutes. Everything went as happened in the series with no change. After the quiz, the player with the best score was announced. Gon won, getting 87 out of 100 questions correct. Obtaining a card, Ruler's Invitation, Gon went to the castle to meet the game maker while Killua and Bisky waited outside. Around evening, the players and NPCs of the game celebrated with fireworks and parades since the game is now over. Gon and others enjoyed a feast and then decided which 3 cards to take back to the real world with Ruler's blessing. Bisky picked Blue Planet while Gon chose Plot of Beach and Paladin's Necklace. Upon getting out of the game, Gon transformed the Plot of Beach into an accompany card with his Paladin's Necklace. As everything's over, Gon was ready to use the accompany card to find Jing, but unfortunately for him, he's going to be disappointed. Blaze 2 came out of the game along with Gon, Killua, and Bisky. When the time to depart came, Gon suddenly asked him and Bisky, "Blaze, Bisky, wanna come with us to meet Jing?" Bisky rejected him. Thinking for a moment, Blaze 2 rejected Gon's offer. He wanted to travel with them to the European continent, but he changed his mind. Because he knew the royal guards and king won't be born anytime soon, as the Chimera ant queen has just started to reproduce. Even if he goes now, he will be bored. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. So after thinking, he decides to go on his own to NGL after 2 months. If possible, he wants to return to One Piece world as soon as possible, but this type of thing can't be rushed even if he wants. He can only confront and kill King Miruem after his birth. No, you guys go and do your thing. I will meet you two after some time. Blaze spoke. Okay, see you, Blaze, Bisky. Saying goodbye, Gon used a company and uttered the word nig. The next moment, they transformed into golden light and traversed across the horizon. 2 months and some days passed. Blaze reached the site of NGL with the help of Little White. Though entering NGL has strict requirements, nothing could stop him from sneaking past. It was at that moment that Gon, Killua, Kite, and others entered NGL. Seeing them, Blaze sighed in relief. PFFF, I didn't miss the timing. He forget time, engrossed in training his haki as he wanted to break his haki attribute past 80 points. Unfortunately, he couldn't even though he tried his best. The same goes for his devil fruit. His current attribute status is Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 77.3. Devil Fruit, 74.9. Haki, 79.9. Free Attribute Point, 5.0. When Gon, Killua, and Kite reached an abandoned village where they will meet Rammet, Blaze decided to make his entrance. Seeing his sudden appearance, Kite pushed Gon and Killua back and conjured his crazy slot. Oh, are you trying to kill me? Blaze stopped him from attacking. You. Kite frowned, looking at Blaze. He remembers him as Blaze's appearance is the same as he saw years before. Blaze. Gon and Killua uttered a surprised cry, wondering how he found them. I told you to, we will meet after some time. Blaze smiled. What are you doing here? Kite asked. Though he couldn't sense Blaze's strength, he knew the man is very dangerous. NGL has something I want. Blaze shrugged and replied. Kite didn't ask anything and simply uttered, this is no time for chit-chat. We need to scout the area and find the Chimera ant nest before the king is born. I will just tag along, you guys do your work. Blaze nodded, perceiving Kite's hidden meaning. Soon, they come across the corpses of horses that were impaled on the tree branches. At that moment, Rammet made his appearance and spoke, pointing at his prey, those are mine. Without any further words, he charged towards them. Gon and Killua were overwhelmed by the strike while Kite effortlessly evades and unleashed his nin, scaring Rammet. As for Blaze, his figure long teleported to a nearby tree where he settled on a branch as if he is going to watch a show. Looking at him, Kite showed a surprised expression as even he failed to see how Blaze did it. As I thought, he's strong. He recounted Blaze's appearance on Whale Island to Jing, but the latter didn't care too much as if he knew Blaze won't hurt Gon. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kite told Gon and Killua to deal with Rammet. If they failed to do so, they had to leave. Facing Rammet, who's physically stronger than them, Gon and Killua were at a disadvantage at first, but they soon overpowered him with Killua unleashing Thunderbolt and Gon rock paper rock. Out of nowhere, a flying figure, Cold, appeared and snatched Rammet away. As the two escaped, Rammet roared at the top of his lungs in shame and rage. Bastards! I am going to eat you, I will remember this. Noisy. Blaze, who was silent the entire time, squinted his eyes. A blazing fire arrow materialized before him and shot at the fleeing Colt. It accurately pierced Rammet's head and scorched his inside, killing him on the spot. Colt dropped the former's corpse and flew at an even greater speed, disappearing from their view. Why did you leave the other one? Kite asked. If not, how will the other ants come after us? Blaze replied casually. Hearing his answer, Kite, Gon, and Killua were speechless. Kite shook his head. He could tell Blaze came here to have fun, but what he didn't understand is, how did the other party know about Chimera ants? Whatever the reason, it didn't matter to him. With Blaze around, he feels strangely confident about destroying the Chimera ant's nest. Blaze, Gon, Killua, and Kite further advanced into the territory of NGL and came across a cliff. The group entered the cliff and discovered a drug factory, and soon after, they met a centaur-like Chimera ant accompanied by a mosquito and a centipede-like Chimera ant. Gon and Killua confronted the mosquito and centipede-like Chimera ant while Kite faced Yunju, the centaur-like Chimera ant. When he summoned his nin ability, Crazy Slots, and killed Yunju, Blaze's eyes shined. After the battle, the clown-faced slot explained that his slots go from 1 to 9, and each number sends different weapons. Annoyed, Kite dismissed his nin ability and complained that he could not use another weapon until the one summoned by his crazy slots was used first. Your ability is interesting, Blaze commented. When the group advanced further, they were surrounded by a large number of Chimera ants in a forest-like area. The leader of the group, a frog-like Chimera ant, confronted them with an air of authority. As our targets, you have 3 choices. 1. Decide the order in which you will fight. 2. Attempt to escape. 3. Give up and let us capture you. Kite chose option 1 as he wants to train Gon and Killua. Understanding Kite's intent, Blaze didn't intervene in the fight as Gon and Killua confronted the Chimera ants. After they won the battle, Blaze stepped forward on his own as a third person to fight. He stated, I am going to finish them all. Kite consented with silence. Blaze didn't wait for the ants to send their opponent. He stretched both his hands and waved. The next moment, a whitish-blue flaming ring materialized with Blaze, Kite, Gon, and Killua in the center. What is this? The frog-like ant spoke, struck with uneasiness as if he was facing death. Oh. Gon and Killua eyed the flaming ring in wonder. As Gon stepped forward to observe it in close, Killua pulled him back and said, "Don't. That thing is dangerous. Go." Blaze uttered. The flaming ring expanded outward at breakneck speed, cleaving everything in its path in a fraction of a second. Everything within a 1-kilometer radius was sliced into two, including the Chimera ants who lost their lives without knowing how. Amazing. Killua thought. It's only getting worse from here. If you start sympathizing with the enemy you won't be able to handle what's coming. Kite spoke, looking at Gon's absent-mindedness. I'm fine. I have no sympathy for bugs who call each other trash. Gon replied, looking around. Hearing his answer, both Blaze and Kite shook their heads. On their way to the Queen's nest, the group faced attacks from flying ants. This time, Kite eliminated them all with a long scythe conjured from his Nin ability. Witnessing Kite's power, the lion-like Chimera ant and his group decide to retreat while Kite decides to follow them to the Queen's nest. It's at this moment, Blaze suddenly glanced in the direction where the Chimera ant's nest is located. He sensed a birth of terrorizing ominous aura in the distance. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Without a doubt, it's the birth of one of the Queen's royal guard, Neferpitu. Feeling the unfathomable amount of aura from Pitu, Blaze smiled. Amazing? The aura density is no less than mine. Furthermore, he also knew Pitu's learning speed far exceeds humans. In a short amount of time, she will learn Nen and would be able to use N. It's going to be fun fighting Pitu. Blaze clenched his fist completely fired up, while a part of his Ren broke out startling Gon, Killua, and Kite. Sensing his emotion, Kite asked. What is it? Nothing? You will understand soon. Let's go. Following the Chimera ants and after walking for a few hours, they saw Chimera ants' nest in the distance. What is this? I don't believe it. Gon, Killua, run, get out of here. Kite urged, feeling the ominous Nen of Pitu. Don't worry. You have me here. Saying this, Blaze stepped forward and saw Pitu leaping towards them from Queen's nest. What are you doing? Kite yelled. But, Blaze wasn't in no state to reply to him as he balled his fist with KO, evading Pitu's razor-sharp claw strike, and punched at the latter's face. Bang! The strike capable of crushing even the mountains just forced Pitu to skid some meters. Naya, you look quite strong. Pitu spoke, showing her sharp teeth completely excited. Though she didn't do anything, her malicious ren of being excited caused Gon and Killua to be petrified on the spot. Facing such Nen at a close distance made them understand how weak they are. As for Kite, he stood before the two so that he can protect them from any kind of attack from that malicious creature. Sweat covered his forehead as he haven't encountered such a scary creature before. Just the aura alone made him feel weak in his legs. It should be Queen's royal guard. What made him terrified is, if even a royal guard is this powerful, how powerful would the king be? Looking at Pitu, the royal guard ant which is devoid of any emotions, Blaze could tell, Pitu simply sees him as a mouse that she can play and test her strength as a form of entertainment. A predatory cat acting on impulse to play and satisfy her curiosity. Blaze smirked. Ant, your thinking is wrong. Stop thinking of yourself as a predator, you're just a prey. Saying this, Blaze's figure blurred. The next moment, he appeared before Pitu and kicked at the latter imbuing his leg with Conqueror's haki. Even before the strike could make contact, Pitu felt a terrifying force traveling from her left arm to the entire body. As a result of immense power, her arm deformed for a second before she was sent flying away. Bang! Kite looked at Blaze in amazement. With the ominous aura, Kite felt from the royal guard, he knew how strong the Chimera ant is, but he didn't expect Blaze to be strong enough to fight it head-on. Blaze's attack didn't injure Pitu much but it roused her fighting intent. An overwhelming, extremely ominous ren broke out of her. Using her legs as a springboard, she pounced towards him. Her menacing aura forced Kite, Gon, and Killua to maintain some distance from the battle. Seeing her actions, Blaze smiled and showed off his own ren. Unlike Pitu's, his aura is extremely pure and vast as an ocean. Furthermore, his Nen is slightly more powerful than the latter. Glimpsing the future, Blaze evaded Pitu's attack at ease before kicking at the latter's stomach, coating his foot with 100% of aura. This time, Pitu was quick to react. She covered her stomach region with Ken, minimizing the damage to none. Nov, L, B /JNN. Landing some distance away from him, Pitu looked at Blaze in fever with her cat eyes. As I expected, Naya, you are strong. Amazing. Gon and Killua muttered. They didn't expect Blaze to be this strong. It's more than amazing. I have seen and met many powerful Nen users, but only Jing-san will come close to the amount of aura released by these two. Kite uttered. What? Jing is so strong. Gon exclaimed. Pitu's intuition tells her that she should kill the human, otherwise, he would be a considerable threat to the king once he's born. Crouching in her position, her leg muscles contracted, causing them to swell. With a slight force, she leaped, not towards Blaze but towards the nearby tree. Her figure leaped from one tree to another, increasing her speed. Within a few seconds, her figure blurred and turned into after images. Seeing this, Blaze smiled. In terms of physical strength and aura output, she's stronger than Netero, but when it comes to utilizing them to 100%, she's nowhere near the latter. After all, Pitu has been born for a few hours. But, he could tell she was learning them at a fast rate. Still, Blaze is confident in defeating her if he uses his haki and devil power. But he didn't plan on doing that. Because if he does that, there's a chance that it would disrupt his plan. With no one of Pitu's level guarding the queen, he can't tell what Netero, Morel, and Nove would do. There's still time for the king to be born. He will plan slowly on how to deal with the royal guards. Thinking through, Blaze looked at Pitu and smiled. You are strong, Aunt. But, are you sure it's the right decision to leave the queen's side? What? He simply stretched his left hand toward the direction of Queen's Nest. A bluish-white radiance enveloped his hand, before growing into a huge fireball. The next moment, bluish-white flame blasted from his hands in a straight line similar to a laser beam, incinerating everything in its path. If you react fast, you can save your king. Pitu's countenance completely changed, and before Blaze could finish his words, the former leaped from the spot with all her strength, towards the queen's nest. As her reaction was fast enough, she was able to intercept the attack midway before the strike could reach the nest. Pitu blocked the beam with her own body, enveloping it with nan. Boom. She didn't expect the fire beam to explode upon contact. The explosion was like a thunderclap to everyone and could be heard from far away. The vigorous amount of heat energy and shockwave released by the explosion traveled outward in all directions. Caught off guard, Pitu bore the full brunt of the attack and was blasted towards the Chimera ant nest at the back. Even with the protection of Nin, she was injured heavily. Blaze didn't even spare a glance and simply turned around. Dusting his hands, he faced Kite, Gon, and Killua, who all looked at him with their mouth wide open. What? Blaze asked. They thought it would be a tough fight between Blaze and the Royal Guard, but they didn't expect Blaze would deal with the Chimera ant in such a manner. What are you plotting? Kite asked. He could tell Blaze was strong enough to finish the ant, but he didn't. It arouses his suspicion. Blaze shrugged without giving any reply. What are we doing next? Gon asked. We wait, Kite spoke. Chimera ant nest. The sudden explosion and crashing sound of Pitu startled every ant, including the queen. Within a few seconds, all the Chimera ant soldiers and officers surrounded Queen's Hall to protect her from any harm. Bang. As Peggy and Colt were also stunned by the sudden explosion, Pitu's figure crashed into the hall they stayed in. Looking at her injured and bloodied body, they were shocked and astounded as they knew how strong and terrifying the Royal Guard, Neferpitu, is. To be able to injure her to this extent, how strong is the enemy? Without minding the injuries, Pitu dashed out and jumped to the highest point of the nest. She looked at Blaze's figure in alert with her cat eyes while guarding the nest with her N. Neferpitu Dano, what happened? Colt came out and asked. It's the humans. Order the soldier ants to patrol around the nest and summon the others for Nin's awakening. We need a strong force to stop them. Yes. I hope the other royal guards wake up soon. I can't stop him alone. Blaze and Kite stood at the edge of the cliff and monitored the nest in the distance. Neferpitu stood outside and kept her an active around the clock. It looks like your strength alerted the enemy. And, it's nearly impossible to sneak past that N. Kite commented. 2 days passed. Netero, Morel, and Nove finally arrived at their location. Chairman Netero was surprised to see Blaze and the demolished land that had the signs of a hard battle. I am relieved to see you here, Netero said and laughed. As for Morel and Nove, they glanced at Blaze with interest. Hearing Netero's words, they are sure the man is strong, but why they haven't heard of him before. Chairman Netero, Kite greeted, Gon and Killua did the same. How strong was the enemy? Netero asked. Look for yourself, Blaze said and gestured with his hands. Then, Netero, Morel, and Nove came forward to look at the Chimera ant nest in the distance. Not good. That thing looks stronger than me. Netero spoke looking at Neferpitu, while Morel and Nove found it unbelievable as Netero is considered one of the strongest Nin users. Before discussing what to do next, Netero drove out Killua and Gon, giving them 2 halves of shogi tiles. We put 2 assassins in the nearest city. Whether you fight them or not is up to you. However, if you want to continue to fight Chimera ants, take them down and come find us. With his words, Netero made it clear that he has no place for the weak here. He only needs the strong. Knowing their strength and how powerful the Chimera ants are, Gon and Killua left NGL. Of course, they plan to come back after defeating Knuckle and Shoot. Our target is the Queen and the Queen alone. But sneaking past that N is next to impossible without a fight. If anyone has any brilliant ideas, I'd like to hear them. Nove suggested that they should exterminate the ants one by one in silence. Morel agreed with a smile. Nove then opened a portal beneath him, took out Morel's weapon, a human-sized pipe, and handed it to the latter. With the pipe, Morel blew smoke that shaped into small rabbits. Let's find out the enemy's number. Go. With his command, the huge number of smoke rabbits marched towards the Chimera ant nest. Seeing this, Blaze shook his head. It doesn't matter how many enemies you kill if you don't find a way to defeat the Royal Guard, it won't change a thing. Then what do you suggest that we do? Netero asked. On the other side, Neferpitu's ears perked up, perceiving the approaching smoke rabbits. Just as she broods what to do, Shaipuf appeared and told her to wait. The new Chimera ant introduced himself as Shaipuf, one of the Queen's royal guards. Menthuthweopi will soon be born. It doesn't matter if it's normal humans, there's a particularly powerful one among them. His strength is not weaker than ours. We have to be careful. Pitu spoke her thoughts. But, Shaipuf didn't take her words seriously. Blaze came forward and stood next to Netero. Let's wait for now. Once the king is born, we will destroy them in one fell swoop. How are we going to do that? Netero glimpsed how strong the royal guards are. It's nearly impossible to kill the king with 3 of them on his side. My strategy is very simple. Blaze discussed his plan with Netero. Are you sure there won't be any problem with your plan? Netero asked. Well, I am betting my life on it. Is it not enough? Blaze asked. You are crazy. Kite shook his head and said, Chairman Netero, I think we should follow your plan. Netero thought for a moment and expressed his thoughts. Well, Morel, Nov, Kite, you 3 follow the plan and try to eliminate the ants one by one. If it doesn't help, we will follow Blaze's method. Days passed as Morel, Nov, and Kite started eliminating the Chimera ant squadrons one by one while keeping an eye on Chimera ant queen. After some days, the Chimera ants didn't send any squadrons out. Finally, after 20-some-odd days, the 3rd royal guard, Menthuthwiupi, was born. If Blaze is not wrong, there's not much time till King's birth. In the distance, Morel, Nov, and Kite discussed Chimera ants, and soon their topic shifted to Blaze. Why am I getting the feeling that Chairman Netero is treating that man as his equal? Morel uttered, glancing at Blaze and Chairman Netero chatting in the distance. It's because he's strong. You haven't seen him fight. If you had, you wouldn't be surprised. Kite answered. Is he that strong? Nov asked, a little unbelievable. You have seen Royal Guard's strength. He exchanged blows with that thing without being at a disadvantage. He had the strength to kill it. Then why he didn't kill it? Nov didn't understand. He wants to face off with the king, Morel replied with a smirk. As a hunter, he understands Blaze's thoughts. I hope everything goes as you said. Otherwise, we will be forced to sacrifice a lot of people. If you can handle royal guards, I will take care of the king, Blaze replied, confidently. Another 6 days passed. Suddenly, Blazes looked in the direction of Queen's nest as his haki sensed King trying to come out while Queen coaxing. It's still not the time, yet. What happened? Netero asked. He's going to be born soon, Blaze replied. How much time do we have? Netero asked. An hour or 2. What? Are you sure? Netero, Morel, Nov, and Kite were shocked by Blaze's reply. Blaze didn't wait for them to react. He simply stretched his right hand and from his palm, a small bluish ball materialized and under his command, it rose to the sky. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. What is it? Netero asked, looking at the small thing. You will know soon. Be prepared, we will act as soon as the king is born. Blaze alerted. Within a few minutes, the small flame ball increased in size. From the ground, it looked like another sun, burning fiercely ready to incinerate everything. Looking at the bluish sun looming over them, all of them were shocked and felt terror as they could sense the terrifying destruction hidden within that thing. If that thing falls, they are doomed to die without even their ashes remaining. Forget about the others, even Netero is shocked. He let out a fake sigh. As I thought, you didn't fight me at full strength. I am indeed getting old. Meanwhile, in the Chimera ant queen nest, the queen screamed out in pain and yelled, touching her belly. It's too early. Wait. Unexpectedly, the king didn't listen to her words. He came out forcefully by ripping his mother's womb, leaving the latter with severe injuries. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Chimera ants were horrified and appalled. Unlike in the original series, the king didn't have the luxury to mess with other Chimera ants as he felt threatening energy looming over his head. When he flashed outside of the nest, he stood amazed looking at the shocking display of a huge blue sun hovering above the Chimera ant nest. The 3 royal guards arrived and knelt before him. My king, we need to get out of here immediately. Pitu sounded anxious along with the other 2 royal guards. As for Miruam, he still stared at the bluish sun without heeding the royal guard's advice. Even before such danger, the thought to flee didn't cross his mind. Because he's the king? Are you guys ready? He's born. Though we are some distance away, you guys should retreat far away. Saying this, Blaze stretched his hand toward the sky and slammed it down. Within a fraction of a second, the large bluish fireball ball crashes into the Chimera ant nest, directly above the heads of King, Pitu, Shaipuf, and Yupi. The royal guards only had the time to surround and protect Miruam with their nan. At the last moment, Yupi used his shapeshifting ability, enlarged himself, and shielded King, Pitu, and Shaipuf. Boom. What happened next is nothing but pure destruction. As soon as Blaze's sun came in contact with the surface, it exploded. The blast creates a giant bluish fireball that shot up as a huge mushroom cloud. The fireball didn't expand but compressed the surrounding medium into a huge orb before expanding into a supersonic shockwave followed by blue fire winds. The shockwave carried extreme heat that vaporized everything within a 3-kilometer radius. Everything was razed to nothingness as the blast packed a destructive force equivalent to some kilotons of TNT. As for Chairman Netero, Morel, Nov, and Kite, they were stupefied by the destructive force and directly escaped into the artificial Nin dimension opened by Nov. In seconds, 1/4 of the NGL had vanished. When the dust and particles in the surroundings settled down, there was nothing as far as his eyes could see. But, his observation haki sensed 3 life auras in the distance. King, Pitu, and Shaipuf's. As for other Chimera ants, there's none alive. Nov, L, B //JNN. Even Shaipuf's aura is frail as if it would go down any minute. As for Yupi, he was vaporized into nothingness by the extreme temperature as he took the full brunt of the attack. Did I overdo it? Blaze muttered, looking at the devastation below him. The impact of the explosion cratered the surface deeply, which stretched across 3 kilometers in radius. Though he didn't hold back his power, still, he didn't expect the degree of destruction to be this massive. In the distance, Pitu and Shaipuff anxiously observed their king to see if he had suffered any injuries. Thankfully, nothing happened to him besides the overuse of Nan and scorch marks. Unlike the king, Pitu and Shaipuff had sustained severe injuries. Pitu's injuries aren't life-threatening, but Shaipuff's condition is worse. As his weakness is fire, the attack destroyed half of the cells in his body while the extreme heat energy in the surroundings is slowly destroying the remaining half. Looking at the king who looks weak after consuming so much of his Nan, Shaipuff's heart ached. Thinking for a moment, he liquefied his cells and gave them to the king. "What are you doing?" Miruem asked, seeing the royal guard offering a drop of white liquid that was rich in energy. "My king, use this drop to replenish your Nan." Without asking anything, Miruem accepted it. When he consumed it, his Nan ability aura synthesis activated and synthesized Shaipuff's aura to his own. It directly replenished his Nan and enhanced his strength to the next level. As for Shaipuff, after donating most of his cells, his power dropped considerably while he transformed into a small Bleezebub. "Who attacked us?" Miruem asked, brimming with strength and overflowing life aura. At the same time, Pitu and Shaipuff looked in Blaze's direction with hostility and anger. "He's back to his peak state. It's going to be tough to kill him," Blaze thought. Meanwhile, Netero, Morel, Nove, and Kite, who all escaped into the Nan dimension, came out. Glancing at the trail of destruction left by Blaze's attack, they were speechless. Oi, is this something a human can do?" Morel exclaimed and looked at Blaze as if he was a monster. "Aside from King and the royal guards, I don't sense any Chimera ants nearby," Netero spoke. "We don't have time to chit-chat. Chairman Netero, I will fight the king while you guys take care of the royal guards," Blaze said and leaped into the air to confront the incoming king. Unlike in the series, the king hasn't met the girl Komuji nor does he knows anything about love. Right now, he's the king of ants with a cruel and violent personality. He won't even hesitate to kill, whether it's a child or his kind, it doesn't matter. Flashing before Blaze, Miruem didn't attack immediately. "You are a rare human." "You can say so, Ant," Blaze calmly replied. "I am going to enjoy devouring you," Miruem haughtily declared and charged forward while terrifying aura berserks out of him. Facing such an intense and monstrous aura, even Blaze felt a slight pressure, and it torched his dormant battle temperament. Facing King Miruem, Blaze's conqueror's haki erupted and went off in all directions with flashes of lightning. "Come." Blaze resisted the king's attack with a punch of his own. A pure physical confrontation of power. Bang! The collision created a small shockwave while stirring up the surrounding dust and stones. Meanwhile, Chairman Netero confronted Pitu while Morel, Nove, and Kite faced the weakened Shaipuff. Meeting the punch head-on, Blaze's face changed for a moment as powerful force traveled from the king's strike and pushed him back. His figure skidded back a meter before stopping. Even before Blaze could stabilize his body, Miruem dashed forward and whipped with his powerful tail. Seeing the future with his observation haki, Blaze calmly leaned back his head, evading the tail that whizzed past his face. At the same time, he attacked the latter by blasting a powerful aura from his right hand, taking the king by surprise. At such a close distance, Miruem couldn't dodge the attack. The aura blast banged his stomach and sent him flying far away. But, the strike did little to do damage. Unfazed by the attack, the latter madly charged forward, exploding with 100% of his aura and face full of excitement. "He's fast," Blaze thought. The next moment, golden lightning sparkles covered his entire body that heightened his speed, rivaling the king. Bang, bang, bang. Flashes of afterimages clashed in midair, generating shockwaves and booming sounds. The speed of Blaze and Miruem was beyond what the human eye could follow. In a matter of minutes, both of them exchanged thousands of moves. If not for Blaze's observation haki, the king would have injured him multiple times. Though the king has just been born, his reaction and fighting skills are on another level, as if he's practicing them for decades. Without a doubt, the Chimera ant's long evolution has pinnacled in him. He's a perfect Chimera ant with immeasurable strength and innate talent. The scary thing is, the king's skills were growing at an alarming rate. In no time, he got accustomed to Blaze's future prediction. His moves were getting unpredictable and erratic. Blaze gets the feeling of being cornered. I have to stop falling into his rhythm. But before he could do anything, he sensed King's next attack and crossed both his hands to block. Bang! The king's tail came out of nowhere, smashed his body, and sent him flying away. The king didn't give him a chance to recover. He rushed forth and bombarded him with aggressive attacks that dropped on all parts of his body. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Before Blaze could put up a fight, Miruem ended the barrage with a powerful kick to his face that knocked him back and crash land far away. "Human, I'm just beginning to have fun, don't die too soon." Miruem grinned, revealing his sharp teeth. Coughing a mouthful of blood, Blaze rose to his feet, wincing slightly in pain. All the thrashing tore some of his muscles and broke some of his bones. His life aura surpasses other non-users of the HXH world, but it's not his forte. Furthermore, Miruem's Nan is far more boundless than his. Wiping the trail of blood near his lips, Blaze silently triggered a drop of God's blood. In the next second, all the injuries on his body healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. The residual energy of God's blood elevated his physical strength. The rise in physical strength also directly enhanced his devil fruit powers. He's indeed a tough opponent to kill with formidable strength, high speed, endurance, and an endless supply of nen. The king is no weaker than Yonko, Blaze thought. Miruem was stronger than he anticipated, with innate combat talent while his use of nen is as fluid as one's breathing. Well, if he wasn't this strong, I would have been disappointed. I just hope he would force me to my limit. An overbearing momentum burst out of Blaze along with bluish-white flames. The flames streamed out of him and flowed like a river, covering everything within a 1-kilometer radius. As for the king, he resisted the high-intense flame of Blaze with his powerful nen and remains unharmed. You had your fun, it's my turn. Don't die, Ant King. Blaze took a fighting stance while the sea of flames suddenly receded and flew back into his body. The next moment, a dark bluish membrane shrouded his body like a layer of clothing. As Blaze and King started their next round of battle, Netero engaged in a fierce fight with Pitu. Though Netero's aura output is incomparable to that of the Royal Guard, he was able to fight on par with the latter with his nen ability, 100 type Guanyin Bodhisattva. Furthermore, Pitu exhausted her nen and was injured slightly before the fight by Blaze's previous attack. Pitu wanted to destroy the human before him and help the king, but the latter's ability didn't allow her to do as she wishes. On the other hand, Morel, Nove, and Kite watched the battles from far away, keeping some distance. As for Shaipuf, he was imprisoned by Morel's smoke jail. Since the former is injured heavily and reduced in size, he won't be able to break the smoke with his current strength. Sigh, both of them are monsters to be able to fight those things. If we fight them alone we won't even survive a few minutes. Morel spoke. Just the Royal Guard's ominous nen alone scares and makes me shudder. Nove shook his head. Thankfully, we destroyed the other Chimera ants and acted in time. If we had given them more time, it could have resulted in a severe problem. Kite expressed his thought while Morel and Nove agreed. I don't know whether that young man can deal with the king. The king is far stronger than anything I have heard. His aura is far more dangerous than the Royal Guard's. Morel spoke. Let's wait and see. Chairman has already planned for the worst outcome. So even if the king emerges as the victor, he can't escape. With blue fumes radiating out of his body, Blaze's entire presence underwent a major change, emitting a strong and fierce aura. Miruem, who stood opposite him, felt the change in the atmosphere while some kind of invisible pressure assaulted him. What has changed? The king eyed the transformed Blaze with caution as his intuitions warned him to be wary of the human before him. But, the next moment, the king snapped out of it, and the monster thought inside his mind screamed. How can I be afraid of the human who's nothing but livestock? I am the king. Exploding with a menacing and bloodthirsty aura, Miruem bent his knees slightly and charged with the force of his legs, unable to bear 100% of his brute strength. The ground below fissured and formed a deep crater. His figure dispersed into a blur of flickers, while ring-shaped air cyclones arose, indicating the fast-approaching figure. The king's intention is simple head-on confrontation with his entire strength. Concentrating the entire aura into his hand, he punched as he approached Blaze. Facing the oncoming king, Blaze channeled the haki to his hand and further lit up in dark bluish flames. As the former neared, he took a step forward and sent a punch of his own. Boom! The two forces collided against one another. The clash alone caused a shockwave that spread wide, cyclones of debris and rubble whirled around. The pressure from their attacks made the ground explode with excitement. An epic battle between the two elements haki and nen. Then, just as Miruem thought both their attacks were going to be nullified, his sense of danger arose. Fiery energy traveled from his opponent's fist and surged onto his own. Before he could react, bang, a force hit his entire body and pushed him back. The king found himself skidding across the ground, clueless of what had happened. His entire hand trembled in pain. He saw his entire arm scorched from inside to outside. How? Blaze didn't give King the opportunity to think and recompose himself. He dashed forward and sent a horrific punch. Bluish flames gushed forth from his fist and roared forward, taking the shape of a dragon. As Miruem intercepted the strike by shrouding his body with nen, the dragon-shaped flames exploded upon contact, releasing an intense flame of high temperature. At that exact moment, Blaze blinked from his place, reappearing directly in front of Miruem. Before the latter could react, he lifted his arm in the air and balled it. Haki and blue fumes covered the fist. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Bursting with overwhelming strength, his fist exploded forth, tearing the air itself. The intense heat from the fist even burned the surrounding air. The punch landed squarely on the king's chest, who couldn't evade the strike on time. Boom! The impact from the attack slammed him into the ground. The force of the attack speared through King's inner and came out from the other end, splitting the very ground into countless fragments. The reason for such drastic damage output of Blaze's attack is because the hit perfectly blends Conqueror's haki and blue fumes of extreme temperature. Furthermore, Blaze shot with advanced haki concept, internal destruction. What Blaze didn't expect is, at such a crucial juncture, the king would counterattack. The moment his body smashed into the ground, he whipped the tail at his face. Bang! Though Blaze guarded his face with armament haki at the last moment, the force of the strike flung him across the air. Crashing some meters away from the king, Blaze leaped back to his feet the next moment. But, blood streamed from his mouth non-stop as the strike broke his cheekbone, lower and upper jawbone. If it was someone else in his place, the tail whip would have turned their heads into blood mist. With a thought, the power of God's blood coursing through Blaze's body healed his wounds in a matter of seconds. Even with his powerful observation haki, he couldn't react in time. Amazing? The king concealed his intent. Miruem waited and attacked at a perfect moment when he lowered his guard, the microsecond when Blaze got delighted by his successful attack. On the other side, Miruem laughed, wiping the lone stream of blue blood off his mouth, and rose to his feet. Ha ha ha, human, you excite me. Show me more. He's indeed a monster. Did my attack deal no damage? Blaze wondered. His last strike wasn't some common punch, it was packed with the entirety of haki and the power of the sun. Miruem didn't wait for Blaze, he took the initiative and charged at him. With an eye-blinking speed, he appeared before him while his fist rocketed forth covered with nin. Blaze dodged. Miruem slammed another punch, followed by the next one. The king's ferocious attacks hailed Blaze like bullets from the gun. The sheer force of each of his punches reverberated through the atmosphere like thunderclaps. His attacks got fiercer, and faster exponentially. Blaze retreated while the king advanced, attacking violently. All Miruem's punches probed his every move and were in search of an opening. Facing Miruem's aggressive attacks, a word popped into Blaze's mind. Scary. Even with quick speed and future prediction, he struggled to dodge the attacks perfectly. If he makes a single mistake, the king's punch would maim him without a doubt. What worries him more is Miruem's talent. If he let the king grow like this, it definitely won't end well. Blaze had to admit, he underestimated the king. Not even 15 minutes had passed since they both started fighting, but Blaze and Miruem had exchanged tens of thousands of moves. In such a fast-paced fight, Blaze was forced to burn out his haki and devil fruit powers at an excessive rate to maximize the damage output. The power of God's blood, which was supposed to last over an hour, got exhausted in mere 15 minutes because of repeated healing and exhaustion recovery. Are all my attacks for naught? Why isn't it working? Blaze thought as he gazed at King, who was bruised all over. If not for repeated healing, he would look worse than him. Miruem once again launched towards him, but he suddenly stopped in midway as blue blood seeped from his mouth in a steady flow. The next moment, one of his knees hit the ground without awareness. He coughed by covering his mouth with his hands, blood painted his hands blue. Seeing this, Blaze smiled and groaned, he almost scared me. Though the king was injured, Blaze knew the fight is far from over as the latter's nin still remained powerful. And, he could see it in the king's eyes, the rage to destroy everything. Silence ensued. Miruem stood up with an ominous aura engulfing him, the abyss-like nin erupted from him as if he were an evil reincarnate. The overwhelming momentum scared the hell out of Morel, Nove, Kite, and Netero, who were still fighting. For an ant, he's tough. Blaze remained alert and burned another drop of his god's blood, exponentially boosting his devil fruit powers. The king looked strong, but Blaze's attack isn't for naught as it already destroyed the former's inner. Thankfully, he didn't possess a powerful regenerative ability. Without minding the injury, Miruem lunged forward, closing the distance between them in a mere instant. His fingers curled like a claw of a beast, aiming for his neck. His attack was lightning fast and precise with no shortcomings, while his entire hand took on a purple coloration, signifying the cladding of nin. As King's attack neared, Blaze opened his mouth, with a golden light beam already formed. If one looks closely, one would see it's not some ordinary beam. Millions of spear-shaped beams are composed together to form the golden beam. As Blaze breathed, the millions of light beam spears bombarded Miruem at point-blank range. At such close range, the king only had the time to cover his body with Ken. In fact, Blaze already prepared the attack beforehand as he predicted King would attack head-on. And, it's not the end. As King defended, Blaze sneaked behind the ladder with quick speed while a bluish sword of extreme heat materialized on his hand. Zzz. With a swing, the bluish sword exuded a thin near-invisible pressurized slash in a half-moon shape. The temperature from the slash was so intense it ripped the air like paper. Even to such an unexpected attack, the king reacted and whipped his tail in response to fend off. But, the amount of nin he put to block wasn't high as he used most to defend Blaze's other attack. Slash. As a result, blood spattered. Miruem's powerful tail was cleaved cleanly off his body. With a soft thump, it landed on the ground twitching with a leftover life aura. Blood pooled from his open wounds, drenching the ground with blue blood. It was Blaze's real purpose from the start. As he coated the slash with Conqueror's haki and full power of Devil Fruit, Miruem couldn't block it with part of his nin. He was only able to achieve this because of the latter's injury. With blood dripping from his wounds, King grimaced. Why is the human strong? I can tell I am strong, but all my attacks are seen through as if the human can see the future. I am the pinnacle of my race, born with the destiny to rule over the entire world. It's my fate. I am born king to rule this world and no one can take it away from me. King roared and exploded with overwhelming power. With a thrust, his fist pierced Blaze's body. Blaze didn't evade the attack, he didn't plan to. At the same time, the bluish sword in his hand penetrated King's heart. He knew without sacrifice, he won't be able to kill the king as soon as possible. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. His wound healed right away, but Miruem's didn't. Leaving the sword in the latter's body, Blaze leaped back, creating some distance. With blood dripping from the sides of his lip, Miruem's knee hit the ground. Without a doubt, he's undeniably powerful with a formidable physique, but he's not a god. Blaze's flame-based attacks already ravaged his inners. It's commendable the king hasn't died yet. At that moment, my king, with a loud shout, a figure shot towards the kneeling figure of Miruem. It's none other than Neferpitou. She escaped Netero's attacks by letting one of his attacks hit her and came to the king's side using momentum. Seeing this, Blaze's lips curled a little. A bluish-white orb formed on his right hand. When Pitu checked King's injury, her countenance changed. She could tell the king is badly injured with most of his innards burned. She suddenly turned to face Blaze, who was smiling at her. Her look was terrifying with pure malice and rage apparent in it. Seeing the glowing orb on Blaze's hand, her instincts kicked as she protected the king behind with her body. With a thought, the bluish sword that penetrated King scattered into rays of light and pierced Pitu's body from her back. The sword pierced her heart and turned into a bluish flame burning her inner. She didn't react to the attack as she was facing Blaze and concern for her king affected her judgment. It was despicable to attack the opponent from behind, but it's all fair in the game. As if the attack wasn't enough, Blaze blinked before her and jammed the glowing orb on her face. As soon as it touched her face, it blasted. Her worry for the king and everything happening in split second, she couldn't even react. With her head exploding into blue mist, Neferpitu lost all signs of life. The death of the royal guard didn't affect King in any way. Using the opportunity, the king attacked him, suppressing his injury. But a giant palm came out of nowhere and smashed the king into the ground. Bang! The power of the palm thrust fragmented the ground into pieces. At that moment, Blaze saw Netero high in the air. The latter clasped his hands, joining his thumbs and index fingers together, making a sign that looks like the number 99. Then, the Bodhisattva behind him unleashed a barrage of palm strikes with all its arms, beating King like an ant as he should be. Blaze didn't waste time just by watching. He too jumped into the air and stretched his hand to face the sky. A giant wave of bluish flames burst forth endlessly. As he clenched his fist, the flames took the shape of a giant spear and spun at great speed. Injecting a huge amount of haki into the attack, Blaze slammed his hand down. The next moment, the giant spear formed of flames, and haki, shot toward the king who was being beaten by Netero's palm strikes. Instead of running away or protecting himself, the king just let go as he was very tired and injured badly. He was aware he couldn't win the human with his badly damaged body. Seeing the giant blue flaming spear coming at him, the king felt pressure and fear for the first time. The fact that he couldn't do anything frustrated the king. But it was no use. At the last moment, he closed his eyes and faced the attack. With a loud boom and flash of light, the king felt his consciousness slowly slipping away from him. Am I really the king? Amazon Lily. Adorned with the signature cape and blue and gold clothing, Hancock stood at the top of her palace, staring at the distant horizon. With sun rays shining upon her face, she looked like someone came out of a painting. One thing that seemed out of place is tears coursing down her cheeks and her body shaking with sobs. It's been 5 years since she heard the news of Blaze's disappearance. Ever since that day, she felt the world had lost all its colors and the sorrow of loss filled her heart. The only thought that kept her going forward is Blaze's smile, small teasing, and their lovely moments. At that moment, Elder Nyan, who appeared out of nowhere, kindly called, Hancock. Looking at the tear-faced pirate express, Nyan sighed. There was a time when Hancock was selfish, spoiled, and cruel and had a hatred for men. But everything changed after she met Blaze. At the same time, his disappearance shattered her heart. Why are you here? Hancock asked with a raised eyebrow while her entire aura changed. Nov, L, B /JNN. How long are you going to keep thinking about him? You have to think for your people and move on. Elder Nyan spoke. None of your business. Get out of here or I will throw you from here into the sea. Hancock snorted and walked into the palace. Though the Marines haven't said anything, I know his disappearance is something to do with the world government. My hatred won't end until I raise the world government to the ground. Somewhere in New World, hundreds of Marines worked busily atop a crystal surface to arrest the surrendered and injured pirates. In the distance, a pirate ship with Jolly Roger could be seen, but it was cleaved neatly into two. One of the Marines watched the ship with his mouth wide open, wondering what happened. You didn't watch the battle, right? Captain Kuna did it. She swung her sword and the next moment, a powerful half-moon-shaped wind blade sliced the pirate ship like it was butter. Amazing. Yes, it was a rising pirate crew with a total bounty of 200 million who just entered the New World. What are you doing? We are freaking in the middle of the sea in the New World? Hurry up and transfer the pirates, we don't have all day. A Marine officer noted their loitering behavior and urged, Lieutenant Commander, we know you were in the unit for a long time. We heard fellow Marines talk about Vice Admiral Blaze. Was he really as strong as everyone claims? A Marine asked curiously. Though it's been 5 years and many believe he's dead, it's a fact that his figure and accomplishment haven't faded from some of their minds. Over time people will forget some things, but some things won't be forgotten even if one tries, like Blaze's battle with Kaido and the defeat of one of the previous Yonko crystal pirates. Instead of answering the question, stop the gossip and get to work, Lieutenant Commander reprimanded them and chased them away. On the deck of the Marine ship, with sweat oozing from her forehead, Kona trained hard by swinging her sword repeatedly. Though she's just 18 years old, she has matured splendidly both in terms of beauty and temperament. A little away from her, Regis could be seen drinking wine. Watching the latter train hard, he couldn't help but comment. Kona, do you have to train so hard? You just finished a battle. I don't want to look weak when Blaze-san comes back. Then, he will think I am being lazy. Kona replied without stopping her training. Regis shook his head and gulped another mouthful of wine. Will Blaze-san come back after all these years? At first, He too thought the same, but as time passed he lost all hope. The battle of that day is still fresh in his mind, but considering the state Blaze was in when he disappeared, Regis begins to think whether the latter is truly dead. Marine headquarters. Sengoku rubbed his temple in frustration and spoke. Recently, the number of pirates entering the Grand Line has increased exponentially. And in the world, the situation is looking grim. Shanks and Kaido's crew has been fighting for 2 days straight with no result. If only that brat Blaze was here. Sigh. Nothing would have happened to him if you had let me know at that time. Garp calmly spoke, but Sengoku no, the former is angry. In fact, if not for him blocking Garp, the latter would have gone to marry Geoise for an answer. Garp, how many times do I have to say it? I know nothing about the world government scheme. I wouldn't have let anything happen to him if I had known it beforehand. In fact, he came to know about the entire thing from Rosinante. Though the latter said Blaze disappeared heavily injured since he hadn't made his appearance for such a long time, Sengoku doesn't know whether Blaze is still alive. I am back. The system is truly omnipotent. I didn't even feel anything. Blaze exclaimed and looked around. He was teleported to the middle of the sea? Where the hell am I? After his battle with Miruem, he used the system function to return to the One Piece world after saying goodbye to the few people he knew in the HXH world. Especially, Gon. With a thought, Little White transformed into a white cloud and acted as a mattress. Sitting on it, he considered his next step. Though he's stronger than before, Blaze knew it was not the right time to confront the world government. Besides, it's not the right move to face them alone. He needs some strong people on his side. After thinking for some time, Blaze looked at his status panel. Name, Blaze Hunt. Occupation, Marine. Constitution, 77.8. Devil Fruit, 74.9. Haki, 79.9. Free Attribute Point, 5.0. There was some improvement on his Constitution attribute, but his Devil Fruit and Haki attributes remain the same. As Little White soared through the air towards the north, Blaze was glancing at his attributes while deep in thought. He has 5.0 free attribute points. If he wants, he can raise his Haki and Constitution attribute past the 80 bar limit. But he didn't plan to do it. Right now, Blaze only plans to increase his Devil Fruit attribute. As for his Haki attribute, he wants to break through the limit on his own. Thinking through, he used 0.5 free attribute points that increased his Devil Fruit attribute from 74.9 to 75.4. As soon as he did that, a bang resounded within his body as if some kind of barrier has been broken. The next second, Blaze felt a new kind of power flowing through his veins. Is this? He mused, feeling the power of gravity. After playing with his Devil Fruit ability for a minute, Blaze found the extent of his newfound power, gravity. Right now, he can pull, repel, increase, or decrease gravity within a certain range. This ability is similar to Fujitora's Yami Yami no Mi Devil Fruit, or Pains from Naruto. Interesting? This is going to be fun. Blaze chuckled. At the same time, he could tell that he hadn't fully unlocked the power of his Devil Fruit. The stronger he gets, the more powerful his Devil Fruit will be. After traversing for around an hour, Blaze finally saw an island in the distance. As he got close to it, he saw a beautiful island surrounded by a coral reef. Is this Purple Bay Island? He knew most of the island in Paradise. And he once came to this island to capture a pirate crew. Time sure flies fast. It's a type of tourist island located near Sabaody. Many pirates pass by this island frequently. So, it's also home to famous bounty hunters who hunt for pirate heads. Let's first change my appearance. I don't want the world government to know that I came back. At least, not yet. Blaze thought and changed the appearance with Nan using Hisoka's texture surprise Nan ability. Though there's no visible change in his stature, he altered his facial characteristics a little and added a mustache, a short beard with thin and neatly trimmed sides. Looking at his appearance in the mirror conjured with the help of his Nan, Blaze nodded. This will do. With his command, Little White once again took off and flew through the air across the shoreline. After a few minutes, a small port town came into view. Right now, what Blaze badly wants to know is the current timeline. So, he searched for a restaurant and went into one. After ordering some wine and meat, he sat at an empty table and looked at the newspaper he got from the owner of the restaurant. On the front page, he saw the words, "Red-haired Shanks, who has recently been crowned as one of the Yonko, battles 100 Beast Kaido." So, he finally became a Yonko. I can't wait to fight him again. Blaze then looked at the timeline, and he was surprised to see it was 1518 with 2 months left. When I left, it was around the end of 1513, which means I was gone for nearly 5 years. Just as he prepared to leave, a pirate crew came out of nowhere and rushed into the restaurant, blocking his path. Just a look, anyone can tell they were terrified by something. One of the pirates, possibly the captain of the pirate crew, crashed into Blaze. As the other party is paranoid, he didn't even look back but directly slashed the sword to his rear. But, before the slash could find the target, Blaze delivered a swift kick. The next moment, the pirate was sent flying away and soon disappeared from everyone's view. Seeing this, the other pirates reacted. They all looked in the direction their captain disappeared and shouted, "Captain! Nov, L, B / JNN. Before the pirates could make another ruckus, Blaze Conqueror's Haki knocked everyone off. What a bother. The other people present on the scene were dumbfounded as they didn't know what happened. At one moment, pirates marched into the restaurant and the next moment, they were all lying on the ground. As Blaze stepped out of the restaurant, he suddenly stopped because he noticed a person standing in his path. Dracule Mihawk. He carried his sword Yoro on his back while clothed in an open black coat with no shirt underneath. Blaze and Mihawk looked at each other. Blaze could tell Mihawk has gotten stronger since he saw him last time. At the same time, Mihawk could tell the person before he is strong, ridiculously strong. Just a wisp of aura radiating from the other party's body warns him to stay away. At the same time, it's that warning that kindled his fighting spirit. Without any words, Mihawk drew his Yoru sword and waved it in the air before pointing it at Blaze. Looking at Mihawk's actions, Blaze sighed. Can't we just mind our own business? Tell me your name. Is this really necessary? I am not a swordsman and I'm not in the mood to fight. Blaze spoke, looking Mihawk in the eye. At the same time, overwhelming willpower erupted from his body and slammed into Mihawk, nearly forcing the latter to take a step back. Such strong conqueror's haki. It's nearly as strong as Shanks. With surprise-filled eyes, Mihawk asked again. Who are you? Getting no response from Blaze, Mihawk's eyes sharpened as he raised his sword and slashed horizontally. It was a simple slash but the shockwave emitted from it was tremendous. A wind blade of compressed air flew towards him, shattering the ground beneath. An attack of such scale frightened the residents of Purple Bay, as they ran as far away as possible. Looking at the attack, Blaze shrugged. So be it. As the razor-sharp wind pressure of extreme power came at him, Blaze simply stretched his hand. And the next moment, Mihawk's sword slash suddenly came to a sudden halt. With a slight push of his hand, the wind blade turned and shot toward Mihawk with more intensity. Facing his own attack, Mihawk remained unfazed and effortlessly destroyed the wind projectile with a swing of his sword. Devil fruit. Though no reaction was evident on his face, internally, Mihawk was surprised as he doesn't know what Blaze did. Hawkeye's Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Let's find out whether you are worthy of that title. Uttering the words, Blaze's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. Even before Mihawk could react, a tremendous pressure descended from nowhere and pressed him down. It was as if someone has put a mountain over his head. At the same time, Blaze appeared before Mihawk and balled his fist. Dark gray energy surged and covered his fist. Reeling his arm back, he punched bursting with power. Gravity punch. Facing such an overwhelming attack, Mihawk called forth every ounce of strength hidden in his body and swung his sword coating them with haki. Clash. As Blaze's punch collided with the Mihawk's sword, a loud boom resounded. The clouds above swirled and rumbled with thunder, illuminating the sky with purple streaks. Their clash created ripples of energy and lightning bolts that blustered in all directions. Unable to bear the full extent of the punch, Mihawk was pushed back. Then, out of nowhere, the pressure pressing him disappeared. The next moment, he felt very light as if he can float with a thought. The change in gravitational force around him disrupted his rhythm and made him fall prey to Blaze's blow. Bang! The overbearing punch banged him to the ground. The entire ground beneath Mihawk succumbed and broke itself apart, waking the dust and debris. Swish! A sword swing cleared the flying clouds and debris but Blaze's figure was nowhere to be seen. Hawkeyes, I'm leaving as I am not in the mood to fight. But, the next time we meet, I won't show any mercy. Blaze's words sounded in Mihawk's ears. He's strong. The sheer amount of destructive force left even him in awe. Shaking his head, Mihawk turned and walked away from the town. Some distance away, Blaze sat in the white cloud as it shuttled through the air at a medium pace. If he stayed, his battle with Mihawk won't end anytime soon. In the short clash, both of them didn't use their full power as there were people present on the island. Any more power would have killed everyone. Next day, Amazon Lily. After traveling for a long time, Blaze finally arrived at the Island of Women. Seeing the island in the distance, his heart throbbed a little without his knowing. He still feels sorry for disappearing without informing Hancock just after confirming his love for her. I hope she's okay. Musing, Blaze spotted Hancock with his observation haki. She looked even more beautiful than he last saw her. She exuded charm and grace, adorned in a golden yellowish dress that's illustrated with the emblem of Kuja, and wore a pair of golden earrings. With a thought, he teleported behind her. But, after noticing her saddened face, Blaze couldn't take another step. Seeing Hancock in this state made his heart ache. Feeling a presence behind her, Hancock turned and was met with the figure of a man that she longed to meet. Before she could respond, she felt a pull and the next moment, she was already in his embrace. It's been a while, Hancock. I missed you. Hearing the words and feeling the familiar warmth, tears flowed from Hancock's eyes as she knew it was really Blaze. He came back. As a pirate empress and warlord of the sea, you shouldn't cry. Blaze gently wiped her tears and lifted her chin. Looking at Blaze's face, Hancock couldn't find any change even though it's been 5 years. It was as if the flow of time didn't affect Blaze in any way. I thought you died and won't come back forever. Hancock spoke as tears welled up in her eyes once again. Silly girl, I'm sorry. I won't leave you again. Saying this, Blaze kissed her lips and embraced her tightly. Marine headquarters. Sengoku ended the call with the intelligent division and looked at the report on the table. It was about the battle between Blaze and Hawkeye's Mihawk. As Blaze guessed, his bout with Mihawk attracted the attention of some people. It can't be avoided as there were people present on the island. Moreover, Mihawk isn't some unknown person. He's someone who carries the title of world's strongest swordsman, so their battle was bound to attract some attention. Sengoku knew how strong my hawk is, it was also why he found it unbelievable someone overpowered him. And that someone is an unknown person. Who is he? Sengoku wondered and spoke, Kuzan, I want you to investigate this person. I don't care whether he's a pirate or whatnot, I can't let some dangerous man run free without knowing his intention. Errera, why do I always get assigned such bothersome tasks? Kuzan left the Fleet Admiral's office carrying the poster of In Disguise Blaze's face. Next day, Blaze sat at a dining table along with Hancock, her sisters, and Elder Nyan. Marigold, Sandersonia, and Elder Nyan gave Hancock a weird stare. Unlike yesterday, Hancock had a ruddy complexion while her eyes overflowed with love. Elder Nyan guessed something must have happened between those two. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Why did you disappear and where did you go? Elder Nyan asked. I can't say where I went, but my disappearance is due to the world government trying to get rid of me, Blaze replied, wolfing a huge chunk of meat. Hearing the answer, Elder Nyan sighed. It was as she expected. The world government can't allow someone like Blaze to get any more powerful. What are you going to do next? Elder Nyan asked. Well, I need to make some preparations, then I will join the Marines again. To take down world government, I need the power of Marines. It won't be easy, Elder Nyan said. Time passed by. It's been nearly 3 months since Blaze returned to One Piece World. He didn't venture out for the past 3 months, he just stayed in Amazon Lily. Aside from accompanying Hancock, he's been rigorously training his haki. After 3 months, his haki had finally broken past the 80 bar limit. It's what he has been waiting for. He plans to go out today, and before rejoining the Marines, he needs to make some preparations and meet some people. Be careful, Hancock spoke in a concerned tone. Embracing Hancock tightly in his arms, Blaze spoke. You know how strong I am. There are only a handful of people in the world who can fight me head-on. It won't be the same as last time. Kissing Hancock's forehead gently, don't worry, you won't miss me. I will come back once in a while to see you. Blaze jumped into the air and disappeared from everyone's view. Looking at the spot where Blaze disappeared, Elder Nyan said, his actions will change the world. Let's hope it's for the best. Blaze teleported some kilometers away from Amazon Lily, before disappearing again. Within a few seconds, he came out of the comm belt and entered Grand Line. His ability to teleport under the sun has improved to the next level after his Devil Fruit attribute broke past the 75 bar limit. Entering the Grand Line, he traversed towards the volcanic island where the Old Man Magnus lives. When he reached there, he didn't find anyone. Noticing the area where Old Man Magnus lived was desolate, Blaze sighed as he knew the latter had passed away. He then arranged a tombstone in the memory of Old Man Magnus and inscribed a few words on the stone. Here lies Black D. Magnus, who once challenged the world government. Though your soul passed away to find your loved ones, I will forever remember you in my heart. Offering his prayers, Blaze left the island. Before leaving the island, he changed his appearance with an ability texture surprise. His appearance looked the same as the one he had 3 months ago when he battled Dracula my hawk. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. A few days passed. Blaze has been searching for traces of the Revolutionary Army as he intends to meet Dragon. To take over Marine headquarters into his control, he needs a strong ally who has the same goal as him. And, the Revolutionary Army is an extremely powerful force with intelligence and knowledge of the world government's actions. They aren't to be underestimated. He finally found them after narrowing his search toward countries that showed signs of an uprising. If it was someone else, they couldn't have found a trace of revolutionary with such ease, as they are very sneaky and without any visible traces. Blaze was able to do so because he knew how the Revolutionary Army acted. The Karsha Kingdom, Grass Island. To Blaze's surprise, he caught a big fish. He encountered Sabo, Koala, and Hack of the Revolutionary Army. Well, isn't this a surprise? In a busy restaurant, Sabo and Koala are seated on the second floor at different tables behind one another. As for Hack, he was on the first floor. It's almost done. It won't be long before our people overthrow the current government. Koala spoke in a quiet voice. It's time we leave this country. I spotted a member of CP1 this morning. Inform everyone to be alert and cover their tracks. Sabo responded, gulping a mouthful of food. What? Hearing CP1 was here, Koala was startled. At that moment, Blaze came and directly sat opposite Sabo and spoke. Hello, Sabo-kun. Hearing his name uttered by someone he didn't know, Sabo looked at Blaze, who was dressed in an ordinary blue shirt and dark green pants. Though Blaze looked ordinary without a sign of hostility, Sabo's mind went on high alert as if he were facing someone of great strength. He reacted instantly. Koala, run. I will hold him back. Imbuing his leg with armament haki, Sabo hacked at Blaze with accuracy and swiftness. But, Blaze effortlessly blocked Sabo's kick with his left hand and snapped his fingers. As soon as he did that, everyone within the restaurant forcibly teleported out except Sabo, Koala, and Hack. I just want to chat without attracting any attention. He sighed. Glimpsing Sabo preparing for another attack, Blaze shifted Koala and Hack next to him. Witnessing his actions, Sabo abandoned the thought to attack. What do you want? Sabo asked, clenching his fist. Koala and Hack stood petrified on the spot. Aside from being teleported against their will, they were bound by intense heaviness, unable to even move their muscle. They wondered in their heart looking at Blaze. What's happening? Who is he? CP0, Marine, or someone on the world government side? Koala and Hack were terrified, and for the first time in their life, they felt helpless. This man is too strong. Don't be afraid, guys, I am not your enemy. Have a seat. Blaze smiled and released Koala and Hack. Though skeptical, Sabo had no choice but to follow Blaze's words, as he was afraid the other party would attack Koala and Hack. Furthermore, the man seems to know everything about him, his name, and who is Koala and Hack. Once everyone took a seat, Blaze spoke. Can you arrange a meeting with Dragon? I need to speak with him. No, Sabo flatly refused and had a resolute look. Come on, Sabo. I am not asking where your hideout is, I am just asking you to call Dragon. It's a simple request. Blaze spoke as spread his hands. Before Sabo could respond, 5 figures clad in black cloaks appeared inside the restaurant in a ghostly way. CP1 Sabo, Koala, and Hack stood from their seat and glared at them. Hack spoke. The commotion we made attracted their attention. We lead them directly to us. We finally found him? Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff, Sabo? Kill the other 2 and capture him. The leader of CP1 commanded. Before the 4 figures could follow their leader's command, they suddenly felt stiff and cold as if they were stared at by a wild beast. And the next moment, they saw their leader's head burst into a blood mist while his headless body slumped to the ground, lifeless. None of the people present on the scene could understand what just happened. Can't he see I am in the middle of talking? Barging in uninvited and ruining my business, what should I do with you all? Blaze's voice woke them from their stupor. The 4 CP1 agents looked at Blaze in fear and horror. Though they have undergone various death-like training from a young age and assassinated powerful people, facing Blaze they felt their entire body trembling. One of the agents couldn't withstand the pressure and uttered, "We are Cypher Pole, if something happens to us, the world government won't let you off. You will be chased to the end of the world, either killed or enslaved." Hearing the words, Blaze raised his eyebrows and stood up from his seat. "Oh, I didn't plan to kill you 4 first, but after what you said, I suddenly feel a tingle down my spine. It will be exciting to be chased by the world government. But, are they powerful enough to make me run for my life?" Blaze pondered aloud. "Maybe I will find out once I kill you." The next moment, blood splattered. The flesh was being gruesomely ripped off from the 4 Cypher Pole agents' necks by something invisible. If someone from the HXH world was here, they would see foreign beasts with their Gyo enjoying the flesh of 4 Cypher Pole agents. In no time, the corpse of the 4 agents was eaten cleanly by the invisible Nan beasts. As for Sabo, Koala, and Hack, they gulped, witnessing Blaze's cruel way of dealing with things. Above all, his fearless attitude toward the world government alarms them a little. Dealing with them, Blaze shifted his attention once again to Sabo. "My objective doesn't differ much from yours. I thought it would be good to have an ally. I will ask you one last time, are you going to call Dragon or not?" Sabo thought for a moment and agreed. He called Dragon with Den Den Mushi, "Hello, Dragon-san," and explained about Blaze and gave the Den Den Mushi to Blaze. Receiving the Den Den Mushi, Blaze glanced at Sabo and snapped his fingers. His powers teleported Sabo, Koala, and Hack outside the restaurant. "I finally get to speak with you, Money D Dragon of the Revolutionary Army," Blaze greeted. There was silence on the other side. Dragon was a little surprised to hear his full name, but it didn't affect him much since it's not some kind of secret. "Who are you?" Dragon directly asked. "I am Blaze. You should have at least heard my name, right? If you are the same infamous Vice Admiral Blaze of the Marines who disappeared 5 years ago, then yes, I know you," Dragon answered. "I am the same person," Blaze answered. "I didn't expect you to escape even after fighting the 5 elders," Dragon praised. "It looks like you knew what happened that day n/o/vel/b//j.n.c//om. Of course. I always keep an eye on world government and Mary Geoise. An attack on Mary Geoise isn't a small matter. I contacted you because I hope we can form a little cooperation," Blaze spoke, cutting the small talk. "Cooperation. My goal is simple, to separate the Marines from world government control. I can't do it alone as it won't be easy. In a way, our goals are the same. You want to free the people from the world government's reign and I want to free the Marines. To achieve that, we have no choice but to confront the world government head-on. What do you say, deal? You have a big ambition. Yours isn't much different. I know it will be hard to trust me or my words. I don't expect you to. We don't need to have any interaction or help each other, but when it comes to a decisive battle, I hope you will engage the world government." Blaze conveyed his thoughts. After thinking for a minute, Dragon agreed as he didn't have any reason to reject. "It's a good deal as both parties won't interact with each other until the final battle. I will agree to the deal once you rejoin the Marines," Dragon said. "Good. It won't be long before I rejoin," Blaze said and ended the call. Walking out of the restaurant he saw Sabo, Koala, and Hack standing outside, waiting for him. "We will meet again." Leaving the words, Blaze disappeared from their view. When the world government got the news that some of the best agents of CP1 were annihilated, they were enraged. After a swift investigation, they found the culprit. Though Blaze was discreet in his actions, many people present in the restaurant saw his disguised appearance. In no time, Blaze's information reached the Marines and they were told to capture or kill this person on sight. Sengoku once again dispatched Admiral Aokiji Sabayati. When Blaze reached the Sabayati, he saw a noisy pirate ship docked in the port area. At first, he didn't care, but he suddenly noticed the Jolly Roger similar to Ace's hat. "Spade pirates," he thought and teleported to the ship. Time sure flies past. When he landed on the ship, he didn't see any core members of the crew. But pirates left to watch the ship noticed his presence and came to confront him. Hey, who are you? What are you doing on our ship? A pirate asked while his hand rested on the hilt of the sword. Blaze didn't speak any nonsense and directly knocked everyone on the ship unconscious with his conqueror's haki. As he exited the ship, a bunch of people approached the ship from the distance. Blaze didn't see Ace among them, but he noticed a familiar figure, masked Duce. The most unexpected thing is that he saw Dark King Rayleigh. On the other hand, Spade Pirates also noticed Blaze coming down from their ship. When they saw unconscious figures around their ships, their expressions changed. Blaze sighed, understanding what they were thinking in their heart. Looking at the angry Spade Pirates who were fuming with rage, Blaze knew any amount of explanation wouldn't enter their ears, so he didn't bother to reason with them. Attack! A pirate shouted and rushed forward while others blindly followed before masked Duce could warn them, as he could tell the other party wasn't simple. As he expected, before the fellows could reach Blaze they were hit by a strange repulsive force and pushed far away. You guys shouldn't react in such an extreme manner, your companions are just unconscious, Blaze spoke, staring at masked Duce. And I won't show mercy if attacked again. Ignoring the frightened Spade Pirates, Blaze walked past them and looked at Rayleigh. The latter is dressed in a simple plain t-shirt, shorts, and sandals. Above these, he wore a silver hooded cloak. I didn't expect to meet the infamous Dark King Rayleigh here. Hearing his words, the masked Duce and other pirates of Spade Pirates were startled. What? He's Dark King Rayleigh, the legendary first mate of Pirate King Gold Roger? Unbelievable. Everyone present on the scene found it hard to believe. Rayleigh took a sip of liquor from the small flask he carried and spoke in a calm tone. I'm surprised someone as young as you recognizes me. But you are not an ordinary someone. Meeting Rayleigh, Blaze's fighting spirit awakened. Though the other party is old, the amount of life energy and haki restrained by him states otherwise. As one of the legendary figures, he sure is a strong individual. Even if he's old, Blaze could tell his strength is no weaker than the Emperors of the Sea. On the other side, Rayleigh was similarly astonished by Blaze's strength. With his powerful observation haki, he could sense the latter's haki was just short of Roger's during his prime. He should be as strong as Whitebeard. When did the sea birth such a monster? Rayleigh thought. Given a choice, he doesn't want to confront someone as powerful as Blaze, as he's already retired. If he fights, it might draw unwanted attraction. Blaze and Rayleigh looked at each other while the surrounding air grew stiff, sound and winds unmoving. The tense atmosphere suffocated most of the Spade Pirates. Though Blaze and Rayleigh didn't move, their conqueror's haki collided. The air screeched as the willpower of two Supreme Kings clashed in midair. The sheer power triggered ripples and sparks of lightning to erupt from random places. The clouds above thundered while the sea itself shook, pushing back the waves. The bubbles of Sabayati drifting within a certain range burst upon contact, unable to withstand such a tremendous output of willpower. Most of the Spade Pirates lost consciousness and dropped to the ground with audible thuds. The lucky ones struggled to remain on their feet. Clash of Supreme Kings. Masked Duce uttered with a look of shock on his face. He didn't expect the Spade Pirates would meet such monsters even before they could enter the new world. Nov. L. B /JNN. Swish. Blaze made his move. Imbuing his leg with haki, he rushed forward and kicked at Rayleigh. His kick hacked forward, tearing apart the air. On the other side, Rayleigh delivered a kick of his own, harnessing haki into his leg. Boom. Even before their respective attack could make contact, there was a thunderous sound. The clouds above Sabayati split, intimidating everyone present on the island. Dark golden and black lightning sparks flew in all directions. Though the attacks didn't meet, the force from each kick exerted on one another, trying to dominate the other. A massive, ring-like blast of pressure expelled into a loud, powerful shockwave that dispersed around. The overwhelming pressure and shockwave could be felt by everyone present on Sabayati. After a few seconds of battle, both their attacks scattered into the wind. Blaze didn't shoot again. He looked at Rayleigh and spoke. If you were in your prime, I would have enjoyed this fight. Pity. And, thought in his heart, I have other business, it's not time to reveal myself. See you again, Dark King Rayleigh. Saying this, Blaze disappeared from the spot. Rayleigh took a sip of his wine and chuckled. What an interesting young man. It seems like I won't be bored in the future. On the other hand, Masked Duce and other Spade Pirates were terrified by the strength displayed by Blaze and Rayleigh. Leaving the location, Blaze quickly spotted Ace without much effort, since the latter was the holder of fire fruit. His heat signature is like that of the sun in the dark. At the moment, he was being chased by Ensign Hisoka. After a few minutes, Ace was found by Masked Duce and the latter explained the encounter with Blaze. Though Blaze interfered, nothing changed. After 3 days, Ace was approached by Hisoka and Vice Admiral Dra, who gave him an official invitation from the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea. Of course, Ace refused and Vice Admiral Dra took that as an opportunity and tried to kill him. Ace defeated Dra after a challenging fight and awakened his Busashoku haki in the process. After the clash, Ace and Deuce returned to their ship and headed to Fishman Island. If nothing goes wrong, Ace will soon join the Whitebeard pirates after a short adventure in the New World. Blaze watched everything from the distance. He didn't plan to meet Ace as he can't do it with his current identity. If fate yields it, they will meet soon. Furthermore, there's a reason for his visit to Sabayati. He plans to collect some interest from the world government for attacking him 5 years ago. He didn't intend on doing anything big but make some trouble. A good example is killing some celestial dragon scums. Doing so, an admiral will be dispatched to hunt him down. If he beats the admiral, the world government may send a CP0 to track him. It's just he has a good relationship with Kizura and Kuzan, he needs to be careful when fighting them so that he won't injure them heavily. But if by chance, Sakazuki was dispatched, he will beat that bastard to a pulp so that he won't get out of bed for a month or two. Let's see whether that bastard is lucky or not. Blaze smirked and balled his fist. He hadn't forgotten the fact that Sakazuki nearly killed him a few years back. A few days had passed since Blaze came to Sabayati Island. His short encounter with Rayleigh has created a stir that alerted both the Marines and the world government. Both powers have sent people to look into the situation. Unfortunately, they couldn't find anything as Spade pirates left Sabayati while Blaze and Rayleigh concealed their presence. After a long wait, 4 celestial dragons came to Sabayati. Seeing this, Blaze smirked. Finally, he didn't recognize the ones who came as there were many celestial dragon families residing on Mary Geoise. But, looking at their arrogant and self-righteous countenance, he knew it didn't matter which family they were from. Like other world nobles, they had resin bubbles over their heads, preventing them from breathing the air of the common people. Wherever they went, people dropped to their knees and bowed their heads. Nothing has changed. Degenerates. Blaze sighed and looked at the world government agents following them. They were nothing special. It's time to start. Out of nowhere, Blaze's figure materialized before the celestial dragons who were strolling the street. His sudden appearance alerted the world government agents who were guarding them openly and secretly. Who is he? Didn't he know they are world nobles? The kneeling people thought aloud. What is he trying to do? I hope we don't get implicated in the mess he's going to create. Before the world government agents could react and world nobles could throw cursing words at him, an indescribable pressure of gravity crashed upon them. Bang! The next moment, the 4 world nobles and world government agents within a 1-meter radius were squashed into a pulpy blood mass. It took a second for everyone present at the scene to come out of their daze and respond. Looking at Blaze, they involuntarily gulped before fleeing the place. Run, run, run! This man killed the celestial dragons. An admiral will soon show up on Sabayati. If the world government found we were at the scene, we won't be spared. As Blaze didn't kill every single world government agent, it didn't take long for someone to report the situation. Ignoring scampering people and terror-stricken world government agents, Blaze walked towards the fruit store nearby and grabbed a green apple. He sat in the chair placed outside the store before taking a bite. His casual attitude stunned the world government agents and some fearless people who watched everything from a distance. Marine headquarters. What? Damn. Sengoku slammed the table and stood from his seat with evident anger on his face. He's the same person Hawkeye encountered a few weeks back. He disappears for a short time, but the next thing he does after his appearance is kill the celestial dragon and anger the world government. What is his purpose? Is he from Revolutionary? Who is he? Sengoku thought. Recalling his call with the 5 elders, he rubbed his forehead in annoyance. The world government wants to send its entire force to nab the criminal. It doesn't matter what the other party's motive is, his actions were clear provocation toward the Marines. To maintain justice, they must either capture or kill him at all costs. If they fail, what will the world think? Their failure in eliminating the celestial dragon killer will rouse the pirates and push countless people towards the path to piracy. Sakazuki is on headquarters, right? Tell him to come and see me. Meanwhile, prepare a fleet and notify the available vice admirals of the situation. Yes, the marine officer acknowledged and left to execute the order. It didn't take long. Admiral Akaina's arrival at Sabayati Island created panic among the residents and pirates alike. Who doesn't know about the fearsome reputation of Admiral Akainu? After his ascension to the rank of admiral, he destroyed many great pirate fleets with over 1 billion bounties. In the last few years, he clashed against Yonko's crew more than once and remains alive. He's considered to be the strongest admiral among the 3. As soon as Sakazuki came to Sabayati, he found Blaze effortlessly since the other party neither attempted to run nor hide his presence. Blaze glanced at Sakazuki. The other party looked the same as he remembered, sporting a crimson suit that was decorated with a pink rose pattern and donned a marine cape of an admiral. Aside from appearance, he could tell the other party's haki and devil fruit powers had matured considerably. It seems like he would put up a decent fight. At the same time, Sakazuki scrutinized the disguised Blaze and snorted. You are indeed not simple. You are obviously waiting for an admiral to come. Who are you? Blaze chuckled and stood up from the seat. It seems like it's my lucky day. I was hoping you would come. Here you are. Hearing the words, Sakazuki knitted his brows and asked, What do you Maya? Before he could finish his sentence, Blaze arrived before Sakazuki in a flash and smacked his face. Bang! As he used haki and gravitational power in the strike, the punch created a ripple in the air and knocked Sakazuki far away. Sakazuki's figure streaked across the air and smashed into one of the grooves. The resulting impact even shook such a massive groove a little. He's pretty quick in his response. He was able to cover his face with haki at the last moment. Blaze thought and flew towards where Sakazuki crashed. Before Blaze could reach, Sakazuki let out a ferocious roar and leaped into the air while the temperature around the few meters raised alarmingly as he transformed into boiling magma, ready to erupt. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Such aggression. Blaze shook his head. Sakazuki is an extreme follower of absolute justice and unquestionably loyal to the world government. He holds immense pride in the name Marines and won't let anyone taint its reputation. And he knows what will happen if he fails to capture this celestial dragon killer. Volcanic eruption. Sakazuki coated his magma fist with haki. His magma fist then expanded before rocketing forward, akin to a volcanic eruption, burning whatever lies in its path. A strong repulsive force erupted from Blaze's body and stopped the incoming attack of Sakazuki for a second before scattering them away. Seeing his signature move couldn't even burn the opponent's clothes, Sakazuki composed himself and began to analyze how the other party stopped his attack. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. He was told the power is related to gravity, but the extent of it isn't confirmed yet. Experiencing it in person, the might of the devil fruit is stronger than Sakazuki thought. What category does this devil fruit fall into? Meanwhile, two figures hid behind a huge groove with their presence concealed perfectly. They were watching the confrontation between Sakazuki and Blaze. Don't know what kind of ability they were using, as even Blaze's observation haki failed to notice their presence, but thankfully his N sensed their location. CP0, this is getting interesting. Blaze smiled inwardly without expressing anything on his face. He stared at Sakazuki and gestured with his finger to come at him provocatively. He then commented further, Admiral Akaino, I heard when criminals see you in person, they tremble in fear. But, why am I not getting any of these tingling sensations? Are all Marine Admirals just this? Blaze's words angered Akaino as the surrounding temperature rose rapidly while the grass beneath him was reduced to ashes under extreme heat. Clenching his magma hands that were boiling in fury, he thought of the warning Sengoku gave him just before he left the base. He's free to use his powers without any restrictions, but it shouldn't harm the innocent residents of Sabayati or the island itself. Right now, he's waiting for the Marines to evacuate. Are you waiting for the Marines to clear the people? Don't bother. My sole purpose in killing the world Nobel is to battle an admiral and show the world. Unlike you, I'm not someone who harms innocent people just to achieve my goal. Blaze sneered. He knew Sakazuki wasn't the type of person to care about people's lives. It means he was instructed not to harm innocents as the power of magma can burn the entire Sabayati archipelago to ashes. Sakazuki may not be as strong as Yonko, but he's nonetheless a strong individual. His crazy belief in absolute justice makes his haki firm and powerful. Furthermore, he's the owner of the strongest offensive power magma fruit. Just my haki is enough to crush you, Blaze exclaimed and took a step forward. The entirety of his conqueror's haki exploded and even manifested into countless dark purple lightning. The sheer might of the haki turned the sky into a thunderous one. The grounds began to shake while a strangling shockwave swept across the entire island. The countenance of two Cypher Pole agents drastically changed, sensing the vigor of the haki. They looked at each other. This haki, it's nearly as strong as Whitebeard. We are in trouble. They knew Admiral Akaino wouldn't be able to defeat this person with his current strength. Sakazuki too finally understands what level of threat Blaze possesses and he alone isn't strong enough to stop. But it isn't enough to force someone like him to back down. After all, he's someone who encounters yonkos frequently. He won't back down to a criminal. Entertain me well, Blaze spoke, otherwise, I will beat you to a pulp such that there will be no difference between magma and blood. Saying this, Blaze dashed forward and threw a punch by leaping in the air. When Sakazuki tried to counter the attack with his magma fist and haki, he was pushed back. The force behind the punch forced him to glide for a few meters before stopping while his hands trembled from pain and stiffness. Such strong haki. This time, Sakazuki took the initiative. Dark Hound. Transforming his hand into magma, he lashed out at Blaze forming a claw-like thrust. In the series, the blow was powerful enough to melt off part of Whitebeard's head, but Blaze didn't find the attack intimidating. Facing the surging attack that fired at him, Blaze made no attempt to dodge. He took a step forward and met the incoming magma thrust with an outstretched hand. Channeling the haki into his hand, he made it erupt outward. Even before the Sakazuki's attack could make contact, it was scattered by the overwhelming haki outburst. As Blaze and Sakazuki clashed against one another, the Marines evacuated residents present in the Grove area from 1 to 29. Boom, bang, boom. Still, the exchange of blows between the two powerhouses generated sparks of lightning to fly everywhere and powerful shockwaves that shook the entire Sabayati. Two figures watched the battle from the distance. They are none other than Rayleigh and Shucky. Smoking a cigarette, Shucky said, well, I didn't expect someone to kill to Celestial Dragon, just to face an admiral. Either he's crazy or someone with ambition. From the overwhelming conqueror's haki we sensed earlier, I would say he's ambitious. Haha, I felt his vigorous haki when he exchanged a move before. It was as vast as an ocean. Rayleigh chuckled. It's worth living to see what kind of future this generation may create. Bang. After a few bouts, a strong punch from Blaze connected and hit Sakazuki in his face. The explosive power behind the strike nearly crushed the latter's facial skull and smashed him into the ground. Sakazuki groaned in pain while coughing a mouthful of blood. Blaze didn't give him a chance to rise again. Flashing next to him, he stomped at the chest with his feet that pressed him firmly to the ground. He didn't just stop with a stomp, his feet exploded with advanced armament haki that burst out and sought to destroy Akaino's internal organs. His actions didn't give him the slightest chance for Sakazuki to reform his magma body efficiently to dodge the haki attack. Understanding the kind of predicament he's in, Sakazuki used armament haki to protect his internal organs. Otherwise, Blaze's attack would have knocked the Admiral unconscious. Still, the strike of Blaze forced Akainu to the corner and made him powerless as he could do nothing to escape from the other party's hold. Ah, bastard, I am going to kill you. Maddened, Sakazuki's Megu no Mi power erupted at full force, striving to destroy everything in the vicinity. But, slight pressure from Blaze's feet and another eruption of his haki quelled the Sakazuki's magma power. It was as if the power of magma didn't affect him in any way. SHHHH, you are not a puppy, Red Dog. You should learn to accept defeat. Blaze remarked and punched him in the face with the power of gravity. The immense pressure generated from the power of gravity deformed Sakazuki's face to a quirky extent. Blaze didn't stop with a single punch, as a shower of punches fell on Sakazuki. After 20 or so punches, Blaze stopped, sensing Admiral Akainu lost consciousness. As Blaze didn't show any form of mercy, the latter's face was beaten badly with full of blood, beyond recognition.